Jesu, etitobito, oh, Oluwa, etitobito, Jesu. In case we have those outside of Nigeria joining us, it simply means that we're saying God is very big, really big. Etitobito, oh, Oluwa, etitobito, Jesu, etitobito, oh, Oluwa, we're affirming God's greatness. Etitobito, Jesu. So quickly, I want you to just really begin to bless God for what He has placed in your hands, the businesses you're running, anything, whatever has been the reason for bringing you here, those businesses, your NGOs, probably, even just your personal brand. Just begin to give God thanks, regardless of what you think you experienced in 2025, regardless of you saying, this is not the best I want it to be, saying there was more for me, but it seemed like I worked hard, but I didn't see it. Just begin to say, God, thank you. And I need to really pray fervently, regardless of we have a short time, but then we can hit the mark that we need to hit. And then this conference can really go on to be something beautiful for you. So just begin to say thank you. Look at that disappointment and begin to turn it and just say thank you. Look at the thing that exactly felt like your year did not end in the way you wanted. Look at it and say, for this, I give God thanks. Not just for the places. I'm saying give God thanks for your disappointments, for the losses you thought you made in your businesses. I'm not even counting your wins yet. Leave your wins. We thank God they were wins. So just begin to say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you for this. I know I didn't, maybe it was my fault. Maybe I felt like I didn't listen enough. Maybe I missed something here, but thank you. Thank you because we're assured that everything works together for my good. We're assured it's not even a contemplation. It's not guesswork. It's that absolutely everything, the failures, the disappointments, particular disappointments in this case. So just begin to say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I see your hand there. Even if I do not understand, I say thank you. I say thank you. I say thank you. You know, one thing that Thanksgiving does to when you have pain is that it turns it around quickly. It turns it around to almost now become, Jesus is particularly interested in, what do I call it? Rejected stones. Yeah. So just begin to say thank you. And quickly, we're going to be moving on and we want to really begin to pray. Our theme this year is building resilience. And it might look like a very cute topic, but for real, it is so accurate. And that's what we're going to be praying quickly. We're going to be saying that everything that I need to build resilience for this year and beyond this year to really move my business, to move my personal brand to the next level, Lord, I want to have resilience. God, just give me the wisdom to build resilience. Give me the wisdom to build resilience. I want to build resilience. I don't want to break off at this as the first opportunity or at the first just instance of hardship that I begin to go to where, let's even say you have a word, you're going to where God has asked you to go towards. And just because one hindrance has come on your way, you're already giving up. It takes praying for resilience. It takes might. It takes strength to be able to be grounded. And on the days that things don't look like the way you expected them, that you are still able to go. You don't say, I'm not doing anymore, I'm tired. So begin to say, Lord, I want to build resilience. Help me build resilience. Help me build resilience. I want to be accurate. I want to be so grounded in you. I want to be so grounded that regardless of what comes my way, regardless of how large the storms may be, I'm able to stand. I'm able to go. I believe you're actually praying because you need this. You will need this. Some prayers that you pray, you don't even know when they're going to carry you. And in this case, this is very needed. So you're going to say, everything looks calm. January is just, okay, well, let's go again. Let's go again. You don't know the mountains waiting for you. If you are not resilient, you can hand over the God-given vision to the enemy. You can say, I'm no longer doing this simply because you have become weak. So you are saying, I would stand strong in the space of difficulty. I would not back down. That even if things nations come that are looking mightier than me, I would be greater than they. There's a scripture that says that though the enemy shall rise as a flood, the Lord raises a standard above them. That's what you're praying for. That you have a standard, that God makes you to have such an outlook that you're almost like a standard above the enemy. Like, if you shout at me, I would answer you back. That you would not back down on your God's given vision. So we're really praying and saying, I would not back down, regardless of what the tides may bring. When I'm certain that this is where I am going to move forward. I'm going to press forward. Absolutely. Quickly, we're also going to be praying. As I was thinking about and just asking God what we're going to pray specifically, because there are a lot of things to pray. One thing that dawned on my heart is, you see, to build resilience means you are building systems that can sustain. And I need to go here. If this is the only thing we even pray, is fine. If your business has simply been just because of, I want to be chill, I want to make money, that's good enough reason. But right now, you need to have a bigger why. Your why has to be that you are saving humanity. It has to be that I was sent for this purpose. Being sent is not only social impact, it's that through businesses, you're actually transforming lives. So you need to begin to pray for vision. You need to say, God, I want to see beyond just I want to make money, beyond just I want to expand multiple accounts. I want to ship my goods to multiple nations. I want to have great conferences. I want to be known. I want to, beyond that, that is not enough right now. To be resilient, it means that your why has to be bigger than you. If your why isn't bigger than you, you are going to back down. So that's what we're praying for. We're praying for vision. We're saying, God, I want to really see. I want to see beyond where I am. I want to see beyond just that my small idea that I picked up when I was in secondary school or when I was in uni. I just joined in then and I just felt like this was a good idea. Maybe I have the charisma to be a businesswoman. You have to go beyond that. In case you've moved for years with that, you're asking the Lord for vision. That even though it might look like it started like just a fun affair, it's moving to a greater level of for the Lord's purpose. It's moving to a greater level of you were sent here for a significant change. And so you are praying that I would be useful to my generation. I would have vision beyond what I've understood. So now we also need to begin to pray for this conference. I believe you're already receiving what you came here for, because for some of you, you just needed to see things differently. So you need to just begin to pray and say, as I'm here, present in this conference, I'm receiving vision, just in line with vision. I'm seeing beyond just who I am. I'm seeing beyond just, I have a cute business, I sell clothes. I'm seeing to the point of, I know that this is something the Lord wants me to do. I'm also seeing beyond that this is also affecting humanity. It is making impact. For some of you, you probably need to even give out some free courses. You probably need to do something from a stand of, it's not just a business. It's our taking over territory. It's not just, I want to be okay. Okay is not enough right now. You will back down. So you're saying, God, I want that fortification of vision. I want to see further. And as I'm present in building resilience today, I would see further. We also need to begin to pray and say, Lord, I will see the systems that would help me to be resilient. Very quickly, I may not be able to buttress this, but as you go back and think about it, you see, we're in the Joseph time. And if you remember Joseph, building resilience for Egypt basically was that he got a vision, he understood. Okay, even if it didn't come to him, he came to somebody, he had to interpret for the person. And then he went on to say, oh, we need to build systems that would make us that we're not going to collapse under the coming famine. And he got ideas. He was building storehouses. You would think maybe that deliverance would have come by just prayer, but it came by strategy. So you're praying for strategy. You're praying for strategy that can help you really reach those who God has sent you to, that they would be grounded. Strategy that you can build systems that would last. In the case whereby it is you're in agriculture, you're in fashion, regardless of where you are, you're asking for strategy. That as you are in building resilience today, and even going further beyond today, that you are going to have strategy. You're going to have strategy beyond what you think, And then I think, I don't know how many minutes I have left. I think it's about 1 minute. So you're also going to just begin to also say that the strategy you're praying for, you would have the capacity to carry. You would have the mind to carry. Because for some of you, it might be, you might hear things that are way beyond what you can do, way beyond what you think that you're allowed to do, way beyond, you're like, who will give me that kind of permission? What audacity? You need that audacity. So you're really praying and saying that As I've prayed for strategy and you've believed that it's going to come, you're saying that as the strategies come, you have the mind of God that can receive such weighty strategies and you are able to move. You don't begin to do analysis paralysis. I believe you're really praying because this will carry you for the coming days. And you're just saying, as I receive these strategies, I have a mind that can carry it. I have a mind that can execute it. I have a mind that would not stop when they tell me no. One door tells you no, and then you back down. No, I have a mind that can carry strategy and move to the end until I find the person who is going to sponsor this, who is going to partner. I would not stop because maybe I don't have the most qualified hands. I will be able to move and I would get what I need. So I believe you're really praying. We've prayed for vision, we've prayed for strategy. Everything we're praying is simply under resilience because you need to stand firm. I want to remind you again that you really need to pray and say, God, I want to see beyond just the plans I have. I want to see beyond. Some of you have even written down business goals that they did not send you to write. So you want to already say that I want to see what's your own vision. I want to see what you have. I want to see beyond just I want to make sales. I want to have better marketing. My goal is to maybe make this amount of dollars. That I want to see beyond that. I want to be able to advance. I want to be able to go further. I want to be able to see where I can meet humanity. That when I'm portraying my goods, my services, it's not just as I want to survive, I want to be okay. Is that I am coming into this space to literally just bring deliverance, to literally just change the system, to literally just make a turnaround, a quick turnaround. So we're praying and we're saying, God, give me vision. We've also prayed, we're saying, God, give me strategy that would help me be resilient, strategy to execute the vision that you have. Give me strategy that can be an ark, strategy that can be an ark. Joseph literally built an ark, different from Noah's ark, but his own ark was in agriculture. Noah's ark was physical wood and nails being joined together, preserving the animals. Joseph also built an ark. So you're saying, I want to, God, give me strategies that are an ark, strategies that can carry humanity, that can have weight before you, that can have weight before you, that can be really something grounded beyond what I thought is strategy, beyond what I thought. So you're also asking for a mind that is enlarged enough to carry what the Lord is going to be giving to you, a mind that is broad enough to see beyond just what beyond your resources roundabout. You know, some of us are just used to my plan for this year. I'll collect from my father, my mother. Okay, some of you have scaled beyond that, but you are still bootstrapping. And yes, I'm not saying bootstrapping is wrong, but I'm saying that you would be able to, it takes vision, it takes a mind that is wide enough for you to see beyond that and be able to reach farther, reach beyond where your hand can even get to. So you're saying, God, I have a mind. We're praying for vision. One is vision. Second is strategy. Third one is an enlarged mind, capacity, ideally, capacity. So that capacity is going to come in form of people, but first your mind. First your mind. The person in front of you might be the one to just come in and just really do mighty things with you. But until you have opened up your mind and said, okay, this is possible, you might not see them. You just be like, hey, guy that was beside the well of water and didn't see it. The well of water, I don't believe it magically appeared. It had been there, but she was blinded by pain, which is why we first of all give thanks for disappointments and losses. Going back there, you need to drop those horses. You need to drop those. They're going to weigh you down. So you just really begin to say the things. We're going back there again to say we're giving thanks for this exact spaces where we had disappointment, for the places where we failed, that you would rejoice in that space, that you rejoice in that space. I sang the song, Etito Bito, Jesus. Sing it over it. And just saying that regardless, my back will not be put to the ground. That the same place I experienced disappointment, from that place there will be oil for gladness. So you're just still praying and saying, I give thanks for those spaces. I'm just going over this exact prayer points because they are what is going to carry us forth. And I think I also want you to just ensure that you are tying these prayer points to the program. You're going to be here for a number of hours. You don't want to leave and just say, oh, I have such amazing speakers, such write-ups. No, you're here to receive vision. You're here to receive strategy. You're here to receive an enlarged mind, and you are ready to go and really execute what would blow our minds. We're all here to just see the wonder that will come out of it. So first, we're still giving thanks again. We're saying, thank you, Jesus. Thank you for where I failed before last year. Thank you because maybe I rounded up the year feeling like I didn't do so much. My mate did better. I drop all of that judgment. I drop all of that competition. And I'm saying thank you. Then we're praying for vision. We cannot overpray this. We're praying for vision. We're saying, God, open my, as I'm hearing Mr. Tunde Oni speaking, as I'm hearing just even the convener, Mr. Emmanuel Jobi speaking, I want to see vision. I want to really know what is beyond me. I want to see where you have in mind for this business. I want to see what you have in mind for this business. I want to go further than I thought. Give me vision. You're also still praying. There are systems of resilience. We've not prayed, so we need to pray this quickly before I think we'll round up any moment. You need to pray that you have systems around you that can ensure your resilience. For some of you, those systems will be people who are around you who can say your hands will not go down. Let me give you a very quick example. Joshua was fighting down at the battle. Moses was up there, just really being praised. They were fighting a war. It's not weird. I know we all read it that they are praying when there is a war, but it's not weird. Shouldn't we all just be fighting? It means Aaron and Moses was literally that system of resilience that kept supporting Joshua. If Moses' hands came down, that war was done. That business was going to be down. So we're really saying my systems of resilience, I see it. I see people who I should be, who should mentor me, and I stay there. I receive ideas, I receive accountability. It could be just it could be your apps. There are different things. You would have to see the one that would work for you. So you're saying, God, my systems of resilience, things that would keep me grounded when the storms come, things that would hold me. Every ship is not just left at sea, even though it's there. It's going to be held back. It's going to just be hooked somewhere, that when the storms come, regardless, it's not going to be shaken. The storms are present. It affirms there is a storm, but it's not shaken. It is not thrown. It doesn't capsize. So you're just saying, I receive my systems. I receive my systems of resilience that would keep me grounded, that the storms would not sway me. I would not back down I need you to really say this. I would not back down on my God-given vision. Regardless of what happens, I would not back down on my God-given vision. I would keep going. I would see that which was handed over to me. As you're receiving vision, you're also still saying that this which I have seen, this which I have caught by my mind. And when I say God should give you visions, understand that it could be through ideas. It could be just an influx of extraordinary ideas, not just in you seeing a thing. You're just going to have beyond even just, you're going to have blueprint. You're going to have your systems of working. Joseph is somebody we should all study. We should really go back and study and just really begin to pray that not just as I want to build, I want to be known, I want to be established. God has moved me from Potiphar's house to is beyond you. Joseph's life was literally beyond him. So even if he was going to be killed, because he was carrying a vision bigger than him, he had to be preserved. That is why we're also praying for vision, because preservation would come from the fact that your business is doing way more than just providing for you and your family. So we're praying and saying, my systems of resilience, I have a grounding. My journey of working with this business, even my personal life, my branding, is helping me to establish that which God has given to me. It's helping me to establish that which God has given to me. So we're still really praying. We're still really praying to God, and we're just saying, God, give me systems of resilience. Give me people who would stand with me like Joshua, who would stand with me the way Moses, Aaron stood. They were persistently on that mountain, just praying. Wars go on for hours. Wars, it's not a 1 hour affair. It's not a 2-day affair. It's not a 3-day affair. It's not 4 days. So that's not even a month. So you're just saying, God, give me people, systems of resilience, who will be there for me as an oak, and give me wisdom that will be a system of resilience. Give me wisdom that will keep me grounded. Give me wisdom that would help me stay beyond the difficulty I face, and that I will come out on the other side and be like, truly, you birthed through the furnace. Truly, regardless of your adversity, you advanced in that adversity. So you're just saying, God, give me systems of resilience. Open my eyes to see. Open my eyes to see. Open my eyes to see. Open my eyes to see where I have helped me see the things that have been around me, that have already been my systems, but I have probably not just taken cognizance of, or I have felt it's just ordinary. And God has put them there. They have even been your grounds of resilience all the while, but you didn't notice. So you're really saying, right now, open my eyes to see people who are around me, who are going to be that ground, who are going to bring that groundedness to me, even just wisdom that I'm going to need to employ. And finally, I think, I don't know if it is finally, but we need to go on to pray that as I see, I do. As I see, I do. As I receive, I have the agency to move forward. I have the agency to birth that. What Pharaoh saw was 7 years of famine and 7 years of plenty. Imagine Joseph did not start division until the 6th year of plenty, or the 5th year, or the 4th year of plenty. It means he would have only reserved for 3 years. And eventually, people would have suffered because he did not store enough. But for him to have seen 7 years of plenty, 7 years of famine, and he was able to carry the nation of Egypt, in fact, 2 nations, just carry them out of famine. It means he started early. It means as he received a vision, he knew what to do. He did not just say, oh, this is beautiful, it's amazing, it will blow your mind, it will blow the... He moved. So we're really saying, as we see, we have agency to do. We have it in your personal brand. This is why all here, beyond just businesses, your personal brand, as you see, you are able to do that which has committed to you, you are faithful at it. So you're saying, as I see, I'm able to do, I have agency to execute. I have agency to execute. I don't play it small. I don't start late. I don't second guess myself. That second guessing is exactly where we pray for mindsets that are enlarged, starting from how you even see yourself. For some of you, your personal brand should start from really just a place of staying to really know who you are, not copying. Copying won't work going forward. Copying does not give you resilience, because on the day when they ask you, why are you doing this? You're going to be like, I just think it is fair. It's not grounded. So you're saying that beyond just moving, you're going to have real light. You're going to have real grounded. You're going to have real stature. You're going to have might. You're going to be able to advance when truly you have understood your why, and you have a bigger why. So you're really just praying, and you are saying, I have the agency to do. I have the agency to do. I do not second guess myself. I know you've been doing affirmations. You did affirmations last year, but this time around, you really need to believe. You really need to believe. You really need to do the work and ask yourself, this I am saying, this I am praying, this I have affirmed. Do I really believe it? Because it's not your affirmation that will get you there. It's really your conviction. It's really what you believe. So you are really praying and saying, I believe, I see myself how I ought to see myself. I see my business the way I ought to see it. That's still under vision. I see myself the way I should see it. I see the people around me. I see my audience. I see my consumers. I see my whatever names you would call it. Even my colleagues, if you're an entrepreneur, I see them. I even see my boss's business. The way you see it. Some of us are building the acts of other people, and we should really be involved. We really should be putting all our energies into it if we see it correctly. So we're asking that we have agency to do. And in that agency, we would not second guess ourselves. We would not doubt. We would not play small. We would not sabotage ourselves. And we will not be sabotaged. We will not just say, I don't think I'm good enough. I think this is better for somebody else. And then you are literally holding somebody's key to 7 years of famine. Oh no, we're not doing that this time around. So that is why we're really praying. And we're saying that as we are here, we're not gathered as we've ever gathered before. This is different. This is really different. And as we're gathered, we receive answers for ourselves, answers for our generations. We hear, we really hear. We really hear. We don't just listen, but we really hear. And as we go back, we have agency to do. We have everybody that's going to be speaking on the panel. You may want to look at their names. You might want to just really say, God, when this person is speaking, I'm going to be able to hear. I'm going to be able to understand. Some of you might never have attended a business conference, or you have, but you've always felt that all they're saying is just going over my head. You have a different mind today. So you're saying that as they are speaking, I receive answers. I'm not just going back with it felt good. We joined another webinar beginning of the year. I'm posting on Instagram. No, I'm going to be posting in 2 months. You're saying, God, as I'm here, I'm going to be posting. I attended SMEFest in January. And in March, my life has taken a very new turn. And for some, the turn might not just be that you've multiplied in sales. It might just be that you have a different why. It's a big deal. So I will pray and saying every session of this, every part of this, every single part of this is going to be like somebody has handed you over a weapon. It's going to be like a weapon that has mass. It's going to really have a lot of power. So let's just begin to give thanks. Let's begin to give thanks for this time we have spent. Let's begin to give thanks for just bringing us together for SMEFest. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Give thanks that you're not going back the same way. Give thanks that as you have shown up here, you are going back as a transformed person. Okay, so dear Father, we say thank you. Thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for SMEFest. Thank you for the convener. Thank you because this is a strategic meeting that bets us to our next. Thank you because the businesses that hold forth the acts that is required for us to advance as a people, as a nation, even as families, I pray that those visions are bedded here. For those who have struggled, who have been sabotaged before, who have had self-doubt, who have even felt like it's just one left thread holding them back, I pray that there's such a fortitude around them, that there is such just grace, there is just help around them, and they're able to stand. And Lord, we pray that even as we go forward into today's conference, that every part of it is going to really flow with answers. Every part of it is going to give us our next to move forward, and we have agency to execute. Thank you, Father, for answers to prayers. For in Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. Thank you. Have a beautiful conference.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me very well. Okay, good morning, everyone. You're all welcome to Jasper SMEFest 2026. And my name is Esther Ukwelionwa, and popularly known as Esther UK, and I'm your host on this conference. So thank you so much, Jennifer, for that prayer. I don't know if you can hear me. Please, if you can hear me, drop it in the chat box that I can hear you. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you so much. You're all welcome to. We have 44 participants in the building, and that's to say that we are all ready to be charged. Please drop your fire emoji if you can hear me very clearly. Yes, drop the fire emoji. Let's get this place started. Drop all the fire emojis. Thank you very much. Yes, I see it coming. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jennifer, for that very worthy prayer section. In fact, it was an opening for us to say, yes, the presence of God is here, why we are ready to build resilience. Thank you very much. So because of that, we'll be moving fast. Thank you so much. We'll be moving into the next thing. We'll be welcoming Tammy to give us the welcome address for Jasper SMEFest. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear now. Thank you very much for joining this conference. Thank you. I think there was just maybe it's network issue. And so we are grateful for having you here. We are delighted that you're joining us virtually for this program. I know that this is a global conference. Firstly, I want us to drop in the chat box where you are chatting from. Are you in Nigeria? Where in Nigeria are you chatting from? Or where in Nigeria are you joining us from? Please drop it in the chat box. This is a global conference and I want everyone to also participate. Please drop it in the chat box. Oh, thank you. Where are you? Sorry, I think I'm muted. Okay. Oh, I'm not muted. I can hear myself. All right. Thank you very much. Some people are coming all the way from Lagos. Look, Lagos is the one that is taking charge all the way from Lagos. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for seeing it. This is a global conference. This is a global conference, a global SME Fest. So please drop in all the way from Lagos, Bagada. Thank you very much. Please keep coming. Let us keep dropping. Let's see. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Oh, all the way from Delta State. That's amazing. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome to SMEFest2026. Today's fest is designed especially for small and medium enterprises, bringing together industry experts, innovators, thoughtful leaders, and business owners. So right here, we are going to move into the main reason why we are here. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Jasper SME Fest 2026. Oh, joining in from the UK. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. To kickstart this event, I'll be sharing with you a little journey of the Jasper SME Hub. Over the years, Jasper SME Hub has been committed to empowering small and medium enterprises with resources, tools, network, and opportunities to thrive. From data analysis workshop, mentorship programs, to Fin and Tools, we have supported countless SMEs in scaling their businesses and achieving their dreams in over 7 countries around the globe. Please give us a virtual round of applause now. Give us a virtual round of applause. Thank you very much. Let it keep coming. A virtual round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, today, we celebrate those successes and look ahead to new possibilities. Whether you are an entrepreneur, whether you are a partner or a supporter, you are welcome to this ecosystem. Yes, I can see us dropping our emojis. Thank you very much. Let's burn down this, please. Get it? Thank you very much. So welcome to Jasper SME Fest. I hope this event is impactful to everyone. Yes, if you know that this is your first time, this is like, if you can tell us what edition we are having currently. You can tell us what edition we are having currently. Yes, if you know, you've been part of the SME Hub for a very long time. What edition currently are we? Thank you. I'll be waiting in the chat box. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Thank you for joining. Oh, someone said this is the 4th edition. This is the 5th edition. Okay, let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. All right. Okay, yes. Yeah, this is the 5th edition. Yes. Please, a round of applause for everyone that got it. Please clap for yourself. Please celebrate yourself. A round of applause. Yes, this is the 5th edition, and the theme is building resilience. And we have a lineup of speakers who are ready to give us their knowledge and also share their knowledge with us. And with this, we'll be welcoming. Sorry, just a moment. Okay. Please a minute. Okay, please just 1 minute. Sorry, I'm coming. Sorry for that break. So moving on, we'll be having a video presentation from the Jasper Hub. Let's wait and tune in. Thank you.
I'm also the founder and CEO of mobilecooks.com.ng. I'm here to seek for 90 million naira in exchange for 10% equity in my business. In today's world, a lot of mid, and high income earning busy professionals are so busy with their career and business goals that they have little or no time to prepare for themselves. So I and my team actually saw this as a gap, and we created mobilecooks.com.ng to fill up this gap. Mobilecooks.com.ng is a tech platform that matches reliable chefs to these busy professionals on demand and in real time. We have been working on this solution for over 20 months now, and we have matched over 100 chefs to jobs, and why we have generated over 60 million naira in gross revenue. We have an MVP, but we want to scale this solution, and that's why we seek the partnership of the Lions in order to help us completely automate all our processes, thereby increasing our matches to 2,000 over the next 12 months. Thank you very much.
Seeking to cook up a win in the den is Daniel, who seeks 19 million naira for 10% stake in Mobile Cooks, an online chef booking business. With the table set, finance magnate Kiari Booker orders a walkthrough.
Can you walk me through it? You know, I'm a busy professional and I can't cook, then I go on to this site. Or do I download an app?
No, for now. So that's basically part of the reason we need to funding. So when we are automating all the whole process, it starts from the website. Also, you can have an app. But just to walk you through what we do currently now, we have a website where you can come to because you're very busy. You just reach out to us basically through our chat because it's not really functional right now, the tech part of it. So we reach out to you and engage with you through our WhatsApp. That's what we do for now. But when we scale the solution, just imagine your Uber. So you don't need to contact any third party and all of that. We have done our vetting, we have onboarded the chefs, all of that. So all you just picture what you do with Uber right now and Bolt. That's what we want to achieve. That's why we're here for the funds.
How do you verify chefs?
Okay, so we have 2 levels of verification. We have part of our team, we have an head chef that does recommendation. However, we know you cannot scale. So what we have done is that we now have a kitchen that is 90% ready, whereby we can really vet these guys. So we have a kitchen that we use in vetting them.
Doubts form as Mobile Cooks menu offers no real verification and business model. Now, oil and gas monarch Audrey Joyzigo wants a taste of the numbers.
This 16 million in revenues, gross revenues, you said, from 2020 to date, or to 2021. Do you want to break it down by year?
Okay, so for 2020, the gross revenue for that particular year, we did about 8 million naira. Then in 2021, we did, that is another 8 million.
Okay, net?
Okay, net for 2020, we did about 600,000.
Okay, 2021?
1.5 million.
How much money will we make in 3 years' time?
So our projection is that we have an average pricing of 25,000 naira. And over the next 12 months, we want to match 2,000. So that will be about 50 million naira. So in 3 years' time, we're looking at 150 million.
What's the unit economics? Can you share with me what you charge for every placement? This is like a placement, right? For every placement, because I see 7,000 naira. You have to do a lot to reach 150
Okay,
million.
so we are scaling up from this website.
Yeah.
We are scaling up because those are the at the top beginning just to attract customers. To
Okay.
us. But what we charge is 25,000 naira per match.
25. Then even if don't short 7,000 on your website.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're already scaling. We're already building some a new website.
Okay, so 25,000. What goes to you? What goes to the chef?
Okay, so averagely for salaries, we pay chefs 80,000 naira.
Huh?
We pay chefs 80,000 naira.
80,000.
80, yes.
80.
Yes, 80.
For a full day's work?
No, on a monthly basis. So most of the
He's hiring the chefs.
Are you hiring the
What?
chefs?
He's not, yes.
So
Yes.
get to that.
He's hiring the chefs.
So you are
That's not Uber.
It's
Building
not
a kitchen.
it's not
Building a kitchen, training them in his kitchen.
Oh,
it's not
okay.
Uber.
We missed that.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
So
No,
seriously?
I missed that. Yes, he did say
They
they will
are
come
your
to a kitchen.
employees.
No, they're not our employees.
No, he
very
tested
labor
them,
intensive.
tested
What
them
we are
in the
doing,
kitchen.
what we are doing is we are creating a platform connecting chefs who wants jobs, who wants to work for these busy professionals, and then we're connecting these busy professionals who are looking for the services of these chefs. So what we are
we understand.
What we are
You
providing
just
is a
said
platform.
you just talked about salaries.
Go quickly to the numbers.
No.
For example, you charge me 25,000. I pay you 25,000 for maybe a weekend dinner or whatever, right? So, what does the chef get? And you are saying that you pay the chef 80,000 a month.
Okay, let me clarify that what you're saying, sir. What I'm saying is that what we currently do now and what we want to get the money to do. They are two different things.
So don't get
So that's
complicated.
what-
He asked
so-
you a simple question. 25,000 naira you charge a chef, you charge a client.
For full-time.
How much goes to you? How much goes to the chef? Your answer was we pay chefs 80,000. But you
Okay.
can't go into that already.
Okay,
He asked you a
sorry.
straightforward question.
Okay, so we get 25,000 naira, then we charge 30% of wages or salaries.
Of wages or salary. Do you see? I don't understand where the wages or salaries comes in.
It's as if, Daniel, it seems as if you changed
You're
your
changing
story.
your story.
No, okay.
It seems as if you changed your story from an app to now being
No,
a
we are not
recruiter
yet
of
an app.
cooks.
We are not yet an
They
app.
haven't
This is a
built the app
website.
yet.
They haven't built
You haven't
it.
built it.
No,
It's a
no, no.
website.
It's just a website.
Confusion erupts as Daniel serves a business model different from his initial pitch. Has this left a bad taste in Kiari Booker's mouth?
Daniel, here's where I am. Actually, it's quite easy. There are two conflicting models embedded in mobile cooks. You need to decouple it. However, because of all these lack of clarity, I'm taking myself out. I'm not investing, and therefore I'm out. Good luck.
Thanks, Daniel. When you started to explain this, I thought it was something quite different. I'd say to you that probably the first place to go is actually go back to the drawing board and try and think through your model and re-articulate or reorientate how you think about it. Because I think there are many, many conflicting, things that it appears like you're trying to do. I don't think this is a scale product, and for that reason, I don't think it's investable, and I'm out.
Daniel, I struggle to see who your real customer is. I don't think you've defined your target customer properly, and I don't think that you've honed the service that you really want to offer, and you have to go and rethink that. I don't see this becoming a big, scalable business, and for those reasons, I'm out.
So you received some valuable advice, so I won't bother repeating that. I have more cause for concern than engagement. So for that reason alone, or for those reasons, unfortunately, I won't be investing an amount.
Daniel, I think the big lesson here is just that you need to have clarity, have what I call sincerity of intention, so that you know exactly what it is that you're coming to come and ask for. So, unfortunately, I am unable to invest, and therefore I'm out. But I hope that you can take all the lessons that have been shared with you, so that the next time you want to present, you know your numbers, you know your market, you know the plan, you have the plan. Everything is, or at least you have 75 or 80%. Nobody ever has 100% clarity. But at least have something that can help people see where it is that they're going. Especially in a situation like this where trust is a fundamental, trust and security are fundamental ingredients in making this a success. Okay? So I wish you all the best. So I'm out. I will not be investing.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's empty seats at the breakfast table for Daniel and Mobile Cooks as all 5 lions decline to make a reservation. He walks out with nothing but recipes to better cook up an investment in the future.
Thank you very much for that insightful and eye-opening videos. I hope we all watched it. If you followed through to the end, please drop it in the comment section. If you followed through to the end, yes, drop it in the comment section. And yeah, tell us what you gained. Any other person? We just need two people to come on board to give us their feedback or what they learned from that video. I learned something because all right, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Debbie. She said, I did. Another person, if you learned something also from that video that was played, please also drop it in the comment section. What did you learn from the video that was played? Thank you very much. All right. Okay, so let me move in. Peace is saying they gave him insight to cook up as Storm. Sorry, I may be straining my eyes because I don't see far. So know your numbers, know your market, have a plan. Okay, that's the feedback Peace is giving us. Any other person wants to give us a feedback for what you learned from this speech? All right, have clarity about your business. Thank you so much, Kike Lomo. Have clarity about your business. I could see that Daniel was pitching a particular business, but he was giving us two different models at the same time. Like, it wasn't clear on what he wants. Thank you so much. Debbie is saying clarity is okay. Let me go to the chat box. Debbie is saying clarity is important in business. Very, very important. Because at this point, it was as if he was giving them something, but it was not even clear of what he intends to do. So clarity is key in business. Thank you very much. Any other person that wants to share more, that wants to give us more feedback on what they learned from the video? Thank you very much. That's why we are here. We are here to analyze. We are here to learn. We are here to also listen to each other as we share ideas together. So I will also wait for any other person that wants to join, that wants to tell us. So while in the meantime, while we are waiting for every other person to give us their feedback for the video that we just watched, I want us to do a little exercise. Are we ready? Now, this event is a global event, it's a global conference, and a lot of people are here. In fact, I don't know if you are here for the first time, like this is your first time ever attending Jasper SMEFest. This is like your first time. Please put up your hands. Just wave your hands in the air like, oh, this is my first time attending this event. Please wave your hands in the air. You can drop it in the chat box that this is my first time attending Jasper SME Bob, this is first, please drop it in the chat box. And if this is not your first time, you are a regular attendee, please drop it in also in the chat box. Okay. All right, someone is saying someone said, okay, thank you so much, Deborah, you're welcome. If this is your first time, you're welcome to this conference. Someone is saying, I guess he would have done better. He would have done better, or if he had communicated well. He looked a little nervous. Yes, at that point when the questions were being, when he was asked the question, he was like, okay, because it wasn't clear. If he was clear about what he wanted, I am just sure he would be nervous. Thank you very much. Oh, this is my first time, Esther Miti. Thank you very much for coming. Regular attendee, Blessing. Thank you very much, Blessing. This is my first time, Jayola, I hope I'm correct. When we have Darasimi, this is my first time. Blessing, you're welcome. This is my first time. Who again? Regular attendee, Zabi. Yes, that's the first time. Okay. So before we move on, all right, this is my first time. Thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if I missed anyone's name. I mean, check. Eunice said this is her first time. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending Jasper SMEFest. This is 2026, and this is the 5th edition. I want us to do a little thing. Let's go on our social media pages. Let's go to our platforms, wherever we are. Let's go there and invite our friends, because some people need to be here. Business owners, innovators, creative minds, everyone needs to be here. If you've been part of this program for a very long time, you need to be here, please. So let's go out there. Let's share the link. The link will be dropped. The link has been dropped in the comment section. Let me check through. Okay, the link will be dropped. Yes, there's a link in the comment section. Please, let's go there. Let's share this link out. Please don't miss it. Let's just share this link out to our friends, our family, people far and wide. This is a global conference and you must not miss it. Yes, thank you very much. The link has been dropped in the comment section. And I want to tell you something. This event that we are hosting now is the convener of this event is no other person than Emmanuel Olujobi. Mr. Emmanuel Olujobi is the convener of this event. And I know that a lot of us for those that have been following this event for a time, you will know that this event has been very inspiring and very impactful. And just to also let you know that Jasper SMEFest, Jasper Hub was recognized among one of the 100 powerful startups and around the globe, if I'm not mistaken. So please, let's give a round of applause, a virtual round of applause to the convener, Emmanuel Olujobi. Let's please celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. If you're not celebrating him, you're wrong. Please, let's celebrate him as he comes forward. Thank you very much. All right, because of our time, we'll be moving on to the next thing we have on our agenda. Okay, please, let's keep celebrating him. Thank you so much, sir. We're very grateful having you here. Thank you so much. We're very grateful having you. Thank you so much. Let's keep dropping it. So while we are doing the little exercise of sharing the link out, please, if you have shared the link, don't forget to tell the people out there that there is something special for them. so they should not miss it. So let's go out there and tell them. Let's inform everyone. We are 53 in this and on this call in this meeting now. So if 57 of us go out there to tell one person, the number will multiply. So let's go out there and do that while we are still celebrating our convener. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. We'll be back. Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone that participated in the exercise of inviting our friends for this conference. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you so much for inviting your friends. For those that have not done it, please let's go out there. This is a global conference. We have people joining virtually. We have people that have joined this conference and they also want to tell their friends. So please, let's go out there to tell them about it. So moving on to the next speaker, I told you that this event is not just, you are not here by accident, hope you know. This is not an accidental meeting, and we are not here to just be teaching you theory or tell you, oh, want to show you how to make this or how to make so and so money in how many days. No, we are here to tell you to guide you on practical steps on how to grow your business and how to be the best in the industry. So we have joining us today is no other person than a Pan-African strategist and growth consultant. He has been driven by one mission to help people, businesses, and nation design and nation design the clarity, structure, and system they need to thrive. For over a decade, he has worked with African helping organizations move from complexity to clarity and from ideas to scalable growth. He has a background in oil and gas and business development, coupled with years of strategic advisory to further thinking brands across Africa, Europe, and North America, and has given a rare vantage point how strategy, business psychology, and cultural intercept to create real measurable impacts. Okay, so he's no other person sorry, just a minute. There's a mix up here. 1 minute. So sorry for that. So he's also an author. This person we are going to invite is an author of Treasure Map, Empowering African 54 Hidden Gems, a bold exploration of the continent's untapped opportunities. And if I have to read all his profile, I promise you we are not going to leave here. This person is someone that helps in clarity, that helps in scalability, and also helps in sustainability. Join me to welcome, with a round of applause and a virtual accolades, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Nusakari Tunde Unu. Let's put our hands together for him. Let's keep clapping as he comes forward. Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping. Let's drop the fire emoji as he comes forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Can you all hear me? Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Esther, for that introduction, and thank you to the SME Fest team for having me on this call. All right, so we're just going to go straight into what I have to speak about today. I mean, the title of the conference is Building Resilience, right? And if you're an African, if you're a Nigerian on this call, you know one or two things about resilience, right? We're a resilient country, we're a resilient continent, right? And resilience is one of the things you're going to need if you're going to succeed in Africa or in Nigeria. It's just how our environment is designed. Every continent, every country has their own different types of bottlenecks they face when doing business or when trying to build anything that can scale. So what I'm going to be speaking about is specifically about Nigeria and Africa and how we can build resilience. So I'm just going to share my presentation. Okay, so can we all see my screen? Please just let me know if you can see my screen so I can go ahead. All right, fantastic. So, okay, let me just minimize this so I can see what I'm presenting. All right, so the title I was given to speak about is the execution gap, which is the missing knot in building scalable businesses. If you've been in Nigeria or you built anything or you've watched the startup ecosystem in Nigeria for the past, let's say decade, you must have heard the word scale. Everybody's talking about scaling. I want to scale my business. I want to grow my business. I want to scale. I want to move to the next level. You hear about this company raising $10 million. You hear about that company raising $1 million. You hear about everybody raising, and you're under pressure because you're like, if they can do it, we can do it. And due to the nature that we live in a highly pressurized society like Nigeria, everybody wants to make money. Everybody wants to grow. Everybody wants to grow at the pace that the rest of the Western world is growing. But due to the nature of our business environment, there are different structures to scaling, right? And that's what I'm going to be talking about, how to move from starting a business to growing a business to scaling a business in Africa. And I'm going to be talking about some case studies, some that have missed it and some that have gotten it. So you want to pay attention. All right. Okay. So here's the brutal truth, right? According to SMEDAN, right, 80% of Nigerian SMEs fail within 5 years, right? We have hundreds of thousands of SMEs that start up almost every month or every quarter. And 80% of those SMEs will fail. 96.7% never grow beyond 10 employees, which means that out of all the SMEs we have in country in Nigeria, right? Let's assume we have 1 million. 960,000 never grow beyond 10 employees. Now, my question is, why? Right? Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa. I read a statistic that in terms of payment transaction, Nigeria has surpassed the US in terms of payment transactions. It's a big economy, right? There's a lot of opportunity. Everybody wants to come to Nigeria. In fact, all the Western countries are now coming into Nigeria. I heard a paper after they snubbed us, they still want to come back into Nigeria to start their payment business because everyone is looking into Nigeria to grow their business. Majority of all the startup companies that we see today, they are able to scale, right? They have a lot of foreign investment. But how come that the SMEs that we have in country, 96% of them never go beyond 10 employees? So the real question is not why do businesses fail? It's why do the ones that we even have not go? Because the more businesses go, the more the SME sector grows, the more they move into bigger environments, the more the GDP of the country grows, and the more there's shared prosperity across the nation. So that's the question that should be on everyone's mind. Some of us have parents that have started businesses, right? And ever since you knew that business, it has been one shop, 2 employees. That's the shop that sent you to school. That's the shop that paid for your wedding. Till your parents went to be with God, the business never grew. Or you inherited the business. And where your parents started off, that's where you are still at. What's the reason behind building businesses that can actually grow? So that's what we're going to be talking about, the missing knots in building scalable businesses. All right. Now, everyone should pay attention, right? There are 3 different stages in business for any organization, right? Every organization you see today that is a Fortune 500 organization started from somewhere. 3 stages. The first stage is when you start your business, right? It's the induction business. You found an opportunity. You feel like you can exploit it, and people are willing to pay money for it. That's the first stage. Usually, I mean, what the amount of months I put in brackets is subjective, right? But I'm just using that as an example. Let's assume between the first year, you are trying to validate the idea. You are trying to prove that idea works, right? That's the starting stage of the business. You're trying to register with CAC. You're trying to make sure you open a bank account. You're trying to make sure that, let's say, you can even get an employee to help you with your taxes, with your accounting, with your legal stuff, to get all the things that you need to start the business. And let's say you can even make a sale. So at this stage, your goal is that you put a lot of money inside the business and you want to make at least 1 naira or 1 million naira or 10,000 naira. The figure doesn't matter. You want to make that amount of money consistently over time. That's the starting phase. Because I tell people, I say, you might be passionate about something. If it doesn't make money, what you are building is an NGO. Because it's only NGOs that are not for profit. No matter how socially conscious your business is, even the most socially conscious businesses out there, their goal is profit, is to make money. And if your business cannot make profit sustainably over time, the business is going to crash. So don't let anybody deceive you and say, oh, hey, we're here for this, we're here for to do social good. Yes, every business should have an idea around how they are going to help the society. But the goal of every business is to make money. Number one, that's how you keep the business moving. Just like the human body needs oxygen, needs blood to run. Every business, the lifeblood of every business is profit. If it's not profitable, it's not a business. Now, after you started the business successfully, you're able to make one naira or 1 million naira. Then you move to stage 2, which is growth. Now, it's very important for us to understand that there is a difference between growth and scale. They are not the same thing, which is what I'm going to be talking about. So that when somebody says, I want to grow or I want to scale, they have to be really sure of what they are saying. Especially on the continent of Africa, we use a lot of words interchangeably, but they don't mean the same thing. What it takes you to grow a business is different from what it takes you to scale a business. And growth always comes before scale. Scale doesn't come before growth. That's what I'm going to be explaining to you today. So number 2, you get to the growth stage of the business, right? That's when you've made 1 naira, you've proved that the business is working. Now the goal here is to make 1 naira consistently, repeatedly over time, which means that if your revenue for January is 1 million naira and your profit margin is 10%, which means you're making 100K as profits. February, you can make 100K. March, you can make 100K. April, maybe you make 90K. May, maybe you make 85K. July, you are making 100K. So consistently over time, you can predict that this is the revenue that we can make over a sustained period of time. You are putting structures into place. You are adding employees. You are making sure that you branded the business. You are making sure that you are marketing well. So you can predict that this is the amount of revenue you can make over time. That's when you are growing the business, right? And then number 3 is scaling the business. Now, at this stage, you've been able to grow the business successfully. Now you want to multiply the effort. You've put systems in place. So now you can take that system that you've put in place and you can multiply it over time. So you're now multiplying it with equal efforts. And the goal in this stage is to make, let's say, 10 naira with the same effort that made 1 naira. Usually is by multiplying systems, by putting technology into the business. That's when you can scale. You'll be seeing examples as we go along. I hope this is clear to everyone. So there are 3 stages of any business you see today, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Chicken Republic, whether it's UBA Bank. They all went through these 3 stages. They started, they grew the business, and then they scaled. And if you want to build anything scalable in Africa, you have to go through these 3 stages. Now, like I said, growth is not equals to scale. When you start up a business, for example, you want to make more revenue, you put in more effort, right? You start a business, let's say you want to market to person A, you make 1 million naira. If you want to market to group B, you add 1 more employee to be able to market to make 2 million naira. So in the growth phase of any business, the more revenue you make is tied to the more effort you make. So for example, a lawyer, a simple legal business, legal startup, you're an entrepreneur, you went to law school, you want to start up your legal system. For you to make money, let's say you work 9 to 5 and you can only make, assuming you can make 2 million naira in 1 week, right? And you work, let's say 10 hours a week. If you want to make money, you increase the amount of hours you work, or you employ another person so that you can double the amount of hours you work per week. Your earnings are capped by time, which means your output is directly proportional to your inputs. When you are growing, that's what usually happens, right? You are employing more people so that you can make more revenue. You are buying more equipment so that you can make more revenue. For example, you are a baker. You only have one baking machine to be able to reach, let's say, Ikeja. But if you want to be able to reach Lekki and you want to be able to reach people in Ibadan, you buy more baking machines. You train more people. You add more employees. You buy more ingredients so that your output can be increased, right? When you've been able to do this successfully over time, you've understood the pattern of your business. They can wake you up from the sleep as a founder, and you can say, this is the amount of revenue we need. This is the amount of unit economics we have to be able to grow our business, to be able to make a particular amount of profits. Then you are not thinking about scaling. Now, the difference between growth and scale is that scale is linear. More output, more input, more output. However, for scale, the output that you have is not necessarily as directly proportional to the input as in growth. For example, let's use the same lawyer. With one lawyer, you make 1 million naira. With 2 lawyers, you make 2 million naira. Then you bring in a legal software where 10 lawyers can come on your legal software. And that legal software costs, let's say, $5,000. If you have 10 lawyers on that system, you can make 1 million naira. If you have 10,000 lawyers on that system, you can make X. But it's still the same cost in that legal system. But you were only able to scale that because you understood how your business makes money. Whatever it is that you do as a lawyer, maybe as a baker, that's where scale. And usually when you are scaling, is when you are replicating a system or when you are infusing technology into your system. That's why you see a lot of tech companies. It's easier for tech companies to scale because with one piece of technology, you can reach 100,000 more people with the same efforts. So the truth is, you must grow before you scale. Most people skip the growth stage and then they're now wondering, how come I was not able to scale my business? So you must grow, you must perfect your system. You must understand what cost goes into making one product or what cost goes into delivering your service. All your standards, everything are written down. You can easily say, this business that I started, this one branch, this is what it cost me. This is what the revenue is. This is what the systems are in place. If you want to replicate this, we can easily just take this and put this somewhere and it starts working. You don't have to start the process again. But you must have perfected growth. You must have perfected your unit economics before you are thinking about scaling. So growth always comes before scale. Growth always comes before scale. It's important for us to learn that. And if you see any company that is successful today, they should be able to point to you when they were able to perfect their systems, when they were able to grow the business, and when they were able to scale. They are two different things. Now, remember I said that most of the Nigerian businesses, 97% of Nigerian businesses don't grow, right? And everybody is still at that phase one, that first phase, starting the business. Remember, we have 3 phases. You start, you grow, you scale. Most businesses are stopped at point 1. They're still trying to hustle to make that 1 naira. And what's the reason, right? Number 1, everybody is your customer. In business, it can never be like that. The most successful businesses in the world today, they have a customer segment. The first thing you want to do as a business owner, as a founder, who are you called to? Who is your customer segment? One of the major problems I see when I speak to a lot of founders, when I consult with a lot of organizations, I first ask them, what is your customer segment? Some of them will say, women. So what do you mean by women? Do you know how many women there are in this world? Women where? What is the age group of the women? What is the nationality of the women? What race? Where are they based? What generation? For example, a fashion line. One fashion line can say, I want to sell to women. And that fashion line can say, I want to sell to working class women between 25 and 40 in Lagos State. That is a customer segment from 25 to 45 working class within Lagos State. That's a customer segment. So a lot of businesses are stuck at part one because they don't even know how to market. And if you don't know your customer segment, you don't know how to market effectively to them, which is why everything is a chain reaction. And one of the problems we have in Africa, we're always just trying to hustle. We're always just trying to hustle. You start a shop, you put Indomie, you put this, and then you start selling. Who are you selling to? Most people don't know. So if you're a founder on this call, I want you to even write down and say, who is my customer segment? If you cannot actively write your customer segment in one sentence, you need to go back to the drawing board. You should not even be thinking about growth. So that's one of the first execution gaps that I see that cannot move people from phase 1 to phase 2. They don't know who their customers are. They don't. You can't serve everybody. Tesla, as big as they are, they can't serve everyone. GT Bank, as big as they can't serve everyone. Name the organization. They cannot serve everyone. And they know their customers. Most of us know the brand Rolex. Is it everyone that can afford a Rolex? No. Is it everyone that can buy a Rolls Royce? No. Even Chicken Republic, it's not everyone that buys from them. They have a mass market, yes. But there's some people that will never buy from them. So they are focused on their customer segments. Affordable food for the everyday Nigerian. There are some people that are not everyday Nigerians, so they will not buy Chicken Republic. So who is your customer? Number 2, consistency gap. You've made a particular bulk sum of money once and you don't know how to repeat it. So if you cannot repeat making that money over time, constantly over time, it's going to be very difficult for you to grow. That's the second execution gap I see. Number 3, founders, business owners, everything lives in your head. You don't want to delegate. You don't want to put systems in place because you know it all. In fact, a lot of the businesses do not grow because of the founder. A lot of organizations that I see today in Nigeria, the founder is the major bottleneck. The founder wants to make all the decisions. The founder wants to know all the unit costs. The founder wants to know everything. In fact, I was in Lagos, was it 2 years ago? I remember I went to a particular place. It was in Lekki. It was a new mall they had built, right? I had not been there in a while since I left the country, right? And I went there and I saw that they had put an event center there. And I asked the lady that was manning the event center, I said, okay, how much will it cost to book this place for a day? She said, 1 second, let me call my boss. I said, what do you mean, let me call your boss? Do you think I have time to wait for you to call your boss? That's because that boss does not even want to empower the person that is there facing customers with the cost of the event center because of maybe fear that, this person will go and add their money on top. So she has to go and call her boss. And she was spending 5 minutes, said, oh, I cannot reach my boss. I tried to call her, but she's not picking up the call. It's Saturday. And I left. Guess what? A particular customer that would have paid, they lost because the founder could not put systems in place to say, anybody that comes, this is what you say, this is the system. So that when the founder is even sleeping or on vacation, the event center can still keep booking. That's what a lot of us do. Now, I'm not saying expose all your finances to everyone, but there has to be systems in place that can run without you. Everything cannot live in your head. You have to document what's the culture of the organization. How do we make $1? How do we move the business forward? If stock finishes, what is the process of getting new inventory? A lot of us keep it in our head. And that's why we don't grow. Number 4, revenue is not profit. We hear a lot of people say cash is king. Fantastic. Cash is not king. Profit is king. Because there are some businesses that are cash flow heavy and some that are cash flow light. What is king is profit. Let me explain to you. A real estate developer is in a cash flow light business. When I mean cash flow light, which means cash flow doesn't come in. It is we carry money, we build the house. It's when we sell the house that we make money, which means a real estate developer can put money down for a project for 5 years and they will not make one income until those houses start selling. What is king? Is it cash flow? It's profit. Or let's go to cash flow heavy. a retailer, you have a shop like maybe Ebiano or Just Right or ShopRite. They make money every day. You can never look at their bank account and there's no money. It's cash flow, it's cash flow, it's cash flow. But if they are buying whatever it is they are importing at 5,000 naira and they are selling at 4,000 naira, it's a loss of 1,000 naira. Cash flow is heavy, but profit is also heavy. So business owners, revenue is not profit. Revenue is what you make from sales. When you take out the cost of goods sold, you take out your tax, you take out your expenses. What you have after you've taken out all your expenses and all your costs and all your tax you pay is what is your profit. That is how you know if you are profitable. So maybe you buy goods of 100 million naira and you make revenue of 100 million naira. Are you profitable? No, because you still have to remove your costs. You still have to give to Caesar what is due to Caesar. You still have to pay your employees. You still have to give the government its tax. What you now have after is your profit. I'm not a finance or accounting coach, but you should know the simple formula if you're a business owner. There's earnings before tax. People call it EBITDA, EBITDA, earning before income tax, depreciation, amortization. Then you now have earnings after that. So these are some of the things that we need to understand. We just think that is hustle mentality. No. If you cannot pinpoint where your money is going to as a business owner, you're not ready to grow. Not to even talk about scale. Also, people want to raise money and say that they should come and give them $1 million to raise. But you don't know where your revenue is going to. So these 4 things, once you fix these 4 things, then you cannot start thinking about growth. Remember, we're still on phase 1. Once you fix those 4 things, you cannot begin to move into the growth stage before you even start thinking about the scale phase. Now, here's what growth actually looks like. So let's assume you fix those 4 questions, those 4 things, right? Now you want to grow. Now, to grow is not just to go and start hiring staff up and down. Go and some of you, once money comes in, you want to go and get an office in Victoria Island. You've bought a Land Rover so they can know that our guys arrived. You started putting more advertisements. Some of you will go and put advertisements on billboards that your customers are not. For example, you want to sell to high-end people in Nigeria. You carry a board and you go and put a billboard and you go and put billboard in Badagry. Is there anything wrong with Badagry? No. But if your customer segment is high net worth people, where do high net worth people stay? So it's not just more ads, it's just more marketing. It's not just adding more products. What real growth looks like is when you've documented what has worked. So you've looked at your business for 1 year and you've seen that these are the things that have worked. This is how we've made money. This is what the ethos of the business is. You've documented it so that you can put systems in place for everybody to understand. This is what makes our business work. You've standardized your processes. You started a business by yourself. Now you have 3 staff under you. You've trained them to be able to do what you do so that you can focus on high-level growth. You measure everything. You have meetings every quarter or every end of month to say, this is the amount of revenue that came into the company. This is the profit we had. This is the amount of employee incidents. This is the amount of times that we've turned over our stock. If you're in an inventory-heavy business, for example, you need to be able to know how many times you turn over stock. Some people turn over stocks as high as 5 times. Some people turn over stocks as low as 1 time, depending on the business that you're in. Right? You've measured everything. That's what real growth looks like. So for your shift in thinking has to be from how do I make more sales to how do I build a system that makes sales. It's different. It is different. That's how people move from consumers to creators to producers. Different from how do I make this sale down to how do I build a system that replicates sales, which means it can replicate sales even if I don't approve. It can replicate sales even if I don't pick up the phone. It can replicate sales even if I'm on holiday. A lot of us have seen Tony Olumolu flying up and down in his private jet. The man can fly wherever he wants to fly. You'll be still going to make money every day. You are still going to do transactions. Right? Hair's holding is still going to make money. Hair's energy is still going to make money. Transcorp is still going to make money. Whether Tony Olumolu visits Transcorp for 1 year, the hotel is still going to be profitable because there's a CEO, there's a general manager, there are employees, they are doing marketing, there are staff, all under that same umbrella, already replicating those sales for him. That's how you should be thinking as a business owner. How do I build a system around making sales consistently? I hope you guys are learning. And you guys can still hear me. All right. So I want to give you two examples of two organizations, one that got it right and one that missed it. Now, there's this particular organization called Bird, right? They were founded in Santa Monica in California, all right? And this is one of the companies I always use as an example. They started in 2017. Their business model, which is what they thought their business model was scooters, mobility scooters, right? Where you have bicycles where you can find a bicycle park, you rent the bicycle, and then you pay money, right? So just the way you see Uber, you can do it for bicycles, you can do it for scooters. So you need to move from here to your school. You don't want to drive. You just go to the scooter park, you tap your card, you pay money, you drive it there, and then you park it at another scooter park. That's what they were in. 2017, they launched. By 2018, they had raised $300 million. And then decided to expand across America. But they didn't properly define the business they were in. They didn't really know who their target customer was. They just felt like because Uber and Bolt are doing it, we are in the e-mobility game, right? Which means you can enter into a car, you can pay money, and then they can drop you off. So they felt like, because there are actually a lot of e-scooter companies globally that are making money, especially in Europe, where they like to walk. Like if you go to Barcelona, if you go to some cities in Italy, you see all these e-mobility scooters, right? So you just book and then you can just take it to, or bicycles as well. In 2019, again, they raised another $275 million. They had already achieved unicorn status in less than 2 years. And unicorn status means you're valued at $1 billion. They had already achieved it. Everybody was like, this is the company to be in. But guess the important mistake that they made. They thought they were Uber. One of the important things about Uber's business model is that Uber does not own the cars, but Bird Scooters owned all the scooters, which means you have a lot of assets in your organization. So they were really not a tech business. They were a transport rental business, which means those scooters belong to them. And people were renting those scooters from them. That is not Uber's business model. Uber doesn't own the cars. They own the software. So they acted like they were Uber without having Uber's business model. By 2023, they declared bankruptcy because they could not define their unit economics. Now, research shows that per trip, right, what it cost them per trip was $2.55 or per mile. But they only made $2.43. What does that mean? Cash flow, right? But loss. Or different cities. They also went into cities that people really enjoyed walking. So their scooters were unused. If you know anything about California and some of these cities in the US, some of them like walking. They're not really keen on Uber. There's a culture of walking. Some of them have trains. So scooter is not really something as convenience for them. So some of them in those cities, they expanded aggressively without even getting the right permits. So there are a lot of bans on their scooters because it felt like their scooters were constituting a nuisance in the city. A lot of them did not have use, and then they were making loss from the ones that had use. Each scooter cost $600, right? And by 2024, when that company came to take over, they sold all their assets in 2024. That's the company that missed it. They tried to scale before they grow. They tried to jump right to step 3 before they reached step 2. So they didn't grow sustainably, and then the scale eventually broke them, which is why I keep saying, if you scale before you grow sustainably, the scale will break you. Now, our famous Chicken Republic. I love the business model of Chicken Republic, and I can talk about them all day because Chicken Republic came and they perfected the fast food mass markets in Africa and in country. Up to today, I should think about how are these guys able to do that rice and chicken for 500 naira? How? Even during COVID, how are they able to do it? The fact that they even make you wonder shows that they're a successful organization because they've been able to keep that price low even during the economic downturns. There's something they know. So they started in 2004, one restaurant, they tested everything. Between 2007, 2014, they were perfecting, we're standardizing system, which is why any Chicken Republic you go to, you hear them saying that thing, that nice. Every Chicken Republic looks the same. The food tastes the same. The menu is the same. One of my favorite meals in Chicken Republic is that they are chickwees. I love it. I'm not doing publicity for them, but I love it. And that's the thing. When you sell a good product, people will publicize this for you. Right? It is the same everywhere. Before I was in Lagos before I moved to Abuja and before I left the country, right? The Chicken Republic in Lagos was the same as Chicken Republic in Abuja. The same taste. They perfected it. The atmosphere inside is the same thing. The employees' humor and the customer service nature is the same way. They were dressed in the same uniform. And most of them had that Pie Express. I think another one of their business models, that Pie Express, where you buy meat pie and chicken pie. I don't know if most of us have seen that inside Chicken Republic business model. So if you want to buy snacks, you buy it at that Pie Express, right? They trained all their managers and then they expanded slowly. Now they are in the scale phase. They are expanding aggressively across different places because they were able to get that system one. That's the same thing McDonald's did. Once they got one McDonald's system right, they were able to multiply so that anywhere you want to go, even if you want to franchise it, they're the ones that will come and train you and say, this is what it takes to start one McDonald's. The CEO can close his eyes and say, we're going to Dubai, putting Chicken Republic there. They know what to do. They now have a franchising model, which means if you want to get your own Chicken Republic, you just pay them money, they come, they train you, and they can easily replicate it. One system, infinite replication. Which means the same effort they used to start one Chicken Republic, all the effort they put in is not the same effort now they're using to multiply. In fact, fun fact, Donald Trump, the US American president, all the towers across globally, real estate that you see Trump on them, they don't belong to him. Some of them are licensed. His name is a brand. Which means there are some people that want to build a Trump tower. If you want to build a Trump tower in Nigeria, for example, today as a hotel, you just go and meet him, you license his name, and he'll get profits from you using his name, but none of the cost. That happens after you've been able to build something sustainably over time. So they took them 7 years before scaling. The CEO was like, we didn't expand fast. We expanded right. It's a quote from the CEO. So we didn't expand fast like every other person. We did it at the right time. That's the difference between Bird and Chicken Republic. Some of you can go and read up on WeWork. WeWork was a co-working space in the US. They also scaled too fast and they eventually crashed. Right? So why is it harder in Nigeria? I mean, let's bring it down to our business context, right? In Nigeria, I mean, there's no sustainable electricity supply, right? A lot of us pay 30 to 40% of our expenses on diesel, right? Some of us have got solar panels. Some people are trying all sorts of ways to be able to reduce their power costs, right? Nigeria, 70% of transactions are still cash-based, which means there's ease of theft. People can easily steal your money, right? You might not easily be able to calculate everything that is coming. Also in Nigeria, there's a talent mismatch. The amount of talent some people need to grow their business, the universities are no longer churning out those talent. So every year, there's like 40 to 60% of annual staff turnover. Regulations as well. If you've been in Nigeria, you live in Nigeria, you know that policies change every day. Today, they are banning imports. Tomorrow, they are bringing imports back. Today, they are doing this. Today, they are that. You can't keep up. But that's our economy. That's our environment. So if you are building a business, don't just go into La La Land and look at Netflix and say, my goodness, look at Netflix today. Look at Uber. Those companies can inspire you, all them Amazon, all those Silicon Valley. But don't forget that Silicon Valley and America, the reason why America is the most successful country is because they removed the bottlenecks for starting businesses in the country. They made the environment easy for them to do business. In Africa, in Nigeria, it's not the same. So you have to build your business with that in mind. Understand that, first of all, you will generate your own power. Understand that a lot of people will still rather use cash than transfer. I mean, you have companies like all them OPay and all the Kuda and all these. Uses cash. They don't understand all this technology thing that everybody's talking about. They use cash. So build for these challenges, not despite them, right? You have to, in your business model, which is why there's always a mismatch when a lot of investors come from abroad and they want to invest in Nigeria. They don't understand the context. They just think that, and the way Silicon Valley people think is quick cash. Put money in, I get cash in 5 years, I 10x and I exit. Lie. In Nigeria, in Africa, a new president can come and can change the exact policy. Who remembers the story of Gokada? They spent money bringing motorbikes into country, right? Okada bikes, like use technology to be able to book your own Okada, right? For people that are not from Nigeria, there are motorcycles that we use for transportation. And what happened? The Lagos State governor came up one day and said, we're banning everything Okada in Lagos State. What does that mean for you? You have thousands of bikes inside warehouse, nobody's using them. Right? So when you want to build in Nigeria, you have to know. A lot of people don't like to know what's happening inside the government. You cannot build in Nigeria and not have an ear down in the government. Everybody should at least have one or two people that they can get information from, because that helps protect your business. The political risk in Nigeria is very high. So you have to have an ear down to what's happening in policy. Don't follow people to be insulting government. Your business is dependent on government in Nigeria, whether or not you like it. The government can wake up tomorrow and put a policy in place that affects your business directly. They can wake up tomorrow and say, for you to be a microfinance bank or for you to be a bank, now you need 1 billion capitalization, and it was 1 million before. What are you going to do? It's to raise money. They're not going to shout and say, oh, Nigeria. No. You have to build your business with that in place. But that is our ecosystem, which is why I said to be a Nigerian, you have to be resilient. To be an African, you have to be resilient. The business environment is different. So when you want to grow, and as we close, I'm just going to give you 3 things. When people want to grow, they don't understand that growth and scale. There are questions you need to ask. All right. The first question you need to ask before you grow is, how fast am I growing? Which means, what I did last month, can I repeat it? In Nigeria, it's not about growing fast, right? It's smart. So when you want to grow, think about it. At what rate am I going to be able to employ people and be able to open a new shop? How fast can I go? What systems do I have in place that can help me grow? Do I have the system that can help me to open a shop every 2 months, every 3 months? I was consulting with a particular organization that they were in retail, and they opened one shop and they wanted to expand into a new shop. But their finances were not in place. They couldn't really say what their profit and their loss were. And what I advised, I said, stop first, hire an accountant, get your profits in there, know what is coming in every month, consistently for 6 months, know your revenue, know your cash flow, know your customers before you think about opening a second shop. And when they eventually hired the accountant, they were like, oh, mom, did you not even know that they were making a loss? That was somebody that wanted to grow. But they saw revenue coming in, so they thought they must be doing well. So how fast do you want to grow? Number 2, where are you growing? What direction is your growth going? Are you doing the same product and just expanding your markets, which means you're marketing to more people? Or are you taking that same product and you're going to a new market? Are you expanding to Ibadan? Right? Are you taking your shawarma shop to Ibadan? Are you taking your cake shop to Ibadan? Are you taking it to Uganda, to Kenya? Or are you adding a new product to your product offerings and then you are taking it to the same market, which means you were selling shawarma before. Now you want to add ice cream. It's a new product, it's the same market. So how are you? You can't grow all over the place. You have to be very, very specific. And then method. How do you grow? What systems, people, partnerships? For example, Access Bank wanted to grow. They merged with Diamond Bank. I had Access Bank. They wanted to move into Kenya. They bought over one of the big banks in Kenya. That's how they were able to go into. A lot of people know about PayStar. Stripe wanted to expand into Nigeria. They didn't want to open a company in Nigeria. What they did, they acquired one. So now PayStar is Stripe's subsidiary in Nigeria. That's how they decided to grow. Some other guys can want to grow and they say they franchise their name. Some other guys can grow and they want to start up a new branch in that new country. So the question is how? How do you want to go? What's your method? Do you want to partner with somebody who has your same business model? Most of these consulting firms, KPMG, PwC, all of you that know, they were founded by multiple founders. Some of them had a niche in a particular country and they wanted to expand geographically. So the guys in the US will merge with the guys in UK and then they become K and P, and then M and G will merge together, right? That's how most of these organizations are formed. The Shell company that we know, one of the biggest oil and gas companies in the world, is actually called Royal Dutch Shell. There were 2 companies that are formed. One was a UK company, one was a Netherlands company, and they came together to form Royal Dutch Shell. One was an oil and gas company, one was a transport company. That was how they decided to go. They merged so that everybody can leverage on everybody's customer base or everybody's geographic reach. So how do you go? These are questions you have to ask yourself before you just say, I want to go. You have to be strategic. You have to have a strategic session with your team. How can we grow? What's the best way to grow? How do we do it? How fast do we go? So So that is the race direction framework for every organization who wants to grow. It was actually somebody, a company that I had consulted with, right? In year one, they were making 300,000 naira a month, 70-hour weeks, and they wanted to move into growth phase, right? So after we had consulted with them, we had told them this was the process to go, and this was the shift we brought into the organization. So we said, stay for 18 months in that location. Let's learn the business. So they perfected 5 core items. They didn't try and perfect everything. They just perfected the systems that made that bakery run. We documented everything. We made sure they had SOPs in place. They trained 2 of their staff to be able to run the bakery while the founder was not there. And by the second, third year, from 300,000, they were making 1.2 million naira with systems. And they didn't have to add a whole lot more hours. The owner could take a holiday. Now they're about to open the second location there in Lagos. So that's why I always tell people, I say growth isn't sexy, but it's necessary. It will cost you something, but it's worth it in the end. Now, this is your growth readiness checklist, right? So anybody who wants to go, use this checklist. You can take pictures of it so that you can ask yourself this question. Use this checklist and rate yourself to know if you're ready to go or to scale. Now, for foundation, right? Do you have 6 months consecutive profits? Can you predict your revenue within 20%? What I mean by within 20%, which means you make 1 million, 1 million, 1 million every month. Some months you might make 800K. So that's a 20% margin. Can you predict your revenue within 20%? Do you know your exact unit economics? Remember what I said about bird scooter? Do you know your exact unit economics? What are your costs? Do you know what it costs to pay your staff? Do you know what it costs for light? Do you know what it costs for diesel? Do you know what it costs for everything? And then do you have up to 6 months capital saved? That's the foundation phase. Number 2, systems phase. Have you documented all your core processes? Have you trained at least one person to be able to replicate what you can do? Is the quality of your product, of your cake, consistent without you? Some of you, it's only when you bake that the cake tastes like cake. When you leave and they bake that same cake, it does not taste like cake anymore. You are now selling meat pie. So is the quality consistent? Is the service delivery consistent? For you that are in the service-based businesses, you are consulting, right, for somebody. And the moment is another person in your organization that consults. Even if you are even the same person, the same experience somebody gets from you today is not the same experience they get tomorrow. I remember there's a particular Ankara trouser that my wife
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, everyone. I think our speaker is having a little network challenge, so let's wait a bit for him. Thank you very much. Okay, because of our time, I don't know if we'll be able to get back from our first speaker, but that was a light bulb. That was a very insightful sorry, my camera is not on. All right, you're all welcome back. You're all welcome back to this to this conference. Thank you so much. Okay.
Sorry, guys. I think there was a network glitch. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Let me just round up my slides. I think there was a network glitch. Okay. All right. So, yes. So I'm trying to remember what I was talking about. Okay, so systems, right? So quality consistent without you. I was talking about the fashion brand that I bought and how the quality was not consistent. So if your quality is not consistent, what are you really doing? Customers can't trust you. The reason why you can buy Coca-Cola when you travel to Germany or to China is because you trust the brand and their quality is consistent. Some of you say buy Nigerian, buy African, but you're not consistent to your quality. I've patronized a lot of Nigerian brands and I've been disappointed. So if I want to buy a simple lounge, I'd rather buy it abroad. If I want to buy simple Ankara trousers, the Chinese are making better Ankara trousers than us. That is our culture. Why? So we need to do better at quality control. Don't just say, I just want to sell. Quality control. Now, the last phase is the market, right? Your customers, are they asking you for more? Are you now turning away business because you are fully staffed, right? You have so much capacity now. You're telling people, I wanted to patronize a particular service business last week, and they were like, we have a lot of projects on our hand that we can't take you on. I was like, that's fantastic. They know that they are maximum capacity. Do you know your exact customer profile? Are you making that 20% profit margin is also respective to the industry that you're in, right? Because there's some like retail industry, the profit margin is usually low, 5 to 10%, because everything that you're buying, they are thin margins, right? But people in the tech business usually will make a higher profit margin. So it's not necessarily 20% profit margin. So whatever industry you are in, go and check what the average profit margin of people in that industry make. And then you will know what range you are in. If you're making below it, maybe you need to work around your cost or around your customer acquisition. If you're making above it, then you're doing excellently well, right? So different business industries, different profit margins. Now, if you answer all these questions, if you had just 4 checks, there's something wrong with your foundations. If you've gotten up to 5 to 8 checks, you can keep documenting, right? Keep growing. And then if you've gotten up to 9 to 12 checks on this system, they're ready to scale your business. So lastly, pick one. If you're starting, a lot of you are across different phases of business. I don't know whether you are starting, whether you are growing, whether the idea is still in your mind, whether you perfected your system or you're trying to scale. If you are starting, these are the things you need to do. Define your exact customer. Calculate your real profit margin, your unit economics. Document one process. If you are at the phase where you are growing, create one training document that you can replicate and deliver when you are not around and your staff can continue it. Track 3 numbers this week. I usually will say track your revenue, track your costs, track your profits. Those 3. And your costs include your expenses, your tax, everything. Track revenue, track expenses, track profit. Those are the granular things you need to track. Identify one task to delegate. Founder, business owner, MD, president, general manager. You know, Nigeria, we like a lot of titles. We have title, we don't have profits. Identify one task to delegate. I know you are the best at doing it, but you cannot grow if you can't find people to do it. All right? And if you are about to scale, complete that checklist honestly. If you have less than 9 checks, you're not ready. Go back to perfect your growth stage. Right? My final quote with you. In Nigeria, survivors aren't the fastest to scale. They are the ones who grow properly first. Your competitive advantage isn't speed, it's execution. Africa is different from the US. The fact that a company can get unicorn status in 2 years in America does not mean it can happen in Nigeria or in Africa. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for our speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Nosokari Tunde Uni. Thank you for that insightful section. I know a lot of us have gained a lot from what is said. And for me, I had my own light bulb moments, that moment where I discovered that, you just have to delegate. It's not just only about you as a business person, learn to delegate to people. And also as a business person, understand that everybody is not your customer. So what was your light bulb moment? Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Let's keep celebrating him. Thank you very much, sir. That was a very insightful section. Please, let's keep clapping for him. I'm not seeing your fire emoji. I'm not seeing your fire emoji. I'm not seeing your fire emoji. Let's keep it coming. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Let's keep clapping for him. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. So what was your light bulb moment before we move on to the next section? What was your light bulb moment? Just maybe 2 people can drop it in the chat box. What was the light bulb moment for you? Growth is not scaling. Ew, clack it. Clack it. Growth is not scaling. Thank you. Grow before you scale. Thank you so much, Eunice. Thank you so much, Debbie. Growth is not scaling. Any other person that wants to share with us something that was your light bulb moment when it was speaking, and maybe you wanted to take an action from there? All right. Okay, let me check the chat box. All right. It's important to take roots. Yes. Cash flow isn't profit. That's very, very true. Cash flow isn't profit. Thank you very much. Let's keep coming. Let's drop in our feedback. Let's drop in our feedback. Thank you so much, sir. That was a great one. I know we all have a lot to say. Track your numbers. Track your numbers. Yes. It's not only about, this and the, okay. Identify your cost, expense, and revenue. That's very important. Create systems, create systems that run without you being there. I think that is a very, very good take home, a very good take home. Create systems that works even when you are not there. There's a consistency that should be in your brand. Thank you very much. Profit is important than titles. Thank you very much. Profit is important than titles. Then John is saying if it worked in the USA in 2 years, doesn't mean it will do the same in a different region. Good. So we have to take note of that. When, as a business person, also take note of that. Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, put a round of applause for yourself again. You have sat for this till this time. That's how many hours now into the program. Please celebrate yourself. Without you, we will not be here. So please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much. Another person is saying, know the key industry before venturing into the sector. Thank you. Have someone that has that can inform you of the policy changes before it is effected. Yes, government policy can affect a business. We did that in economics, right? Yes. What are the policies that can affect a business? What are the things that can affect a business? Factors that can affect a business and government policy. When you're doing those things in school, it may look like, you're just stressing us. But when you get into the business world, you begin to understand that these things affect businesses. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. Thank you so much, sir, for that opportunity. So we can all agree that we have received practical tools on how to scale our business. So, know your numbers, revenue isn't profit. So know your numbers, revenue isn't profit. So moving that, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we digest these valuable insights that has been given to us, let us turn our attention onto the next thing on our agenda. And right now we'll be having a panel session. And this our panel session is, I don't know if we have any questions, or maybe that could be kept for another time. Okay, sorry. So we'll be having our panel session. 1 minute. Yep. So we are going to be having 4 people. Okay, that's 5 people. That's 5 or 6 people. Let's go. So we'll be having our panel section, and the first person on our panel, our panel 1 is Stephen Ogunjobi. Sorry. I hope I pronounced it well. Stephen Ogunjobi is the founder of King's Home Charity, founded as a result of high interest in social issues, access to education for kids in underserved communities. His role as the founder highlights his ability to drive strategic initiatives and enhance organizational impact. Stephen is a graduate of cell biology and genetics from University of Lagos, Nigeria, and a seasoned information security analyst. As a fellow of the Young African Leadership Initiative Yale, Stephen, through his projects, aspires to use his opportunities in life to harness the potentials of kids in Nigeria and other African countries by providing free education and opportunities to young entrepreneurs to create jobs for the large unemployed youthful population. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Stephen Ogunjobi. Thank you. Stephen is going to be speaking to us on building resilience as a next generation builder. And the next panel we are going to be having, another person is Ayeni Paul. Ayeni Paul is a result-driven communication and project professional with experience in social media management, client success, and leadership coordination. He currently serves as the social media strategist for various organizations and is the project director at the African Future Leadership Conference Award, an award where he leads strategic planning and stakeholder engagement. Passionate about impact, growth, and innovation, Paul is committed to empowering individuals and brands to achieve meaningful success. Please, a round of applause for Paul Ayeni. Then we also have another person on our panel session. His name is no other person than Mega. He's a Nigerian photojournalist, creative director, and educator, helping creatives build clarity and sustainability in their work. He explores how intention, narrative, and strategy shape impactful creative careers through documentary and commercial storytelling. Mega has worked with platforms like Business Day Nigeria, Jetty Image, and Pixel, and founded Mega to mentor emerging creatives on purpose-led practice and professional growth. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Mega to the stage. Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping. I'm not seeing a fire emoji. I'm still welcoming more of them. We have another person as on the list, no other person than Faith Sampson. She's a community manager, Google Women Tech Maker, Benin City, CMO, founder. She builds African community and also African community manager, FCMB Ventures. Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's keep clapping for her. Let's keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Then also we have on our list again, Ayeni James Eniola. He's an entrepreneur, speaker, and founder of Evolving Africa, a growth-focused organization committed to empowering individuals, entrepreneurs, and business leaders with the mindset, tools, and system to build scalable and sustainable ventures across Africa. He brings hands-on experience across fintech, banking, SME, and SME development, and has supported over 150 entrepreneurs and early stage founders and business owners. He has also contributed to the design and launch of multi-digital and financial products, and organized and conveyed 10 entrepreneurship and leadership programs impacting professional and business owners across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to celebrate these individuals. Join me to celebrate these individuals. Join me to celebrate these individuals. I'm not seeing a fire emoji. Please, I'm not saying we should burn down this place, but let the fire come up. Yes, let's keep celebrating them. Thank you very much. And the person that will be moderating this session is no other person than Peace Otonihu. She's a senior investment banking analyst with experience in financial advisory and project finance across critical sectors within the oil and gas, energy, mining, transportation, and infrastructure. She's a political scientist, policy analyst, and researcher, having co-authored a research publication and article in a reputable journal and other media channels, while also exploring Medium. She's a certified chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, and was also a pioneer student of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, and on the Unconventional School of Politics, designed to produce a new generation of political leaders. She's passionate about upscaling businesses and developing young minds for greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the next generational builders. Thank you very much.
Hi, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, lovely. I can see the emojis. So we're going to thank you very much. Thank you very much, Esther, and thank you to Mr. Nusa for the wonderful session earlier. I had quite a number of takeaways, and if you're a business owner, I believe that you are gaining insights and learning, taking a lot of things back that you would implement. And part of the things I love about the SME Fest is that there are, practical insights and strategies that you could apply in your business. So I'm very excited to be here. I have checked out all my fellow panelists in this particular session, Next Generation Builders, and they are doing super amazing well in their different careers. And it's a privilege to be here to have you all participate in this session. And it was supposed to be a physical event before it changed, and the dress code was white. Why am I the only one wearing white? Why are you people doing this, Pam? But it's so amazing to be here. And thank you once again to Mr. Emmanuel Udobi for this amazing opportunity. So we'll just dive right into it. For the next generation, resilience is not a feature that we can add subsequently in the lifespan of our business. It is something that has to be part of us, part of our code. We are not just building businesses, we are building against the fragile system of the Nigerian, business structure. And it's very important that, as we build, we, factor in resilience. And, the panelists we have in this session today, they are spread across different sectors. We have somebody in media, and in media, cybersecurity, tech, investments, finance, and products, and so on. So we're going to be asking questions in line with these areas, these sectors. And I hope that as you are taking notes and participating, I hope that you're paying attention. I hope that you are taking notes, and I hope that you are, part of this session. Okay, so I would like to give me a few seconds. Sorry, just a few seconds. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm sorry for that break. I would just like to ask and throw this question at James. So I know that while some of us are 9-to-5ers, and of course, I know one of the things that we need to take note of is that if you don't own a business, this session is also for you, because as an individual, you should have an entrepreneurial mindset, right? So having said that, I would first direct this question to James. What has been your toughest resilience test in Nigeria? What has been your toughest resilience test in Nigeria? And I think that three people, in fact, that I want to answer this question would be James, then Paul Pose, and then Faith. So in that order. So in 30 seconds to 1 minute, what has been your toughest resilience test in Nigeria?
Okay, good morning, everyone, or good day to everyone. Please just confirm if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. First off, I think I have to, for the protocol, right? Hi Stephen, hi Faith, hi Paul, and also hi Peace. And to everyone, it's really great to be here. I thank you to Emmanuel, to Jasper for this opportunity. Okay, so I think I should go to the question now. As a so I'm a bit of a mixed, right? A career person and also an entrepreneur, right? So I think so many challenges, if you ask me. One of the things I've been able to do, I remember I was having a conversation with somebody about how that whatever it is that goes on the mind of an individual um, is what he pushes out there, in the sense that this thing that we are looking at, resilience, is a very, very important thing. Um, of course, there are going to be challenges, of course, there are going to be difficulties, but that strong belief in yourself, that confidence, knowing that regardless of what happens, regardless of what the challenges might be in terms of, because of course, if there are no challenges, then how can we grow, right? If there are no difficulties, if there are no difficult moments that test us at certain intervals, then how can we grow? So one of the things that I've always done, especially when I'm faced with challenges, is that strong belief in myself, right? Affirming to myself, okay, you are going to get to this point. Many people that said they will start, they did not start, but me, I started, right? So I'm at this point now. I know without doubt I'm going to push through. So let me just put that out there first.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I think that that's very profound, because you see, as young people, the very first thing, and people always say that Africa is, by being African, you are a disadvantaged species. And the biggest challenge for every Nigerian, next generation builder is starting. And it's very nice to hear that. Excuse me. It's very nice to hear that you were able to, break through that hurdle. Paul, you have the floor. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what the greatest challenge in building your business and in resilience has been as a business owner.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we're still in the morning. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good to be here. All right, so I'll right, I'm a business owner, but I would want to come more in the area of social media and then leadership. Right, so one of the toughest resilient moments was leading a campaign that didn't go well. Right, imagine you're leading a social media campaign and the result we intended were not forthcoming. It was a big blow, not just to me, but to the whole team. But as the leader, as the one championing it, we have I had to go back to the drawing table and then connected with some other leaders. Oh, this has happened. What do we do? Right? The fact that it didn't go the way we planned does not mean we just have to end it there. We have to go back to the table. We have to re-strategize. We have to find out why it didn't work and what we can actually do to make it work, right? And eventually it worked, and we were all glad. Now it happened. What was my response? What was the response of the team? Did we just accept it as, oh, it has happened and then that's it? No, we didn't. We didn't take. It's a feedback, right? The failure initially was a feedback, but we didn't accept that feedback as our final destination. We took that feedback and then we went back to the drawing table, we strategized, and then we launched again. And eventually, the campaign was a success. So one thing that taught me is you don't quit when results delay. Instead, you readjust, you learn, and then you rise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very profound. You don't quit. Rather, you look back, you reflect, and you re-strategize. I think that is very, very critical for every young person building a business or building a career. You don't quit. Faith, you have the floor. What has been your toughest resilience test building and growing a career in Nigeria?
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 5 minutes to afternoon, so I can still say good morning. Such a privilege to be here, and thank you so much, Peace, for this wonderful conversation, and thank you to Emmanuel for SME Fest. I think this SME Fest is living up to his name, and for every one of us, we've had our fair share. To be honest, we've had our fair share. If we don't have our, I think the most the most litmus test that you're actually truly building is what you're building has a way to influence you to see better or to learn from the things that did not work, or the things you thought in just by writing out a particular line of plans of I want to do this, I want to do that, and then you realize that the plan is different from the actual reality. So for me, there has been a lot of personal experiences that have led me up to that point. And I think the highlight of what has shaped me the most, or shaped what I currently am about, what I'm about starting, what I have started is for the past 7 years, I've been leading communities of different sorts, from business communities to women in tech communities to tech communities and business communities, different communities, including church communities. I've been able to lead communities, and I've seen what underlying factors in all of these things, from the women in tech community to Google Women Tech community, where I was the lead, and currently now building She Built Africa. Those things made me realize that if I want to do anything, that's worthwhile, I have taken time to understudy. One of the big shockers is last year I actually started UNICEF Digital Solutions just to understand the whole ecosystem. And trust me, I don't even have any blueprints online, but I was just going to start it up, and I was going to serve clients on helping them build digital footprints, not just in marketing alone, but also building the communities that power the marketing itself. And so I hit a couple of roadblocks in trying to standardize the business, or trying to make my first 5 customers. Of course, I made my first 10 customers in a year, and some international customers and some national customers, from banks to tech communities to Web3 projects and all of that. One of the situations that I actually found very alarming and funny was payment. I always thought I've always heard, payment was a hassle in Africa, or payment is something that's not really we have not hacked it yet. But I was faced as a business person who's just starting with receiving funds, and then the funds going into thin air. You don't know how to consolidate things, and maybe standardizing payments with your local sponsors or partnerships and all of that was a serious hassle. And if that's not taken care of as a business, our first speaker has said that we're not here for charity, we're here to literally build businesses that are sustainable. So payment has been like for the past 1 year of running my business in digital, UNICEF Digital Solution, payment has been one of the biggest hassles for me. And yeah, so I'll just stop there and let other people give their feedbacks as well. Thank you so much again.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Faith. I think that one of the things I'm taking from there is the ability to secure your first 5 or first 10 customers, when you're starting out a business. And I think that your comments are very profound. Thank you so much. So we've spoken to the different panelists from a business perspective. Stephen, I'd like to hear your thoughts on what was the greatest challenge you experienced building resilience as a career person? Because I understand that, we've already established that every individual should have an entrepreneurial mindset. And if you have to have that, whether you're a 9-to-5er or you are a business owner. So from a career perspective, a career person, what has been your greatest challenge, building resilience as an individual?
Thank you. Peace. Good afternoon, everyone. And standing on existing protocol, I just want to say a very big thank you to Jasper for this opportunity. And my biggest will I say challenge as a career person has been kind of striking a balance between doing your 9 to 5, building a business, and trying to build something great. A lot of times when we see this thing, it seems like it's easy. A lot of people are results oriented, and when they see you doing something great, it's like, oh, you've had this support and all of that. But it's not been easy, trying to shuffle boats. But I would like to say one of the things that has really helped me is understanding that discipline would always trump motivation. Discipline would always, beat motivation. There are a lot of times that come to probably you attend a webinar or, a workshop, and then you're motivated, you want to do this, you want to build the next big thing. But then after a week, after a few weeks, the motivation just dies. But if you're disciplined, regardless, you'll be able to, show up, put in the work. And just in the same vein, consistency, over intensity. Like my sister would say, progress over perfection. It's just the showing up that matters. And for back to your question, the biggest challenge has just been, showing up regardless of challenges, regardless of setbacks. The country right now, speaking from an economic standpoint, is pretty tough. And for someone like me that has, a non-profit, it's been difficult trying to, get sponsors, trying to get partners, and you know, people to still, donate. But it's just been us still showing up, us still being dogged, being tenacious. So the biggest challenge has been showing up, getting that push to show up, and then manage the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that is very profound. I think that is very profound, really. I see the hands. Thank you so much for the appreciation. Yes, showing up irrespective. I think that comes in under that's very underrated. And even entrepreneurs have some business owners have to take home as well. Showing up irrespective. And I think that that's a very big challenge if you stay in Lagos because it is actually very difficult. I think that for me, if I were to answer this question, it would be personal development, adaptability, and consistency, because and I think that it sums up all the things that we have said so far. Because as a career person, you have to upskill the same way we talk about scaling in business, right? The same way we've talked about scaling, Mr. Nosa talked about scaling in business. As a career professional, personal development is very key, right? And then consistency. If you're not consistent, you will not be able to build experience. If you're not consistent with doing your own personal development, you will not be able to build your experience. And then adaptability. Culture will always change. Even the company you've worked in for 5 years, 7 years can decide to change culture as different people forming. Culture changes, and if you do not adapt, you would in no time get into extinction. Thank you so much. I think that, so now we want to be very more specific to our different backgrounds. And I'll start this question with Stephen, right? Stephen, you're in cybersecurity and you're doing pretty well in that space. I'd like to ask, how do you stay consistent when power, internet, or infrastructure is unreliable, right? So these days we see that most new businesses or builders, most new businesses have whatever they're building has a link to tech, has a link to having a website, to having data, to having, they have to put, so at some point they have to protect their data. They have to protect their cyberspace. So how can new businesses, how can new generation builders who do not have the, funds to, protect infrastructure, to do protect their data, to keep all these systems in place? How do they start from the basics to have that culture of protecting, of building power, of protecting their internet, maintaining internet, building their infrastructure, and being more reliable in that space?
Thank you so much. So I think the question is in two phases, and I'll just answer both. So as emerging businesses trying to safeguard your infrastructure. When I mean infrastructure now, I don't mean just physical infrastructure again only. I mean IoT in general, all of your data and all of that. It's important to know that the basics are like 80% of actually what matters. So, for example, you see some people across board, say on your social media platforms, you have a business, you sell something online and you use the same password across board. Or a customer sends you a link to say, oh, I want to get this. And you don't actually verify if the link is malicious. You just click on it. Those are the basic ways in which people or businesses get compromised. So understanding the basics is the, what I say, most important thing in staying safe digitally. And like people say, less is more. People when people think about doing something, they just think about doing it big. Okay, I want to start a business. Um, I need to rent a shop in Lekki or stuff like that. You don't need all of those to start. What you actually have now is enough for you to start. So in order to protect your infrastructure, I think the most important thing is first understanding the basics. I obviously cannot walk you through all of that now, but less is more. And then secondly, I would say partnerships are really helpful. There are businesses out there like cybersecurity businesses, and there are some people that provide solutions to SMEs. So you don't have to do everything yourself. You might not have the technical know-how of setting up a firewall and doing all of these things, but there are businesses that you can just collaborate with, and on a monthly basis you pay a little fee and they would help you with setting up and protecting this infrastructure. They provide maybe software as a service or platform as a service, whatever it is. So you can, as a person, focus on what is important for your business. You can focus on creating your product, growing your product and scaling your product. Why that is outsourced to a third party. In business, there is risk analysis and all of that. But one thing about risk is you can avoid risk, you can mitigate risk, but you can also kind of move the risk to a third party. So the two things I would say for emerging businesses are understand the basics, and make sure that you also partner with other businesses that are providing similar solution.
Thank you so much. I have a rider question to what you said. I wanted you to finish because I didn't want to interrupt your train of thought. What are the kind of businesses or partners that small businesses can collaborate with? I wanted you to give examples of that.
Okay, I did not want to mention names because I didn't know if it was appropriate.
Some businesses, some small business owners do not know, right? So,
yeah,
well, if you know some, you could just
yeah, I
comment.
do definitely.
Nobody's holding you to it. Nobody's holding your word to it. I can guarantee you that.
That's fine. That's fine. So, for example, there is a business, Actails, I worked with, and Actails basically helps, they provide different solutions. One of the solutions they provide is training employees. So say, for example, let me just look for an example. Okay, like, was it Daniel, the video we watched earlier? Wants to have a product, a kitchen. Actails will come in and train your employees, will basically sensitize them, let them know, okay, these are the things to do, these are the do's, the don'ts. Now AI is getting, really, really advanced. Like I myself, I watch some videos and I'm like, wait, is this AI generated? That's how advanced AI is getting. So if you're running businesses that you have to do with people, you have to make sure that your employees are really sensitized. In 2019, there was a breach. Twitter had a breach, and it was just from one of the customer care representatives. Someone sent him a link, and he opened the link on his work computer, and he clicked on it. And because of that, there was privilege escalation. They were able to get more access to logs and all of that. So my point is, your company or your organization is as safe as the people in the organization. So if you do all of the things, if you pay for all of the tools and you have, your Fortinet, your FortiGate and all of that, and your people are not educated, trust me, your organization is not educated. It's not sorry, it's not safeguarded. So Actails, I would say Actails are a good organization to partner with. There is Cyber Ad Nation also. They help small businesses do if okay, say you have an app, you have a website, and you're not sure if it's safe enough. You are dealing with PII, that's personal information for people. You can always just reach out to them. They would help you pen test your site. They would help you close the gaps. I'm just trying to be fast, but Atheos, Cyber Ad Nation are two organizations that would be really good to partner with.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Steven. You've really dropped like nugget in this area. I think that you are quite an authority in this space. I'm gonna be coming to your DM to ask a lot of questions. Thank you very much. I see the applause, a round of applause for him because this information is very, very important to all of us, even as individuals. Okay, so I would go to purpose now, right? I want you to tell us how important community and mentorship is to business progress, right? And it'd be nice to have examples, right? I know that currently you're doing I know that like this, you're doing two businesses that I know of. I know that there'll be multiple, because I could say you're a multi business owner, So how do you do it? How do you strategize? How do you identify worthy collaborators that align with what you're doing, and how do you get them on board?
All right. Thank you very much. So, so I'll just go to your first question: how to identify worthy collaborators. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. All right. How to identify worthy collaborators. So I think first thing first, you need to be clear about what you want to do. You need to be clear about what you are doing and where you are going to. Because the truth is, if you don't have a clear understanding of where you are going to, it's going to be very difficult for you to convince others to buy into your idea. Just like the video we watched earlier about Daniel trying to sell his idea to the Titans, right? At a point he could not convince them into buying into his idea because it was looking as if he himself he does not have proper clarity about what he's trying to sell to them. And if you notice in the video, immediately they sense that they back down. So now, for us as young business owners, and we are trying to seek for collaborations and all of that, first and first, clarity of purpose. Very, very important. What do I want to do? What do I need to do to get me to where I want to get to? So once you have this proper understanding, then easily you can, because having this understanding will now help you to see, oh, this particular person is in line with this, then I can now sell that idea out to him, or partnership, collaboration. And because I have a proper understanding of what I want to do, definitely is a plus for me. And then whoever I'm talking to also knows that, oh, he's not just doing business because everybody is doing business. He has a clear understanding of why he's in business. And that's another thing I've noticed a good number of business owners might have not been able to really articulate. many business owners or some business owners, they really don't know why they are in business. And because it, now you are not in business just to make profit. Yeah, very important you understand that. You are not in business just to make profit. You are in business to meet a particular need, right? And at the beginning, the profit. So if you're profit oriented at the beginning, when the profits are not forthcoming, you might eventually just throw in the towel and say, okay, I'm in this business for profit, and it's like profit is not forthcoming. Then what's the next thing? They quit, right? That is why it's important to know your why. So you are not in the business to make profit. You are not, of course, profit. I see profit as a byproduct, something that would eventually come when a need is met, right? Profit is a byproduct. It will eventually come when a need is met, but that shouldn't be your focus a business, as a business owner, as a business entrepreneur. So know your need, know your why. So that why would actually help you to convince others, talk to them about collaborations, and then they will see into reasons why they need to collaborate with you, and then they take it up from there. You understand? So knowing your why, having clarity of purpose, and then interacting with prospective business owners, sharing your vision, sharing your ideas with them, then there's really no limit to where you can go to having that understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for that. I think that I think that these things that you have already mentioned are very, very important. Knowing your business, knowing your why, and I think that these are very, very important things, because if you don't know your business, you don't know who to collaborate with, and if you don't know your why, you don't know businesses who are culture fit for what you want to do, or who would fit into your own business ideas, your own ideologies. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so we'll come to Faith now. Faith, are you on? I don't see Faith video. Okay, maybe while she's coming up, I will just go. Okay, Faith, are you here? All right. Okay, so I have one question for you. What helped you to survive when funding wasn't available? What helped you to survive when funding wasn't available? And I think that you are best fit to answer this question, because I've seen you passionate about a lot of things, trying to, teach children, get children, appreciate tech more, trying to get people more tech worthy, build digital skills and all of that. So I see the passion in all of that. And I know that such level of drive and, initiative requires financing. And then in our business space, your kind of business, people would naturally categorize it as social impact. And they may not want to invest in that, because they'll be like, okay, what's in need for them? How will they profit immediately? But it has its benefits. So I'll just ask, can someone say something? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, all right. So yes, as I was saying, what helped you survive when funding wasn't available? Hello, Faith. Hello. I think that Faith is experiencing network issues. So James, I think I'll just move to Faith. Are you there? I think Faith is experiencing network issues. So maybe we'll just go to James. Okay, so James. So James, you're a product person, right? And I know that you also do it. So that means there'll be a lot of, so it's like the ballpark, the 360 degree, getting the products right, and then marketing the product, selling the product, right? So can you give us insights to all of that? What would be the the things to do right? What would be the things to avoid in trying to introduce maybe a new product or get it to the market? What would you advise that your next generation builders should look at? What are the things that next generation builders should look at that that they are not looking at this point, or things that they should be looking at that they should be looking at in the future, right? As we already established that resilience is very key in our business environment, and we cannot underestimate that. So what should we be looking at? What are the trends, future trends that we should anticipate, and how do we position ourselves as next generation builders?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I was really tempted to comment on that aspect of community and mentorship, but probably when I say what I want to say about
you could start with that.
people
You
and
could start
products.
with that so that you don't lose that thought. It will be very helpful for the conversation.
Okay, great. I think I was having a conversation with Stephen some months back, and we're talking about how that so many people, so many young builders are not seeing the need to leverage or seeing the need to maximize leverage. Like, there are people in your circle who are doing stuff that are amazing, but I don't know why. I don't know. Probably I think because of this, I made my first million as these stories we hear on social media. I made my first 10 million naira doing this and that. I was just in my room. Those things, yes, it happens, but the percentage of or the number of persons those kinds of stories can happen to is very slim. We are talking statistics here, right? I feel that as young people, we must see that collaboration is something I'm taking very serious this year, because I've seen how people just move from ground zero to another level entirely simply because of the thought of collaboration, and they were active, they were doing it intentionally. Collaboration takes some level of investment and intentionality. I might not be able to go into all of that, but I think I should just hammer this again. Collaboration is very, very important. And again, mentorship. I think mentorship is uh, mentorship cannot be overemphasized. You cannot tell me that you want to build a business and you don't have business people around you that are already ahead of you. How is that possible? It's not possible. It's not possible. You say you want to build an NGO as a great person, right? But you have not understudied. You don't have a physical mentor, even a virtual mentor. Let me put it that way, right? People that you can literally ask questions. And I think Jesus is a perfect example, right? Young, but was in the temple trying to learn something, the biggest boss was in the temple at a young age trying to learn something, right? He wanted to fix himself into communities that matters. I feel if this is going to be the takeaway for some persons, right? Collaboration, mentorship, I think that would go a long way. You cannot always want to be a lone wolf. I think as young people, I think enough of being a lone wolf, right? You can't just say you want to sit in your room. You have to go out at some point. You have to intentionally pick up the phone and say, Stephen, can we have a conversation by 5 p.m.? Stephen would think you want to say something that is very, very serious, because it is serious. But that's how we start making this progress we want to make as next people. Because if we are thinking of building legacies, if you are thinking of 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you can't literally do it alone. Another example, Sitoni Elumelu, for instance, and his friend, I'm sure we know his friend. Literally, we are seeing them post pictures every time. Aliko Dangote. You see all these people, they've been at this friendship, collaboration, mentorship thing for way, way, way back, 20 years, sometimes 30 years. And now we are celebrating them simply because one person had strength and the other person saw he had weaknesses in another place. Another person saw he had strength, another person saw he had weakness. And what did they do? They came together. So I think this should be an eye-opener for some certain people, right? You say you can design, all well and good. Look out for a community where they do all these things. Don't just sit. What you have been doing is not working. I think it's high time we start to think of things that are working with people that are actually making it work. Okay, so let me go into the other part where you're talking about product. I think the work phase or the work culture is changing. We have, if I don't talk about AI, then I don't know. But I think I must also say this, right? So many things to say, but I must say this. Discipline before tools. I think I should say this, discipline before tools. A tool can make it, but if you have not disciplined yourself to understand how the tools works, right? There's really no way you can maximize it. I was just doing some studies recently and I saw that, man, there's just so many tools. There are tools that there's something we call vibe coding. Even as a product person, right? I can vibe code and literally get a prototype of what I want to design. I have an idea, I do a prototype of it. It gives me the typical, even there are things, there are codes that does the entire design for the entire app. Like, and it is people that know, I'm speaking to the product people right now, right? I'll still talk about the people as a product. I feel like this is a good time to stay lean and stay focused on specific tools that you can maximize as a product person. Stay lean, stay focused on specific AI tools. Like you should be willing to read. You have to be dogged. See Jasper SME Feast, for instance. We wanted to do a physical, but we couldn't do a physical yet because of one or two challenges. But the doggedness, we are still online here, impacting people. That kind of energy. So as product people, we have to look out for, okay, tools. And tools are coming in day after day after day. You can see that one person is maximizing a particular tool, for instance, and the next day you're seeing there's another tool. Yes, but there are basics to all of these things. Things like prompt engineering. You need to have basic understanding of these things. Don't just say the people that are there that are doing it is for them. No, you have to, as product people, you must see that, okay, oh, I need to learn of these things. Like we are already getting to a time where, of course, I know that Nigeria might be a bit behind, yes, but of course we are catching up. But people out there are doing massive stuff. I can literally produce a app myself. Think about it. I can produce a app in like 3 hours, and I'll upload it on Google Play or Apple Studio. Like, and that's how fast-paced technology is at the moment. So I think what I would say is for product people, you must be willing to learn. Like, of course, I know that you're making money, yes, but you must be willing to learn. If you are thinking of long-term knowledge, we cannot even bargain knowledge. We cannot bargain knowledge. We must be willing to learn. And the second thing, things that you don't know, please always say you don't know it and be willing to learn. I think the second thing I'll say is learn. Learn again. Just keep learning. And again, look out for internship opportunities. I see people, you have just started learning product and you're like maybe 6 months, a year, but you're already looking for a job that will give you 500K. How? Like you have to take it a step at a time. Look out for internship opportunities, places where you can literally just take the theory into practical. And I think these are principles that apply to not just product people, but I think life in general. People must be patient. This part of the great book, right? Patience and obedience to get the real benefit. You must take time to learn, take time to also understudy all of these cues. And you see, just a matter of in some years' time, right? You see yourself, so many things to say, but I think I should just put it at that. Be willing to learn. Also, get into tech communities. There's so many tech communities on WhatsApp. There's so many tech. If you browse, maybe you go to Twitter, for instance, tech communities, you will see them. And these communities are even free, amazingly. The information they share are free. So I just feel like sometimes the gap between where you want to get to and where you are, sometimes I think it's just discipline. So thank you very much. Peace.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, James. So learn again, very, very important. I think that's my take home from that, from your response. Finally, Faith. I know you got a question before you logged off. I don't know if you can speak, if you can unmute your mic and speak at this point to answer that question while we round up this session.
All right. I think I didn't get a question. Maybe you could run me through it again.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. I can hear you.
All right. So the question I had asked you, was that I know you've done quite a number of businesses, and people would classify your kind of businesses more like social impact. For example, training and upscaling, getting children in tech, getting people to acquire digital skills, right? So they are not things that would be immediately inclined to funding, to financing. So I'm asking, how do you do, like, what do you do when you have to start, but funding is not in place? You are not able to secure as much funding at the moment. What do you do?
All right. Awesome. Uh, okay. Let me just start by saying, once you want to walk through the social impact route, um, it's much dicey. It's much dicey. And one of the few things that I have practically done over the years is um, I try to give myself time, or yeah, give myself timeline. If I'm starting something, I think in about 5 years ago, there about 5 or 3 years ago, I started the Tech Hub project, which was a project to help young women start their careers in tech. Um, Before then, I was actually a lead for the community of Google developers, Google Women Tech Maker community at the time. And so I saw many requests always. Every time we have a meeting, there were always requests. And I saw the validity of 1 to 50 women who were interested. And so the first instance was I took a course. I took a course with then was female and more, yes, and a social impact course. Yeah, I took a social impact course, and one of the things that was at the last part of the social impact course was to put out a mini project, and so that project was supposed to be a one-off project. When there's when when there are people to impact, and you can impact successfully 2 to 20 people, or even one person, just know that there's a viability for someone to put their fundings into it. But you first need to understand what you need to do, the education part, the clarity part, and the communication to the potential people. This will not come in just a month or 2 months, or sometimes it might not even come in 2 years. Yeah, but most of the projects I did because I had painstakingly done the part of learning before starting the project, communicating to the people I need to communicate to. It was bit by bit. The first instance when I did the first project was my family and my friends, to convince them that I want to do a project for 50 women, and I want to just help them start a career in tech. And this was about maybe 3 to 5 years ago. And I gathered my funds, personal funds, to be able to validate that. And I did that for the first year. The second year, I doubled the number. I was not interested in making sure that I have everything perfect, but I just wanted to see track record. And that's what your investors will look out for. They want to see a track record that you've been able to do this, you have been able to document it properly, you have tendencies to scale. So the next year I did 100 women, and then the next year again, I did not do any number. I left it blank. I just learned from what happened the first year and the second year. And on the fourth year, I actually did. I tried to do 1,000, but it was not. I was not able to. But then I now found something very significant in trying to do 1,000 women. I found that the real problem in all of this, and so this is like the fifth year of putting all this stress on. Remember, the first I started with my finances and finances of family and friends. And then on the second year, I got a few people say, oh, they help said, oh, we can use my space. Oh, I'm going to, since you have done it before, we are launching, come and bring the women in your community to our space. We're going to take care of the food, everything, and all of that. And I got sponsorship for the second, and then the third, and then the fourth. And this year again, because I've had a track record over this year of doing one thing and just staying consistent with it. Maybe about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I found out that exactly 2 years ago, I started to teach children because I found that there was a connecting line between women and their children. If they wanted to learn, they wanted their children to also be able to do stuff. And so I started firstly by just having 2 or 3 children that I taught regularly on a monthly basis. And so that's like the thread of the scaling process. So if you want to get funded, and currently now I have a couple of people I can graciously write to that I want to do this, I want to do that. I still use my personal funds to be able to do some of these things, right? But um, because I have a track record already, I can write to organizations now and they can see the track record of things in progress. And then they can say, oh, come on, we are going to fund it heavily with this amount. And if we're able to see a track record. So I think the first thing first is to get the right education, the clarity, to put a prototype to it, right? You must be willing to, if it's a social impact, put your personal funds, a percentage of your personal.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that one of the things I took from that was you would have to start. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. One of the things I took from that is that number one, you may have to start with your personal funds. But one very important thing is that what you may need may not be funding. You may need partners in different capacity. So don't go all out looking for funding. Stephen, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what you said.
Yeah,
Also,
30
you know,
seconds.
okay, yeah, I was just going to say, it's also important to note that, like, when James spoke about, networking, a lot of people, when they think about networking, they think about, just networking upwards. How do I meet, Tony Numelo, how do I meet? But a lot of times, it makes more sense to network laterally, and we always neglect that. But you would get, the chances are that you get more value from networking laterally is way higher than from those guys, because those guys are so busy. So you need to network with your peers, network with people in the industry doing similar stuff. And also I was going to say, when building a business, it's also important to build people, the people around you. So when you start something, you ensure that people around you are also improving. It's not just you alone. If you're doing something, are they taking courses? Are you, paying for this for them to just upskill? Because, for example, what we do right now, yeah, there was a period where we're low on funds and, not getting sponsors and all. But it was the people that we had in-house that had gone to, the UK, Canada, that, started saying, okay, I'm going to be sending XYZ amount of money every month for this. So if you do not build the people around you, I mean, the business is just bound to fail. If you see successful businesses, you
Yeah.
see people that have been there for 10 years, 15 years, and all of them have, kind of grown together. So as you're building your product, you also need to build the people around you, and also
Yeah.
it's good to network laterally. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a very, very productive session. I think that we've even eaten into other sessions that I'd love to speak about other parts, but I think that at this point we've delivered enough value. And I want to thank all the panelists in this session, James, Paul, Pose, Faith, Stephen. Thank you so much for the value that you have added, to the whole discourse on building resilience as next generation builders. As we proceed to other sessions, I hope you have taken what you need for your business. And I hope that when you're coming back, you're going to be coming back with action points that you have implemented. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the program. Bye. So I'm going to be handing over to Esther. So bye from this panel. Don't drop off.
Thank you so much. This panel section was a very good eye-opening section for everyone. Please, a round of applause to all our panelists. Let's keep clapping for them. Let's keep clapping for them. A round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you so much for this section. Indeed, it was really a gap. We were trying to bridge the gap, and we were able to see that each panelist came with their individual ideas, and they were able to shape our narratives. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's put our hands together for them again. Please, if you're not clapping, you're wrong. If you're not clapping, you're wrong. If you're not clapping, you're wrong. Please, let's keep clapping for them. Let's celebrate them. Thank you so much for honoring this invitation. We are indeed very grateful. Thank you so much as we're clapping for them. Because of our time, I know a lot of us we're wanting to stretch our body. So let's give ourselves some exercises. Let's just stretch our body. Let's stretch ourselves. Yes, some people have been sitting for the past many hours. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you so much. You can just maybe stretch yourself, maybe stand up. Yeah, as we move into the next thing on our agenda. Thank you very much. So because of our time, we'll be moving into the next on our agenda. We'll still be having another panel section. And this time around, we'll be having 4 panelists, and each of them will be coming in with their special knowledge to enlighten us on what we have to see. So I'll be inviting our panelists, and the first of our panelists that I'll be inviting on stage now is no other person than, just a minute, okay. The first in our panelist, one of our panelists is an entrepreneur, is a mentor, a business leader, and whose journey reflects resilience, innovation, and sustained impact. Starting as a technology expert, he built his career by solving real business problems through digital transformation software. Okay, I think we wanted to have something. Just a minute. Sorry, I'm getting a notification. Just a minute, please. Okay. All right, sorry for that. We'll be having one of our sponsors video first, please. Over to them. Thank you.
Being a businessman sometimes is about dressing the part. That is why I always dress to look professional. It works for me because my customers love me for it.
Hi, Patel.
But you see, you get one thing where they always give me headache inside this business. And that thing being Mama Tony. See Mama Tony, she don't come with her usual again. And this time I don't ready for her. And the next thing she could talk be say,
I don't get enough cash. Make I bring your money after I don't withdraw as usual, abi?
No, Mama Tony, we don't upgrade now. In fact, see ya.
See.
No! InterSwitch Smart POS, no they ever disappoint.
My card no dey here.
We get merchant code. In fact, QR code said day.
See, anything we start with M, it affects my mental health.
You don't forget to tell us a USSD day to take make payment.
Not true.
But I did try to do this.
Mama Tonero, next time, just use my online storefront on quick teller business. Problem solved.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Quick Teller, for that advertisement. Please us also let's also patronize them and also reach out to them for more information on it. Thank you, InterSwitch. Let's moving on to the next thing on our agenda. Like I said earlier, we're having another panel section, and this panel section will be having 4 panelists The first panelist we'll be having is no other person than an entrepreneur, a mentor, and a business leader whose journey reflects resilience, innovation, and sustained impact. Starting as a technology expert, he has built his career by solving real business problems through digital transformation, software development, and operational excellence. He's the founder of DPR Innovation Limited and is a mentor with the Tonu Elumelu Foundation, where he has supported emerging founders, drawing from his own experience of building and pivoting in the industry, and also scaling and in challenging environments. In recent years, he has trained, mentored, and funded entrepreneurs, helping them turn ideas into viable businesses and resilient enterprises. Today, he works as a technology and business transformation consultant, partnering with organizations and founders globally to build sustainable systems and growth strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome no other person than Daniel Bamikbanyon. Please, let's keep clapping for him. He's our first panelist. Let's keep clapping for him. I'm not seeing our emojis in the comment section. Let's keep clapping for him. And the next person we'll be having on as our panelist is she is a woman. Please, let's clap for her. We've been having women in business, men in business. She's a senior manager and auditor and in KPMG, audit and assurance in KPMG. She with over a decade of high impact experience in audit, assurance, tax, and financial advisory. Having spent years honing her expertise in the United States and Nigeria, she brings a unique perspective combining global best practices with a deep understanding of the Nigerian business landscape. As a dual qualified professional, she is a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for her. At KPMG, she serves as a strategic partner to organizations, helping them bridge the gap between ambitious vision and structural reality. She is passionate about audit readiness as a tool for growth, helping businesses move from chaotic hustles to scalable investor-ready institution. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome no other person than Ruth Ekiti. I hope I pronounced it very well. Please, let's keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Let's keep clapping for her. She's our second panelist. Let's keep clapping for her. The comment section is not burning. I want to see the emojis. Let's just keep coming. The virtual applause, let's keep coming in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the other person we'll be having on as our third panelist is no other person. She's also a woman. She's a strategic builder and venture operator with over 13 years of experience driving innovation, community, and scalable growth across African startup ecosystem. She currently serves as venture partner at Vet Capital and director of programs at Business Front International, where she leads the designs and execution of high impact programs. Currently, she's also a VC fellow of Dream VC, a virtual capital institute building investors' capital in Africa's tech ecosystem, where the community collectively manages over $6.6 billion in assets. Passionate about leadership and community building, she actively mentors emerging leaders and contributes to vibrant industry network. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Esohe Ibinusa. Let's keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Let's keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Please don't be tired. Don't be tired. Just keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So our fourth panelist is also a lady. She's also a lady, and she is a digital payment leader with expertise in business development, merchant acquisition, product management, project management, and driving strategic initiatives across Africa. Our career is defined by shaping strategies that enhance business ecosystems and enable seamless transaction. With hands-on experience in multi-country acquiring and a deep understanding of the African payments landscape, she excels at bridging the gap between technology, regulation, and commerce, delivering sustainable growth and market relevance. She thrives as the intersection of strategy, partnerships, product innovation, and data-driven execution, ensuring that every initiative translates into real value for merchants, banks, fintechs, and enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome no other person than Blessing Ubunna James. Let's keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Let's keep clapping for her. Let's keep clapping for her. She's our fourth panelist. Let's keep clapping for her. I'm not seeing our comment section. Let's keep clapping for her. Thank you very, very much. And the person that will be moderating this section if you remember, our last section was beautifully done, and the person that will be moderating this section is no other person than a business thought leader, tech entrepreneur, and founder of Jasper, a fast-rising tech accelerator dedicated to empowering Africans emerging founders and small business leader through Jasper flagship initiative, SME Fest, one of the Nigerian's leading forum for SME engagement. He has championed conversations that bridge innovation, digital transformation, and access to capital for thousands of entrepreneurs across emerging markets. He works as position Jasper as a catalyst for the next generation of scalable, tech-enabled small and medium enterprises. As the founder of Jasper School of Data UK, Emmanuel leads a mission to democratize access to world-class data analytics and AI education for young professionals and career changer globally. Beyond these entrepreneurial ventures, he stands as a part-time lecturer in data analysis. I could go on and on to read about him, but there is no other person than the convener of Jasper SMEFest 2026, the 5th edition. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Emmanuel Olujobi. Let's keep clapping for him. Let's keep clapping for him as he steps forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you all join me. Please confirm you can hear me clearly. All right, great. Thank you to our panelists, to Ruth, to Daniel, to Blessing, and to Esoe, and to our previous speakers. We'll just jump right into the conversation. Now, we're talking about building resilience as business owners, SME, and startup founders, and there's a lot to discuss, right? Particularly considering the economic climate, a lot of changes in regulations, in tax policies, issues that first world nations will not face. We are faced with these challenges, and we have to run sustainable and scalable businesses. So let's have conversations in this session on how to build resilience. You know, one thing about Nigerians is that we're known for being dogged. We're known for being resilient. You get into any country in the US, Sanosa is not in the country, it's in some other country, in the UK, different parts of the world, and Nigerians are known for resilience, right? So I'll go to my first question, and that would be to Daniel. Daniel, you've had experience running businesses and organizations, right? And I want to ask, firstly, why is it that execution is a primary strategy beyond fancy ideas, beyond funding, etc.? Why is execution one important factor to running and scaling businesses?
All right, thank you very much. And firstly, I want to say a big thank you for the invitation to join the team, the panel, in this very important edition of Jasper SME Fest. And I must say that this subject that is being prioritized on resilience is a critical subject, especially considering where we are as a nation and even the world at large. This is a season where there is a lot of pressures, from different fronts, and it is critical for business to be able to understand how to survive. In Nigeria, particularly where I'm based, just recently the tax law came, and it was important for everybody to make sure that they found a way to stay compliant and be able to continue running their business. Now to the question on the need, on why execution is critical. It's often said that execution is strategy for breakfast, right? It's good to have the fancy ideas, and it's good to have articulated the different, strategies and what you intend to do. as an organization. But beyond that, it is very crucial that you are able to decompose all those strategies and execute them. It's in execution that you eventually have your outcomes. You can have a strategy that helps you, you have, articulated the revenue you intend to achieve for the year and how you want to achieve that. Not until you get the boots on the ground and, reach out to potential clients and begin to actually decompose those strategies into actual actionables, you might not be able to make any progress. And so beyond all the articulation of your business, because I know many of the young businesses and startups, we have mastered the art of writing pitches. And there are, in fact, many businesses who are building for investors. They are just considering the fancy pitches and articulating the numbers and all that. But beyond that, Mr. Nosa was speaking earlier and talked about the fact that it's often said that cash is king, and indeed he said profit is king, right? What is important ultimately, which is the bottom line, is being able to generate enough revenue to keep your business going and being able to eventually make your business profitable. And the only path to that is execution. And so whatever strategies that has been written down, whatever plans you already have clearly articulated, it's important to have in place an approach for day-to-day execution of your strategy, because this is exactly what eventually would help you, both because it's in execution that you have you outline the exact actionables that will bring about the results that you want. So execution is, at the core if you really want to make progress as a start. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Execution is at the core. And that will lead me to my next question, which is, considering the macro economics of Nigeria, there are a lot of policies, a lot of changes, a lot of situations that come into play when talking about execution, right? Execution cannot be achieved in silos. So to Blessing, and thank you, Blessing and the team, our sponsors from Interseed, I want to know, in your own opinion, considering that there are several factors responsible for excellent execution, how can programs be designed to support SMEs beyond just funding? So whereas programs are designed to get SMEs to pay more taxes, get a number of things done, how can these policies program be designed to support SMEs to scale, given that we know SMEs account for over 96% of operating businesses in Nigeria and contribute about 46% to the Nigerian's GDP. So what programs, policies should be created, and how can this be implemented to help startups and SME scale? Blessing?
Okay. Forgive my voice. Can you hear me very well?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm battling with a bit of school has resumed, so it's a bit of flu flying around. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much. And I've been here from the beginning of the program. I've learned a lot. So even me, sometimes I like to identify as an entrepreneur. Yeah, so especially from Mr. Nosa's class, it was really enlightening. All right, so I'll just go right into the question. So your question is, how can programs support SMEs beyond funding? And so let's just take a step back to Mr. Nosta's teaching, right? And remember when he was talking about Bird. Now, Bird got funding, and in less than 2 years, they were going to become a unicorn. So that means valuation at $1 billion. And was it in the third year now or in the fourth year, they declared bankruptcy? And that was because even though there was funding, even though there was money flowing in, they did not properly do certain things that they needed to do. Now, funding for me should be the last component, not the first. Sustainable programs, from the government should address, number one, execution tools. So first of all, what exactly is needed? What are you even trying to execute? What is the government trying to, how do you really want to help people? So if as an entrepreneur, for instance, before I go for funding, or before I tell a government, or before I look for policies or whatever it is that will support funding or give me funding, there are a lot of things I need to have put in place. For instance, my structure. Now, a lot of SMEs are structureless. A lot of SMEs, I mean, the true SME in Nigeria is to a large extent without structure. Now, do you even have your invoicing in place? Do you have the business idea? Has it been translated into black and white, into paper and pen, right? Apart from you looking for money, do you even know who your clientele is? What exactly do you want to achieve, right? Before you ask for funding. So I think that's what these policies, should address. Funding should be the last thing, right? Do you have your reconciliation in order? Do you have your payroll system in order? Even if you have only one staff, some people just like somebody told me yesterday that a certain business had been operating on what's it called now, vibes and inshallah, vibes and by the special grace of God. No, your business shouldn't operate like that. There should be structure, then governance basics, record keeping, separation from business and personal funds should come before funding. Market access. Who exactly are you selling to? Like Mr. Nosa said, some people say, okay, you're selling hair care products, or you're into fashion, right? And then the first thing they tell you is, oh, who is this business catering to? They'll tell you women. What's the geographical, what's geography? What's demography of your clientele? What exactly are you looking for? So many people just come, and the first thing they're asking for is funding. Government comes and they say, oh, we're going to give 100,000 naira to all. Maybe they'll just mention a certain business, or we're going to import Gokada, we're going to import Okadas, we're going to do this. No, I think that the last thing for me, funding can destroy a business, and it has destroyed a lot of businesses. Now, when I started my own business, I work in InterSwitch, right? But on the side, there's something, I started at some point, and funding was the last thing on my mind. Funding, I needed to get it right. Who are my distributors? Who am I servicing? Right? What is my structure like? What my products, my finished products, my raw materials, all of those things. Those are the things that you need to look out for. What is my pricing like? What is my market insights like, my research, you right? What exactly who exactly am I feeding? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, my video, I think my laptop closed. Let me just log in again. My apologies. All right. Okay, and then talent support. Who are your partners? Who is your I think one of the panelists from the previous session talked about partnerships, collaboration. Do you have systems that help you run? Do you have a payroll system? Do you have maybe a finance system? Do you have a compliance system? Do you have technology services? Okay, so SMEs fail less from lack of ideas. There are a lot of ideas out there, right? There's a lot of, and there are funders. There are people who want, their angel investors all over the place. So for me, I don't think funding is the problem. Funding is not the challenge. Some people tell you, oh, I want to run this business, I want to do this, I want to do that. If only I can see 1 million naira, they'll come to uncle, if you can give me just 1 million naira, 5 million naira. I don't think that's your problem. I don't think that's the problem of any SME. And I don't think that programs should focus solely on funding. Some of all of these other operational things have to be put in place. So you need to have an operational breakdown. How is your business run on a daily basis? Can that business survive without you? If that government leaves seats, now if like
when Gokada was cancelled, right? When Lagos State government came and said no more Okadas in Lagos, that business collapsed, right? If that government leaves power today, will your business still survive? Do you understand? So I feel like there are a lot of operational considerations that must be put in place, first of all, before funding comes into play.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Very relevant. Now I'm going to ask a question to Speaker Ruth, particularly because you relate with lots of businesses at different levels. And on this call, there are business owners who are building tech startups. There are some building business banking solutions, while there are some on the lower part of the ladder, selling on WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. Now, my question to you is this, Ruth. What is the best systems or set of systems to put in place to help businesses bootstrap? We've just learned from Blessing's session that indeed funding is not the number one thing to help a business stay in operation or scale. There are a lot of businesses that bootstrap, and after a while, they scale, right? When you have access to funding because they've gone through the three models, operating, they've grown, and now they can scale. So, what are proper bootstrapping strategies that businesses should reliably execute in order to help them scale, given the reality of several SMEs and startups on this call? So I have a business idea, I'm operating, it looks to be gaining traction, but how can I bootstrap, or what system should I put in place to bootstrap to help me grow? Hi, Ruth.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to appreciate the organizers of this program for the opportunity to speak. How do bootstrapping businesses execute and prepare themselves, considering different conditions that may happen in the economy? It's important to know that bootstrapping entities don't have the luxury of wastage or fat, right? And entities have to be lean and elastic. So one of the very, very important elements to note is you have to be agile. Elasticity is very important for entities that are trying to break through and survive, particularly in a macroeconomic environment like Nigeria. We see significant fluctuations of foreign currency, devaluation, fuel, and high input cost, a number of macroeconomic conditions. For entities or for individuals that are trying to, particularly people that are self-funded, bootstrapped entities, it's about, so one way is in terms of financial management. And when you think about financial management, you talk about, having different scenarios for cash flow. Coming from where, from my own experience in the professional world, you have to have cash flow scenarios for when you envisage a situation of growth. You have to have a scenario where you envisage a situation of stagnation, and even when things become an emergency situation. Know what expenses to cut at the moment you get to the point of a red trigger. So being able to move, quickly from different situations of cash flow is very important for entities, for individuals that, to help bootstrapping businesses. Another way is in terms of supply chain. So when we think about supply chain for entities or for individuals that is coming up, having a diversified sourcing, because at the end of the day, reliability is your brand. If you're not able to meet a customer's demand because you're out of stock, it then becomes your a failure, and that could also impact the reputation of your business to the world. So how do you manage diversifying your sourcing? Looking for vendors that meet your request, but not just one person. How are you able to diversify just in case you have a disappointment from one vendor? How are you able to move to the other person? What fallback plan do you have? How flexible are you to changes? It's one of the areas that you can actually, as a business, respond. When you think about, entities like, Dangote, you think about entities like BUA, that you don't see them waiting for regulatory updates, or you don't see them always waiting for things to change in the economy. They diversify, they modify their own reactions, either by going backward in the integration, forward, or maybe laterally. They diversify and look for alternative means to manage the situation of the economy and respond appropriately and also stay afloat. So it's important that, businesses are not just reactive, we are proactive, consider different situations, assess, sensibility, there's something we call sensitivity analysis where you stress test. So if such a situation happens, I talked about budget earlier, if you stress test where a situation happens, what if dollar goes to 2,000 naira to a dollar? What's going to happen to my bottom line? What's going to happen to my sourcing of inputs to do my business? You have to stress test in order to be consider all scenarios and make decisions that would align with different contingencies as you do your work. And for entities that are also bootstrapped, you also have to think about fragmenting your expertise, because at the level where you don't have the financial capability to hold down a CFO, for example, real time, full time, you have to figure out a way or a system where you can fragment talent. You get fractional talent to give you what you require at a certain point in time. When they deliver on the value, you keep going, just so as you can also manage the fixed cost of your entity by applying some level of executional intelligence to the way you do your business. Just the way we see, tailors like Mytafo and some other entities or some other businesses that, they get commitment fees, different things to manage risks such that you're not just left, open and exposed. So these are some of the ways, bootstrapped entities or bootstrappers, as we say, can manage and reliably ensure that they execute on their mandate. Bootstrapping is not just about being cheap. It's being lean, being fast, being agile, intelligent, flexible, and elastic, so that you free yourself from getting into the trap of bad debt and just locking down because you're not able to proceed when extenuating circumstances occur. So that's the way I'm going to put it. Thank you.
I mean, this is very, very relevant. Thank you so much, folks. As an organization, Jasper, over the last 4 years plus, we've been bootstrapping, right? So everything we've been doing has been from process from our data school and from individual, support. We've got people who are currently working with us 2-3 years, who a few of them have been volunteering, and of course, it's been steady growth, but we've validated the principle that you can grow and make impact bootstrapping until you scale. So I'm going to ask SOM a question which is very relevant to what you said. Bootstrapping does not mean that's SOE Gbinoba. We're happy to have you on the panel also. Given your experience both within the corporate sector, managing teams, and as an entrepreneur, one of the problems we've seen in the African part of the world is what we call business continuity. You have an individual who has a great business idea, and just think about it. In the street around us, we have big shops, big supermarkets, etc. 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, perhaps the founder passes on and there is no business continuity. Or it could be a case where the founder is sick or the owner of the enterprise is sick and business cannot keep operating. So in your own opinion, can you tell us practical ways to
Emmanuel,
ensure...
can you take the question again?
Yes, the question is this. What are practical ways small and medium enterprises...
Take the question again, Emmanuel.
Can you hear me? So the question is, what are practical ways SMEs, startups can ensure their businesses keep running regardless of their personal state? Personal states could mean they could fall sick, a founder could die, they could be on vacation, but business keeps running. So the principle of business continuity is made such that the business is not tied to their physical presence, which is a major challenge we find in the African economy. So what are ways that SMEs, startups can keep their businesses running regardless of their own personal state?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say that it's been a very good conversation. So I've learned a lot from all these figures. I think the first thing I would say is, what is your business model? A lot of entrepreneurs, they create products and services out of survival, right? So different things. I start selling clothes. I start selling hair. I start selling groceries. I start selling meat or groceries in retail, or different kinds of service or consulting services, training services, recruitment services, business plan, SME consulting. So a lot of times people start these businesses because, oh, I have a skill, and I want to monetize a skill and I want to add it as a side hustle to my job, or maybe they're running it full time. So a lot of times people are building out businesses as an extension of their personal competencies, so I say. Or it could be a product where, if it's a product, it could be someone who is a baker. So I bake, or I plan events, or I make clothes. So even if it's a product, a lot of times it's built around the competency of the owner of the business. So, but there are still ways to scale some of those things. Even consultancy business, you can hire junior analysts, junior consultants, and train them. So the first thing will be to build a system. Build a system around what you do. So even if you are selling, you're a tailor, you used to be the one that will go to market. You don't know how to get customer. You don't know how to cut. You don't know how to sew. Build a system. Hire other tailors. Send somebody else to the market to buy clothes. Have another tailor that makes the clothes. You are the one that is chief marketing officer of your business. So you can be responsible for getting clients. But the delivery of the product doesn't have to be you. It can be somebody else, right? So that's how you scale a one-man business. That's how you scale a consultancy product business. You try to build systems around you and have other people that can do those things as well as you can, or better than you can, right? But if you're not running a consultancy business or a service business that is built around your product business around you, if you're running a proper company, let's imagine that you're running let me try to think about what can be a proper company that you can register. So one example is you can start a lending company, right? For you to have a lending company, you have to register with a CAC, and then you have to also get a license. Or you can start an import. I'm trying to see something that is that you need a lot of, maybe a startup, right? Or even the hospital, for example, you need to register. Also, launch a law firm. So there's certain businesses that you can't start and build around yourself. You have to set up proper systems, right? So there are businesses that, because of the nature of the industries, you have to build systems as you are building out the business, right? Another thing that I would say that entrepreneurs need to focus on is, before you venture into a business, make sure there's demand for that product. Always make sure there's demand for that product. Don't go by, oh, one person paid for it, that means, oh, 10 people will pay. That may not be true. So I have learned it from my business coach, my mentor. He used to tell, so I train as a coach, and he used to tell us that, if you want to launch a product, a service, as well about that product, just give them the draft idea. Oh, I have this coaching program I want to run. It will help you maximize productivity, to help you make money. Get their feedback about what you are building. Ask them, if I charge you 1,000 naira, will you pay? If you get enough people that say yes, that means you have a product. So now it's at the early stage, and you've taken all their feedback, and you tell them, oh, I want to offer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as value. Is it all good enough? They'll say, okay, why don't you add 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? So you then get all the feedback, and then come back and say, if I give you 1 to 10 as value, and I charge you 2,500 naira, will you pay? If they say yes, then you have a product. And then what you're going to also, then you won't just have a product. You have a wait list of people that said they will give you 2,500 naira. So I did this thing recently. For the last 2 years, I've been attending events in Lagos. For the last 2 years, I've attended a total of 271 events in 2 years. Last year I attended 160 events. The other year I attended around 11. And I was just doing it because I genuinely love networking. I genuinely love just understanding what's going on in the tech ecosystem. Passion, right? Now, I had people that have been following me since last year. Please, oh, so let me know when you're going for an event. Invite me. I want to come, I want to come. So I created a BC list just because I wanted to just help people. Now this towards the end of last year, as I was sharing my regular event updates, a friend sent me, someone in the group sent me a message. I said, I saw this thing is so valuable. Oh, you should be charging for it. I would pay if you can curate this thing for me every month. So I was like, jokingly, I was like, okay, so how much would you pay? And I was like, I will pay 150,000 naira. And I'll pay it as a one-off fee for the year. Emmanuel, as soon as I heard that thing, me that was doing passion and impact, my brain just resets. I'm like, you mean that you give me 150K? They said yes. I said no problem. Immediately, I sent a message to 50 people. If I create a billing list and I'm sharing you events happening in Lagos, would you pay me 150,000 naira for it? Out of the 50 people, 22 people said yes. The remaining 28 said no, it's too expensive. I'll pay 50K or I won't pay at all. It's not valuable enough to me. 22 people. As soon as I got those 22 people saying yes, I said, don't worry. I recreated. So I've created it. I'm going to push it now. I'm going to promote it next week. But guess what? I'm promoting it next week. I already have a wait list of 22 people who have said they will pay. So what some other entrepreneurs would do normally is maybe I started attending events for like 6 months, right? And I'm like, oh, let's say a year. Let me say a year. I'm like, oh, I've attended events for 1 year. I think it's valuable. People have been seeing me on native. I think it's valuable that people need to know about where to find events in Lagos. And then they speak to their 2 or 3 of their friends, and they're like, oh, this is valuable. I think you should charge 150 or charge 100. That's 100. Then they will speak to customers. Oh, they go and launch products. Sometimes they might even spend money, do a launch events, or they might even do, launch event, or go and do an expensive website, go and hire team members, go and build serious websites, spend money, then crickets, nobody's paying. So that market research stage, they miss it. They miss the market research stage of spending time with the potential users, asking questions. Be sure that you are building the right product at the right price for the right target audience. The target audience that you have today, because when it comes to marketing, there's the aspirational target audience, and then there's the target audience that you have access to, accessible target audience. Like the people that you have today, like my current purchasing power people right now can pay me 150,000. Of course, I think people that can pay 500,000, they exist. I may not know them. I think people that can pay 1 million, they exist, but I may not know them. So my current target, because I asked the guy, how much would you pay me? He said 150. I didn't put a price on what I thought it was worth. Right? So I went with, and I asked other people, 50 people, and I said, this 150, would you pay? 20 people said yes. Some of them said it's too cheap. I said, thank you very much. So guess what? The value is not quite, like, nobody's questioning value. The price points was based on what the market interpreted as value. That's the value they put on it. That's how much they are willing to pay for it. So what I did was I took what they can pay and I matched with value I could provide. And guess what? I will make money. So
Great.
Continuity is not just about systems. You also need to be sure that what you're building for the right market, and you're building at the price point that they can pay.
Thank you very much, Esori. This is very relevant, particularly with those personal examples. Now, just before we continue, I want us all to do something. Everyone listening and those on YouTube, I see so many of you on YouTube also. This event is sponsored by Industry. And if you know of Industry, particularly quick seller business, a product of Industry, you realize how the organization has been built around supporting the growth of SMEs and startups. So here is what we'll do before I move on to the next set of questions for our panelists is I want you all to click on the link, Quick Seller Business. This link would lead you to sign up for a set of tools that would help you scale your business. Like most of you know, you can begin to accept payments locally in Nigeria and internationally. Like Estoya has said, a lot of people want to pay for services, not just goods. And if you are building a service-based organization or even a physical good-based organization, you need to accept payment. You need to be able to use your perhaps your physical POS terminals, etc. So I want you all, as we take the next set of questions, to click on that link and sign up. This is what we're talking about in terms of putting the right tools to scale your business. Okay. So my final question for all the panelists would be, in practical terms, give us your advice, your thoughts on one strategy to scale your business as a resilient business over the next 5 years. We know so much is changing within the economic landscape, a lot of policies, lots of you know, things being put in place to see that the government gets an environment that helps businesses thrive. But I want to ask, what is one practical way for surviving and winning as a business owner over the next 5 years, such that all of the businesses on this call would not just be existing in 5 years' time, but they'll be scaling. So each of you, please give us one practical rule that will help this business to scale. And I'll start with Ruth.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. I think in my view, I think one of the most important ways to ensure sustainability of your business is by setting systems and structures. And the number of speakers have touched on that when they gave their own submissions across the different sessions of this program. Building a business that would survive, you can be the architect with the idea, but you need an engine to get the system working over a long period of time. And many founders have been trapped by their own successes. They are the only ones who can close a sale. They're the only ones who can sign off on payments. They're the only ones that know the secret sauce to really get their business going. They're not able to translate those ideas and the way they have known how to implement into systems where other people can run without them. You need to set up a business that, while you are needed, you're not always needed. The business should include you, but not that the business cannot survive without you. It shouldn't be a business such that, if you're sick, you have to go on a short vacation, everything breaks down. So what system structure have you put in place? What SOP, like we say in the professional, the standard operating manual that you have put in place, such that people are able to perform daily repeatable actions towards the accomplishment of the objective of the business that makes the business to thrive, survive, and get on the right bottom line. So separating yourself from the business, that financial separation, don't commingle your own personal cost with the cost of the business. Have a structure, record as you go, having a way of really recording what you do in the business, and so that you can ensure accountability, set targets and track it over time, and be agile. Like I mentioned earlier, be open to changes in the economy, or changes in circumstances. Technology is changing very fast pace. If you're not responding, you'll be left behind. So how are you adapting to changes in the environment? What are you doing in embracing technology to help you drive your business and to also strive for efficiency and to reduce your cost? So in summary, the one thing, set up systems, set up structures that can work, like a well-oiled machine without you, so that your business can ensure sustainability over time. So that's what I believe is very important for entities or for individuals trying to survive. Thank
you very much. We'll come back to this. I mean, good thing is I will have this online. People can listen to this over and over. I'll go next to Daniel. Give us strategies, your personal strategy to ensure that businesses remain in operation for the next 5 years, despite the economic turns, despite funding issues, power issues. What is that one ingredient you think would help these businesses fail and not go out of business?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think our business has been on for more than that 5 years. So I think I can talk about that. One thing that is very critical is that you must be able to operate from a strategic angle, understand what is it your business is set out to do, what are the things you want to achieve. And many times this overall objective is mostly articulated in pay offline. If you look at our pay offline, we say innovation, technology, training, technology, and innovation. That means that there are 3 pillars on which we build on, and then our offerings are tied around this. And that means that in spite of whatever comes, we are constantly thinking around these pillars, what more can we do to be able to ensure that we keep the business going? It's important to innovate around your offerings so that if there is a dip, you are able to, access new markets, new opportunities, and be able to, keep the business going. And I set an example around here. There was a point when we had a dip in our sales and operation, and our sales. And at that point, we weren't doing social media marketing as part of the things that we do, right? But we observed a demand, a need for it, and then we tried to explore that avenue to increase, revenue. And I tell you, we had contacts, businesses who were in the US, who were reaching out, asking for that, that particular offering. At that point, it helped us to keep going. And of course, we're delivering value to the people who needed it at that point in time. And finally, I'd like to say it's important to make sure that you put in place buffers to be able to counter some of the known challenges. If you know that you're based in Nigeria and there is a potential for a power problem, you must make sure that you have thought about it. What are the costs that I need to, put in place to make sure that the business doesn't shut down? If as a business you're at a point where your business shuts down, it can be more harrowing for you as a business owner than anything else. So you must ensure you have a buffer that will ensure that your business keeps going, because that's the only thing that will give you the energy to keep innovating and thinking of the next thing to do. All right. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. But you, sorry, just in 2 minutes, you shared some very important information, but in response to this, can we hear from you?
I would say that you need to keep your costs lean. So one of the mistakes, very big mistakes that a lot of SMEs make is that when they hit some small breakthrough e.g. is that maybe their clients start paying more or they start having more clients. But long story cut short, they start growing in revenue. So three things that they do that to make sure that they go broke is that they increase whatever it is they're paying themselves personally, right? So they basically start eating their capital by making the business fund their personal lifestyle. Second thing they also do is they increase salaries anyhow because they think there's money in the account. Not only the money that is in the account, it's just money that we collected for this month or for next month. Because in fact that we have this money, it doesn't mean that we have money tomorrow. So they increase salaries anyhow. So they increase their overhead costs high. The third thing that they also do is they splurge on business expenses and marketing expenses. And so when every business has lean years and lean months, right? And surplus months and surplus years. So when those lean times come, they don't have a buffer. They don't have savings. So what happens is they slash salaries, which demotivates staff, they fire people, and they're struggling to keep the business alive. So all the things they should have been doing since when the money was plenty, they start trying to do it when it's too late. So I would say that if you're trying to make sure that your business is sustainable and it lasts for as long as possible, make sure that even in season of plenty, you are lean. If you can take an allowance or not pay yourself for a bit, please delay gratification, right? Or put yourself on a salary, 100,000, 200, 300, like you're putting your staff. Pay your staff with Nigeria SME rates. Don't pay them with startup rates or pay them multinational rates. You're not a startup, you're not multinational. Pay according to your pocket. Hire talent according to your pockets. Don't increase salaries anyhow. Not even if your employees manipulate you or pressure you. If someone comes and says, man, you're paying me 200, but start paying me 500, but that's what I think I want, or I think that's the value. You tell them, thank you for your services so far. This is what we can afford. If it's not okay by you, we will hire someone else that fits our budgets. I've had to let people go when they come to me with that, I want to pay me double what I'm earning. I'm like, that's nice, but I cannot afford it. If you cannot take what I'm paying you, then please resign. Give me your notice period. Let me find someone that can fit my budget. But I will not be bullied to spend money I don't have to pay salaries. And also bring down your business expenses. Bring it down. Beginning of this year, I wanted to do a rebrand. And sometimes my graphic designer does good design sometimes doesn't do. But my graphic designer is also a web designer. Now, guess what, Emmanuel? I said I reached out to people that are looking for a design firm or a designer to work on my brands, business and personal. And there's this guy that did a logo for a bank. And he sent me a bill. I wanted to work on like 5 logos for different brands. He sent me a bill of both web brand logo design and website for 8 million naira. When I got that proposal, I thought about a few things I could do with 8 million. I called my designer is called Okpe. I called Okpe back. Okpe, how are you? Okpe will say, ma, I've just back to Canada. I say, I know, but can you still work with me remotely? He said, yes. Guess what? I paid Okpe 200,000 naira. This month alone, Okpe has done me 3 logos and 2 for 200,000 naira salary. That's what, but it was a 3-month project. I would have paid Okpe 600,000 in 3 months. What this guy wants to collect 8 million naira for. Now, if I got one contract last year for 20 million, that's how I'll be tempted to pay 8 million for what I could have paid 600,000 naira for. So even if there is money, I always think like I'm broke. I always think like I don't have. I just got an accountant to work with my company. I was getting people that would charge. Someone wanted to charge me 500,000 per month. I said, how many transactions am I doing in a month? He said it's accounting plus tax. I said, I know. I found an accountant that I'm paying 100,000 naira a month, doing the same accounting and tax consulting. I was looking for a lawyer. People were giving me 5 million, 3 million. I found a lawyer that is agreeing to collect 100,000 naira per month because I don't even have the money to pay upfront. So now I'm paying accountant firm, not accountant to a firm, 100,000, a law firm, 100,000 a month. So I always look for, because there are good people who are affordable. The problem is that when you have a pricing office in Ikoyi, because you think that your money has arrived. So you need to start thinking, look for so many Ikeja, look for places that fit your budget. To always think lean, let this money last long, right? So cut your expenses, be lean, hire. I've laid off a lot of staff. I only have like 2 or 3 people for me. But I pay those 2 or 3 people, I pay them very well. Instead of me having 10 people, I'm paying them 100K. I rather have 3 people and I'm paying you 200, 300, 400K a month. So I will still pay you the same money, but I would rather have a small team and pay them well. And I tell them, do you want me to be looking for your salary every month? Because this money you're asking for, if I promise you, I'm lying to you, I will start struggling by the second month. So let me pay you what I know that on 25th, 27th, you will get your salary. Whether or not client pays, you will get your salary. Because I'm managing the company funds very well, there is always excess to cover for the lean months. But when you are splurging anyhow, when there are late months, when clients delay, and clients can owe service owner, people are looking to you, clients can owe you like no man's business. 3 months, my sister, I'm working on, the company, they also approve, they will owe you. So those times they are owing us, I still want to be able to pay my team. But if you ask me to pay 500K, 1 million, I cannot afford to pay you. So let me be paying what I can afford so that I will not owe salary. Right? So please cut your clothes according to your size. If possible, get a job, get something else that pays you personally. Don't kill your business with your personal expenses. A lot of people, they are consulting companies like they are a personal company. Client will pay 1 million, they remove 800K and pay themselves. That's not how to grow a business. Pay a salary to yourself, or go and get a job, or go and get something else that pays your bills. Allow that business to grow.
Thank you very much, sorry. Very spot on. Right, I'm going to come to Blessing to chime in on this, but I want to give a personal philosophy I have, and not everybody would agree. Just 1 minute. Sometimes expensive does not always mean quality. Sometimes, many times people say, oh, you see it on Instagram, on TikTok, someone says my service is worth 500,000, and you say, oh, I can't afford 500,000. The next response is, go to the guy can give you 50, they can pay you at 50,000. And the impression there is that because you want cheaper, you don't want quality. It is not in all cases. In many cases, according to the growth level you currently are, pay what you can afford. We had a personal experience at Jasper where much of data school operation has grown in leaps and bounds by referrals. People who take our programs, see the quality, they refer us to the next person. In fact, we've had people who, in chain of multiples, they've referred to 3 or 4 more people. So we thought, okay, let's scale. And then we hired a marketing agency. Now, don't get me wrong. Marketing agencies are great if you get it right. But then sometimes also, it might not be the right stage of your growth. You tried them out and it was flat failure. So as a business owner, you must learn exactly what works for you, cut your coat according to your cloth, and then don't rush ahead of the game. So, Blessing, give us, this is industry, right? I know you have, and I'm very deliberate about what you're doing because you do not just build tools for enterprises, for the large corporate, you've also built for small and medium enterprises. So tell us your own practical response to what a business should do to survive in the next 5 years in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And before saying that, Esohe, please, I'll come for mentorship. Oh, and I don't have plenty money too.
I'm a broker.
All right, thanks.
No,
Okay, so
Emmanuel will share our contact.
okay, okay, thanks. So, in one simple sentence, design your business to absorb shocks and not to avoid them. Now, we're in payments, right? And I've been in payments for a while, even before joining InterSwitch. I was in the bank. The truth is, things change. The payment landscape, and not just the payments landscape, businesses, FX policies, operating environment, infrastructure, costs, everything changes rapidly. There's volatility, right, in Nigeria. And founders and professionals who survive are not necessarily the smartest, right, or the most funded, but they're just people who have designed their businesses to absorb shocks. Now, from a payment perspective, right, resilience starts with, like Esohe said, cash flow discipline. We've seen a lot of Nigerian SMEs that have good revenue, but poor survival because they cannot reconcile payments, they splurge, they spend more than they get. So that you have revenue, that you have money coming in, you have like millions of naira, like sometime last year, I think at the beginning of last year, we saw there was this Instagram reel about a certain business owner who said that she made, I don't know whether 150 million or a certain amount in the previous year. And a lot of people were celebrating her, but inside my mind, and it was not bad belly or anything, inside my mind I was like, what's the profit? Right? So you got all of these funds, you got all of this money, you got all these things, you had a lot of working customers, you had online customers. How did you manage? What is the profit? So after paying your staff, paying yourself and everything, are you still profitable? Okay, so a lot of businesses, they get good revenue, good cash flow, but they can't reconcile payments. They can't even manage settlements. They don't know where monies go to. They spend money on the most expensive things. Your distribution, or I would say raw materials, are expensive. Everything is expensive. Your raw, everything you use is expensive. At the end of the day, such businesses do not make money. And even though they have a good business plan, a good business idea, good funding, they will just phase out. So you need to know where your money is, how it's going. Secondly, we need to build flexibility, right, into our model. So in payments, we see, and in InterSwitch, under Picteller business, we manage different types of businesses. We have enterprise solutions. We have enterprise now under IPG. That's the InterSwitch Payment Gateway. We deal across different types of businesses. We have payment facilitators of the biggest, I'd say, size in Nigeria. And then we have the mom and pop businesses. We have people who just want payment links, right? And the truth is, you need to be flexible. Today you see, oh, this payment facilitator doesn't want the business anymore because this is how the payment landscape now is. So you need to now move away from there. If your highest revenue was coming from a certain bracket or a certain I would say portfolio, after like 1 year or 2 years, that revenue will stop coming from there. You then need to see, okay, how can I adjust my business model? So in InterSwitch, in payments, we adjust every day. So that's what business development is. My MD would always say, is how to that next mountain before you. And trust me, there are mountains every day. The next mountain before you, how do you surmount it? Now your this used to be your cash cow, or this used to be your joker. It's no longer your joker. How do you move away from there? How do you go to the next business portfolio? How do you harness the next business idea? How do you, which other vertical will give you money? Is it airlines? Is it utilities? Would it be e-commerce? Where is your next joker? And then thirdly, you need to stay compliant. We need to stay. A lot of business owners are not compliant. A lot of business owners don't understand tax. They don't understand how finances run. They don't understand settlements. They don't understand. Are your papers, your business papers, are they even complete? Right? Are you even properly registered? These are some of the things that we need to keep in mind. If you cannot be perfect, the truth is you can't be perfect. You can't have it all. But compliance is a journey. Sorry, my laptop has gone off again. It just keeps going off. I know you can see me and you can hear me. Just a minute, please.
So while you're getting that up, I have a
Okay,
question.
okay, okay, continue, please.
And this is for many businesses, just like you said, a major concern is around all of the documentation. So if I came to you as, say, Fumi Enterprises, right? Fumi Enterprises sells on, say, on Instagram or has a shop. I'm setting up a business. How can you exactly help me scale my business with the tools you have?
Sorry, please come again with your question.
So I'm saying, in practical terms, how can you help me scale my business or ease my operations with the tools you have? Say, for example, I sell gadgets at Computer Village, or I've got a lot of traction with selling hair on Instagram, or perhaps I'm a graphics designer and I've seen a lot of people reaching out to me from Kenya, from the US, and I've come to you to say, Bless, I heard you can help me manage my operations or scale my business. Just in the next 30 seconds, because our time is fast spent, how can InterSwitch or Quick Teller Business help me?
All right. So on Quick Teller Business, we have different, I would say, different services that we render there. So when you are onboarded as a merchant, we have invoices. Now, okay, there's transaction records. When you get onboarded, you have your transaction records. You know what collections you have gotten. Right. So let's assume that we onboard you on our storefront. You are a merchant and we've onboarded you on our storefront. Our storefront is like a business tool. We have different business tools on Quick Teller Business. You see you see your inventory, right? We have a tool for inventory. We have a tool for warehousing. We have a tool for, of course, your dashboard, your reports and everything. We have a tool for invoicing, right? You can create payment links and then it calculates for you. So if I go there today and I have uploaded, all of my wares on the storefront, or I've put everything now and I can see all of those things, it shows me the number of invoices that I have created or the number of payment links. And then as those goods are depleting, as my inventory is depleting, there is a record for it. So the most important aspect of all of this thing is that there is data. Now, what I'm saying is we have different business tools that would help you monitor your business at different times, right?
Thank
From our
you.
warehousing to invoicing. I mentioned all of them before, but Quick Teller Business is such a robust platform, right? And it helps you. I usually call it cradle to grave. Okay, no, but I don't expect any business to die, but we can start with you, grow with a business into teen years and then old age and all of that, right? It gives you everything. At a glance, you can see your transaction data. At a glance, you can see what you have left on your inventory. At a glance, you can see the type of, I would say, currencies that have paid into your account, right? You can say, oh, these payments are Naira denominated. These payments are even card denominated payments. I received maybe 41% of my transactions, or my customers pay me by card. Another 20 pay me by maybe USSD. Another 15 pay me by bank transfers. You know, the what we deal with is empirical data. You see everything, and you have all of the tools that you need to monitor your business. And apart from that, we have very strong fraud prevention tools, web crawlers, things that are able to secure your business and secure your customers' cards and information at any point in time.
Thank you, Blessing. It's a good way to end this panel session. Can we just give virtual round of applause to all our speakers, Estoye, Ruth, Daniel, Blessing. It's been amazing back to back. Can someone just help me also monitor on YouTube? I'm sure there are responses on YouTube, and we should be able to take questions maybe in the comment section. But for now, we're going to have a quick practical session on how these tools can help you scale your business. So once again, thank you so much, Esoe, Daniel, Ruth, Blessing, for this enlightening session. Over to you, Esther.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our panelists. That was a very great section. In fact, I did not want to leave. I was just here writing, and I was like, I need to jot all these things down. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you so much, Ruth. Blessing us so here. And moving on to the next, we'll be having a quick sponsorship. Okay, a sponsor presentation from Quick Teller Business from Quick Teller Business by a beautiful woman. She's a business development manager in digital payments with over 5 years of experience with helping businesses grow through smarter payment solution and strong partnership. She currently manages high-value merchants portfolios, including airlines and educational institutions on the InterSwitch payment gateway, and she has worked extensively with SMEs on onboarding, customer lifecycle management, and revenue optimization. She holds a master's degree in media and marketing communication, alongside advanced leadership training and professional certificates. She works as the intersection of technology, strategy, and market expansion, and she's passionate about helping SMEs understand how digital payments can unlock skill, efficiency, and long-term growth. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Oyinye Ineolu. Please join me to welcome her. This is a round of applause. Keep clapping for her. Keep clapping for her as she comes forward. Please, ma'am, you'll be having 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Please let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to do just a very quick walkthrough of the InterSwitch payments gateway or Quick Teller Business. Basically for you to basically educate SMEs on how InterSwitch can help your business scale. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Please let me know if my screen is on. Great.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, great. I don't know if we're all aware of InterSwitch as a business, but I hope we are. InterSwitch is about 24 years old now in the industry, and it started off as a payment company. Now it's a large technology firm that serves several different purposes. But today we'll be talking about Quick Teller Business specifically. Quick Teller Business is the business within InterSwitch that hosts our digital and our POS team, that is online and offline payment services. The goal of the business is basically to empower SMEs, B2B and B2C businesses on how to expand and how to grow. One of the key parts of owning a business is basically collections. How do you collect your money from your customer? And Quickseller Business as a platform we have come up with several different ways that we can help small businesses collect payments efficiently. During the presentation, Blessing had mentioned before you seek funding, it's important for you to understand, have sorted out a lot of things in-house. How do you do your reconciliation? How do you know the number of transactions that are coming into your platform? Are you operating your business on vibes and inshallah? You don't want to do that. And that is why the payment gateway is here. And we have created a structured process for you to be able to collect your payments, reconcile, look at your settlements easily. We have a global reach currently for those SMEs that are targeting businesses outside the country. InterSwitch is going to be able to assist you in collecting in multiple currencies and settle you in Naira or USD. We accept payments on internationally issued cards like Amex, Discovery, China Union Pay, and the local cards that we are used to, MasterCard, Visa, and Verve, especially. We have different payment channels available for you, which is cards, USSD payments, transfers, which everybody uses. We have integrated with OPay to assist customers also pay simply with their OPay apps. We have Pay with PalmPay, Pay with QuickTeller, Google Pay, and USSD and QR codes as well. The QuickTeller business platform is very easily customizable, and it's very easy for you to key your business into what we have and customize it to fit your business purpose. I know that a lot of the SMEs here, some of the SMEs here might want to have physical stores. It's also important to know that we provide POS services as well. Our POS also accepts international payments. So if, for example, you have working customers who are going to need to accept payments with their international cards on the POS, or they want to pay with POS, contactless payments as well are also available on our terminals. We have also partnered with several banks to ensure that payment is smooth and seamless. We have a 99.9 success rate on transfers and POS payments, and also on digital payments, collections with cards. I would like to state for those of us that might be intending to open online businesses, the InterSwitch Payment Gateway is it's going to be very key for you as a business that wants to go online. Say, for example, I know that if you have, for example, a clothing shop on Instagram, instead of sharing out your account number, that might lead to risks. For example, people can, in creating branding, I know one of the panel speakers talked about what's your brand and what are you known for. It's important that you customize your business in a way that it is more niche as opposed to just sending your account number randomly. And that's what the InterSwitch Payment Gateway has, a lot of solutions that are listed that allows you to create that kind of niche environment. And when I say niche, I'm talking about payment links. If you have a business online and you want to send your details to collect payment, you can easily generate a link on the QuickTeller business and share it with your customer. The customer just needs to click the link and select any of the 10 payment options that are available, which makes payment easy and smoother. And it also makes it much easier for you to track, because it will collect the customer's ID, customer's name, so you can know who made payments at what time. If you have staff, it also helps you to keep track of the staffs that have or the links that you have attached to each staff, so you know what has been sold by this person and what was sold by the other person. We also have an invoicing system that allows you to collect, to update invoices in both USD and Naira. So if you are doing international businesses, like I mentioned before, having invoices would also help you at the end of the day, maybe at the end of each quarter, to do audits on your business so that you can easily keep track of the finances and the money that is going in and out of the business. You want to always know how much you've made, how much you can take out, so you don't eat into your capital in the first place. This slide just basically points to what QTB's capability is here now. We have Amex processing, like I mentioned. Amex is an American, is the American Express cards that it's currently being issued by Access Bank for both Local cards are being issued by Amex today. So if you are interested in getting an Amex card, you can walk in and get it, and your customers will be able to make payments to you on our InterSwitch payment gateway and our InterSwitch POS as well. And you'll be able to settle in the currency that they have debited in. We also have virtual account services, meaning you can customize an account number. We can generate an account number that will have your name attached to it, as well as quick teller, that you can paste in your shop or in your storefront so that your customers can see it clearly as well. I will just quickly do a demo for us on how to generate a payment link, just so you see how easy it is and how straightforward it is. After I do that demo, I'm open to taking any questions that you might have on how this payment processes or the payment options that we are going to be providing you, or that Quick Teller business provides you, can help your business, or just basically how we can help you scale. We are able to set up conversations with our internal teams on how to do proper settlement, proper reconciliation, and just basically how to audit your business to ensure that there is no leakage or cash fluctuations or cash losses in any way. I'll go ahead and share the screen so that you can see how to create a payment link and understand basically how that process works specifically. I hope we can still hear me and I haven't lost us yet.
I hear you.
Thank you so much. This is basically the front end of the Quick Teller business dashboard. The link was shared in the group chat earlier. So if you click on the link and you set up your account, it brings you here. Once the account is fully set up, this is what it looks like. When it hasn't been fully set up, let me show you a view of what it will look like. It will look like it would be showing you a test account, meaning your account is in test mode. That means there are still some KYC details that need to be updated. Later during the call, we'll share documentations on certain documents that are required, because as Nigeria is moving forward, our KYC, which is know your customer details, are increasing. And for businesses, the federal government is pushing for a more structured way to recognize businesses, which is having tax identification and also your CAC and things like that. So a lot of fintechs have been mandated to collect that. We can have a conversation if at any point after this call. We can also set up conversations to educate businesses on the need to collect or get your business documentations, just so that you can be recognized by the federal government and you are not disturbed at some point. So what I'm showing now is basically how to generate a payment link. When you open the dashboard and you're on the live dashboard, you go straight to payment link, which is on your left-hand side. You create a link. Minimize this. You click on this button to create a link. Sometimes you might want recurring payments or single payment. For this test, we'll just do a single payment. So I'll name this tests. You can also pick an image. You can put your business image just so that your customer can know exactly what you are trying to do, so that your customer can identify you specifically when they click on the payment link. That's an option for you. You can also put a description of what the payment link is for. You can put your business name there to basically say that this is what you do. You can also put a fixed amount. If, for example, the person paid for an item that costs 20,000 naira, you put in 20,000 naira and then you create the link on your dashboard. It takes less than 5 seconds to do. Then you can copy the link and send it to your customer. But for the sake of this presentation, I'll just visit the link directly. I don't know if my screen has changed. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Onyinye, you can see your screen.
Okay. Let me pull it up again. I think I moved. Okay. All right. So when the link is provided or has been sent to the customer, this is basically what the customer sees when they click the link. Then they are required to put in their names. Once you put in your name and your last name, you put in your email. The reason why this email is important here is because at the end of the day, if you decide to start pushing out, decide to start sending mailing content or reaching out to your customer through mails, this payment link has already given you the opportunity to collect the emails of your customer. Although it's not necessary for those people that are not willing to, but you can put it there, and those people that are willing to provide it would put in their emails. Then it takes them to the payment page and it lists out the payment options that are available. Apologies, my network is really slow. Apologies, my network is lagging. I don't know if you can still see my screen.
Not yet.
Okay. 1 second, is coming up. Okay. Yes. So when your customer clicks on the link, it shows the payment options that are available. All the payment options I shared initially, which includes our pay with card, pay with transfer, pay with OPay, pay with quick teller, pay with wallet, pay with Google Pay. Pay with wallet simply refers to all your other wallet services that are available, which includes pay with Palm Pay, pay with Pockets, and some other wallets that we have integrated with. Once they select a payment option, say for example, they select pay with card, they just need to type in their card details, type in the expiry date and CVV. They will get an OTP from their bank, and the entire process would basically take the customer 20 to 30 seconds to complete or less. If they click on the pay with transfer option, it takes them to copy the account number or the account number and the amount, and the account lasts for 30 minutes before it expires. It's very simple and pretty straightforward for businesses. And I believe that we created this structure basically for a lot of businesses that struggle to reconcile or basically collect payment from their customers. There is currently a lack of trust on the internet for businesses. So when you create niche ways for you to be able to collect your payment, it generates a type of trust between you and the customer. And when the payment process is easy as well, it helps your customer to return to you consistently in order for you to make payments. Another feature that we have available is that we can provide you with the API or the SDK so that you can tie this directly into your website. So when a customer makes a purchase on your website, they can just click on the make payment button and it will bring them directly to this gateway to initiate a payment, and straightforward, smooth as necessary. That's my short presentation. If you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask on how our payment processes go, or basically anything. Thank you very much. Hi, Blessing. Your hand is up.
All right, just to quickly add that in case for people who do not have websites, we have the storefront, right? And we can set you up on our storefront and give you a URL. So there's some work that we're doing now that will create you a customized URL, a customized domain, right? The same way you will have for a website, but we're not done with that work. In the meantime, we will just give you our domain, we'll extend our domain to your own business name and have you set up. Thank you.
Yeah,
Right.
thank
Can
you
I
so
just,
much, person.
yes, just a contribution, right? And I'm speaking not just as founder of Jasper, but as someone who also understands how systems can help someone, right? Long before we even had this conversation with InterSuite, one of the things that has attracted me to technology tools is the fact that you can be in Ikeja, in Oshodi, in Ikorodu, anywhere, and receive payments from any part of the world. You can even be from Calabar, from any part of the world, right? You don't have to be pasting your account number everywhere on Instagram, on several places. In just 2 minutes, you can create what we call a payment link that helps you. You can post that on your WhatsApp status, on Instagram, on several channels where anyone who clicks on this can pay you securely. Now, what that does for you also is that in one view, you can see, okay, the month of March, I had 500 people pay me. In the month of April, I had 700 people pay me. What happened in between April and March? Okay, it was a promo period, or it declined to 350. So data disability is taken care of. I'm only speaking this in our own language, SMEs and founders, because these tools, free of charge, are very easy to use, and you want to also be in quick teller business ecosystem. So I want you all to click on the link, right, and the chat. For those who will be watching this much later on YouTube and currently on YouTube, do click on the chat. And what we'll do after now is to also have onboarding sessions, like hand-holding sessions, where we would guide you, myself and a couple of colleagues, on how you can create accounts and create your first payment link. You know the way we do it? We have incentives for those who are able to use this tool over the next couple of months. So I want to see how you can optimize this technology tools. We're not just pouring information to you. We want you to use these tools and grow your business. Now, last word. Many of us want to scale. In 2027, there'll be a lot of contract projects. And then someone comes to say, supply me 1,000 pieces of your item. You don't want to be struggling to generate an invoice, or you want to generate a way to receive payments. You need to be all professional, generate a payment on quick teller business, and close out the deal. So thank you all. Thank you, Onye, for that short presentation. Over to you, Esther.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? You're all welcome. Thank you so much, Onye, for that presentation, and also for the insight that our convener Emmanuel was able to add to this. Thank you very much. Please, everyone, let's give ourselves a round of applause. We've been sitting for the past how many hours? It's a lot. Let's put our hands together. Let's celebrate ourselves in the comment section. Let's also celebrate all our panelists and our speakers, those that have spoken. Let's celebrate them. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you so much, because without you attending this event and sitting till this time, we will not even be here. I will not have anyone I'm speaking to. We will not even have anyone the speakers are speaking to. So celebrate yourself in the comment section. Thank you very, very much. Yes, thank you so much. I can see us. Let's keep clapping for ourselves. Celebrate yourself in the comment section. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving on to the next. We have a spoken word. We have a spoken word first. Yes. We have a spoken word by a beautiful lady. I know maybe some of us know her. For those that don't know her, I'm going to give an introduction about who she is. So she is a phenomenal spoken word artist, renowned for powerful narrative and depth that resonates with diverse audience. She has graced stages across notable events, captivating listeners with performance that dive into themes of God, women, mental health, and others. She has featured and collaborated with organizations like PIPAD, Guardian Women Festival, Vote O23, Jobber Man, Wife Infinity, NIGGSA, and Euphoria, and many more to promote the arts and community engagement. Through her evocative storytelling, she continues to inspire and challenge perceptions, solidifying her ground in the contemporary spoken word artistry. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome a beautiful lady. We'll be listening to her. Her name is Adelamius Uluwafemi. Thank you. Let's put our hands and celebrate her. Thank you.
My name is Olaimi Oluwafemi, also known as Adelamius, and today I'm going to be here in the capacity of a poet, and I'll be performing a poem on resilience. I hope that as you listen, I hope that you get inspired, and I hope that you hear it. Thank you. What do you do when you meet a roadblock? Do you lock yourself in a room and cry in bad luck? What happens when your dreams go dim? Or the light at the end of the tunnel starts to flicker? Do you stand and watch the darkness consume you? Or you let gloom have its way? Hey, do you know what you are made of? Your body is built for adaptability, your mind, flexibility, and malleability, which means that when one door is shut, we mustn't cry on the floor, we must open another, and if it doesn't, we break through. There is success behind the door when we push through. So will you not relent? Even if you lament, promise yourself that you reinvent, you remain unbent and unbroken, even with a dent. Because at the end of the day, when you succeed, you forget about your pain and losses, and the top is for those who refuse to shrink. It's for those who didn't let their vision sink. It's for those who at the brink of failing thought about how success can still be a reality. See, you don't have to always stand aside and wait for a good Samaritan. You too can be a Samaritan. And in life, the storms will rage, the winds will roar, but prove to them that you are stronger. Prove to them that your zeal is stronger. So will you fight on? Will you lift the light on? Will you show the world that you are?
Thank you very much, Adelamius. Thank you for that section. And thank you for being a voice in the industry. Thank you very much. So moving on, we'll just do a quick thing. Let's all go to the comment section. Let's all go to the comment section and introduce ourselves. For some people that, yes, we know this is a point to network and also connect with each other. So you can just go to the comment section. I know I said it in the morning that we could tell us, you could let us know where you're coming from, where you're connecting from, if you're in Nigeria, outside Nigeria. But this time around, you can go to the comment section. This is a connecting space now. Why, before we go into the next thing, just try to drop your name, introduce yourself, and connect with people you don't know. You may have a birthday mate there, you don't know. You may have another birthday mate, so just introduce yourself in the comment section. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next minute. All right, so as we are all doing that, please let's not forget that there is a link. And also, we want to also celebrate our YouTube viewers. Thank you so much for all the viewers that are connecting with us via YouTube. Thank you very much for watching. And thank you also. You can also drop your comments and drop your your questions in the comment section, and we will attend to it. And also for those that have not opened up their quick teller, please don't forget it. 50 people, we can do that. Let's open and let's get started. So moving on to the next, we'll be introducing our next speaker. And okay, please, just 1 minute. I'm doing my system is moving.
business.quickteller.com.
Accountant today, logistics manager tomorrow. See, managing a business is not for the weak, but Quick Teller Business helps me stand on business. I'm able to create payment links, send directly to my customers, and receive payment from them without even having a website. Here's how to create a payment link you can send directly to your customers. Step 1, click on payment link. Step 2, select create new link. Step 3, go ahead and select desired option between single or recurrent payment link and create. Step 4, share your payment link to get paid.
Set your business up for success with Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up on business.quickteller.com.
See, let me not lie to you. Running a business will stress you, but Quick Teller Business helps me stand on business. For example, creating invoices has never been simpler. How? Click on invoice. Click on create new invoice. Fill in the required details. Click on create to complete the process. You'll get a summary of the invoice details, and invoice will be sent as a and also you can share.
Business Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up on business.quickteller.com.
Content today, logistics manager tomorrow. See, managing a business is not for the weak. Teller Business helps you stand on business. Able to create payment links, send directly to customers, and receive payment from them without even having a website. Here's how to create a payment link and send directly to your customers. Step 1, click on payment. Step 2,
All right.
create new. Step
Okay.
2,
Thank you
go
very
ahead and select the option between single or recurrent payment link. Step 4, share your
Thank you very much for that knowledge and everything. For the video, please, for those that are still yet to click on the link, please, the link is in the comment section. And I could see everybody, we are bonding, we are networking. Please don't forget to drop yours in the comments. We'll be waiting for you. All right, so the next speaker we'll be having on coming up is a highly accomplished legal professional with over 15 years of experience, providing strategic support to multinational industries, companies on complex legal and regulatory matters. And he's also one of the best graduating law students of the University of Benin in 2010. He holds a master's from the same university, he also has a certificate from the prestigious Harvard Business School, USA. Please, if you're not clapping, you're wrong. Please, let's drop it in the comment section as we celebrate him. As we are connecting, we are networking, please, let's also celebrate our speaker as he comes up. He has played a pivotal role in helping leading Nigerian companies secure landmark victories, in fact, disputes between the tax appeal tribunals with outcomes valued in billions of naira. He has served as a manager in the tax and regulatory services practice at PwC Nigeria, where he collaborated with high impact engagements alongside industry leaders like Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, current chairman of the Presidential Committee of Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform. Today, he is the lead corporate law and board matters at the Nigeria National Petroleum Company, NNPC. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome no other person than the tax lord himself, Emmanuel Akpeme. Let's join our hands and welcome him. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so happy to be in your midst. I've been listening to the discussions and the conversation all this while, and I must tell you that I've gained a lot. a lot from Blessing, a lot from the panelists, and everyone that has spoken. I want to say, those that are here, you are really getting a lot from these panelists, and I pray that you implement this knowledge that you are gaining from here. My own session is not too much. I'll just have a conversation with all of us on the call, and hopefully we we'll have a time where we'll handle questions, and then maybe from the questions, more points will be shared. But within the time I have, I will just run through my slides. Please confirm that you can see my slides and that you can hear me.
Yes, you can see it.
All right, thank you very much. I also appreciate the convener of this meeting. It's been a great friend of mine. I remember Mr. Emmanuel, how we combed the evening classes in University of Benin, evangelizing, right? And look at how from evangelism we've gone on to start doing great things. Is a young man I really admire a lot, right? His courage and his vision. So he's somebody that has been a friend, and not just a friend and a brother. Within the time I have, again, I want to speak on building resilience by leveraging the new tax reforms. Building resilience. That's the theme of this meeting, this fest, SMEFest. And I think one of the speakers during the panel session spoke about understanding. I think it was Blessing from InterSwitch, spoke about SMEs getting to understand the value chain of their business. And she mentioned the issue of compliance, and tax was one of the things that she mentioned, that many businesses don't even understand or know what tax is all about, right? What we do is we listen to social media and don't really dig deep to gain the right knowledge. And so I'll be talking about how small and medium scale enterprises can build resilience that will make them to last for years by leveraging this current tax regime that we have in Nigeria. I'll be guided by this agenda. First of all, I will give an overview of the tax reforms, including the rationale, because if you do not understand the objective, why even are we even having this tax reform at this time? How are we having this tax reform at this time? You may not understand, you may not appreciate the, the reason behind it or what is contained in the reforms. And then as SMEs and startups, I will speak to the impact on your business, owners of SMEs and then startups. How will this new tax regime impact on your business? And then we'll conclude with opportunities in this new tax reform. Overview. The objectives of the tax reforms are highlighted here. I listed them here in brief. Many of us are aware that sometime in June last year, the president signed the tax bills into laws, and and some of them started and became effective from that June, while some have already started in this January 2026, right, on the 1st of January 2026. Now, but what are the objectives? Why do we even have, why are we doing this tax reform? From the starting, when my profile was read, by privilege, I've been privileged to lead companies, multinationals, in interfacing with the tax authorities and helping them resolve tax disputes. But before now, our tax laws are so hard to understand, to comprehend. So it is already a hard thing to be taxing me, to be collecting money from me. Don't make it harder for me to even know or even understand my tax obligations. So I know Ruth Epete is here. She's a consultant, right? You will see that before this tax reform, you will need people like Ruth and myself, right? Consultant to explain and tell you. In fact, you know the funny thing, there are times when even the consultants and the lawyers cannot even interpret it. We will now have to say, okay, oh, this is our own understanding of this thing. We will now write to the tax authorities and say, tax authority, this is what this law says. Please, what we understand is this. Tell us what is your own interpretation of this law. And so there are times when what we understand as what the law says is different from what the tax authority interprets it to be, and there's that back and forth. So this new tax reform is coming to make our tax laws simple. It is to simplify these tax laws. There's one law that has been repealed by this new tax reform. It is called the Stamp Duties Act. I tell you, those of you on this call, you will read this law, you will study it. And you know when that law was made? The law was enacted in 1930 something. Yes. A tax law that was on in Nigeria up to last year was enacted in 1930 something. That was the Stamp Duties Act. It was the colonial masters that brought it, and we were still using it. So this new tax reform seeks to simplify. Now, another thing is to consolidate and harmonize our laws. We have different tax laws in different pieces of legislations. We have the Companies Income Tax Act, we have the Personal Income Tax Act, we have the Capital Gains Tax Act, we have the Value Added Tax Act, we have Petroleum Profit Tax. As in, they were so spread. So you cannot say, okay, if you want to know what is, even as a business, what is my tax liability, you cannot see it in one law. And because they are scattered around, there's now instances where one law will conflict with the other law, and those things were not so great for the business climate. Because one thing about tax system is the canon of certainty. Businesses need to know that this is the tax that I'm to pay, and let it be sure, and let them be sure about it. So this new tax reform seeks to consolidate and harmonize these tax laws. And what they have done is to pick all these laws and various legislations. They now made it to be only 4. Okay. Number 3 was to make our tax system equitable and to digitize them. I'm so happy with our sponsor, InterSwitch, right? Because that is one of the things that the tax reform is trying to encourage, that there should be digitization of our processes, so that it will enable ease of doing business. It will help you to be able to gather data, to be able to mine data and use those data for your business decisions. So this is one of the reasons why the tax reform is coming, and again, to make our tax system competitive. In PwC, there are times when these foreign companies will come and ask us some questions, standard questions. They will send those questions to other countries. After we've given them our answers or responses, they don't come back because the system was not competitive compared with other African countries. And so all these were the rationale behind these tax reforms. Now, an overview of the laws. The consolidation was made in such a way that now we have 4 major tax laws in Nigeria. Out of over 10 or so of these laws, more than 10 of them, they have been consolidated and made to be 4. The first one speaks to what are the taxes that we are going to collect as a country, and that you find all the taxes that you pay as a person, a taxable person, or as a business. You find them in one law. It is called the Nigerian Tax Act. So instead of the period when you go to Personal Income Tax Act, Companies Income Tax Act, Capital Gains Tax Act, Value Added Tax Act, Stamp Duties Act, and all that, right? What you just do, you find all the provisions, everything about these various taxes in one law, and that law is called the Nigerian Tax Act. The second law that was made was the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, and this particular act contains provisions about how we will collect our taxes in a more coordinated manner. Everything, how will you collect personal income tax? How will you collect capital income tax? How will you collect stamp duties act? How will you collect capital gains tax? Everything is now, how is the administration of the tax system? Everything is now in one law called the Nigerian Tax Act. And then the next law that was enacted is the law we call the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act. That is which body who will collect these taxes. And so this particular law also took away or renamed what we used to know as FIRS. That's the Federal Inland Revenue Services, right? It now renamed it, and the new name for that FIRS is now going to be NRS, Nigerian Revenue Services and Service, right? And the reason is because FIRS, when I say Federal Inland Revenue Service, it makes it seem as if it is only federal taxes or the federal government that the FIRS is serving. But you should know that FIRS does not just serve the federal government. FIRS, actually, the mandate is for the whole nation. So the taxes that FIRS collects is actually distributed, shared amongst all the states in Nigeria, right? And so that they now say, okay, the better name would be Nigeria Revenue Service and not Federal Inland Revenue Service, right? And they now delineated its scope of its mandate. And they will now have the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Act. This particular law speaks to the rights of the taxpayer, speaks to protection of the taxpayer, and then speaks to how will disputes be resolved. In this particular revenue Joint Revenue Board, it replaces what we used to know as JTB, that is Joint Tax Board, because the mandate of the Joint Tax Board is beyond taxes. It goes into other forms of revenue. So this particular law now created the Joint Revenue Board in place of the Joint Tax Board, right? And in the same law, there's a new creation, what now I will call the Office of the Ombuds, of the Tax Ombuds. Just like when you hear of Ombudsman, right? Now, this law now creates the Office of the Tax Ombud. What this particular office does is this: for people like us here, owners of small and medium enterprises, you know, as an SME, you cannot pay Madam Ruth Epete, that is from KPMG, to come and do this thing for you because the money is so much. They are premium, Abi. When they charge you, say, this one, my whole year, turnover cannot pay this. If there is a dispute you have, if there is an issue you have with the joint revenue, with the tax authority, whether in the state or at the federal, that's the Nigerian Revenue Service, you can go to the tax ombud and say, this is the issue. These people just came and slammed me with 100 million, 10 million to pay as tax. Please help me. The tax ombud will now be the mediator, interface between you and the tax authority at no cost. So it is to help small and medium scale enterprises who may not be able to afford the services of consultants, right? That is one of the good things that this law brought. Now, what is the impact for small and medium scale enterprises and startups? I'll be guided by these points. I will speak to personal income tax. I think it was one of us here, was it SOA, right, that mentioned that pay yourself salary. Pay yourself salary. So even though this is an SMEFest, but as an SME, owner of an SME, you have staff. You yourself, you're also a staff. You don't just splurge what you have gotten, right? Your money. You pay yourself salary, right? Under the entity principle in accounting. Now, you And so what is the impact of this new law on you, on that salary you pay to yourself and to your staff? They will look at company's income tax. As an SME, you are into business. What is the impact of this new tax law on your profits, on your income, right? As a business. Then I will also look at value-added tax, capital gains tax, and then the tax dispute and enforcement. For personal income tax, what is new law? What is contained in this new tax law, right? I'm making it as simple as possible. But as I said, if you have questions, note it down and I will respond to them after my session. Low income earners and lower middle class people, they will pay either no tax or lower tax. Let me explain to you. From the simulations we have done on the new rates for personal income, that's money that you earn as salary, or also if you are a partner, maybe you have an enterprise, a business name, right? Because a business name is not different from you. So after you have deducted your expenses, the accountant will help you to do all those things, or you can just do income, revenue versus expenditure. Whatever remains, if you're an enterprise, that is an income to you as the owner of the business, right? Or if you pay yourself a salary, if you earn salary, that is your income. And so you pay what we call personal income tax based on pay as you earn. It's a progressive system. You pay in accordance with the earnings, your earnings. Now, if you earn, say, around 100,000 a month, gross, please. If you earn a gross salary, monthly salary of 100,000 in a month or below, 100,000, 90,000, 95,000, 80,000, 70,000. If you earn 100,000 and below in a month, what this new law says is that you will not need to pay any tax. You will not pay personal income tax. You are exempted, zero tax. If you sorry, please. My daughter wanted to tell you some things about personal income tax, maybe. All right. So please bear with me. Now, if you earn above 100,000 and up to, say, around 1.7, 1.8 million naira gross in a month, the tax you currently pay, you will pay lower tax with this new law. So now let us get it. At the moment, based on the old law, because the new law has kicked in, based on the old law, if you are earning 100,000 as a worker, as a salary earner, you will pay tax on that 100,000 in a month that you are earning. But this new law has come in to say if you are earning 100,000 and below, you will not pay any tax. Now, if you earn above 100,000, say 200,000, 300,000, if, for example, I'm just giving an example, your tax is 10,000. With this new law, your tax will now be around, say, 9,000 or 8,000. So you will have more take home. You have more disposable income based on the new law. And from the data simulation, 95% of the working class Nigerians earn between 1.8 million naira and below. So the meaning of this is that it is only those who earn 2 million and above that are going to pay higher because it's a progressive system. So those who earn from 1.8 million and below, they are either not going to pay any tax for 100,000 and below or pay lower tax. If you don't get it, during the question and answer, you can ask me. Now, there are other reliefs too that you can also jump in to maximize. We have the National Housing Funds. These ones have been there anyway, but they were retained in this new tax system. Now, as a business, an SME, there used to be what we call earmark taxes. Oh God, my time is running out. I need to really be fast. There used to be what we call earmark taxes. What we call earmark taxes? The government wanted to develop science and technology, they'll not say companies will start paying a particular percentage for science and technology development. Different from their company's income tax. So they want to develop tertiary education. So companies, they will start collecting social percentage of your accessible profits so that we use it to develop tertiary education. That's what brought about the TET fund, TET. You have seen TET fund, TET fund. So they will now say companies pay social percentage for tertiary education. Okay, want to develop security. Police need money for security, police levy. So these were different buckets of taxes, small taxes around that businesses were paying before now. So what this new laws have come to do is they have said consolidate, bring all these levies together, all these taxes together, and they now call it development levy, and it is now 4%, which is lower than what they would have, and those businesses would have paid if they accumulate all those various percentages. And you know the good news for SMEs, you are exempted from paying this development levy. That one no concern you. So you don't pay development levy of this 4% of your accessible profits. The second thing about companies' income tax is that before now, in the old law, the tax law defined what a small business or small company is. And in the old law, for tax purposes, a small business, an SME, or should I say a micro and small company, medium scale might be more than this. So a small business or a small company was defined to be a company whose turnover is between 25 million and below. So if your annual turnover as a business is 25 million and below, for tax purposes, you are seen to be a small company. That was the old tax system. In this new law now, what they have done is to increase the threshold. So now, for a small company, for tax purposes, is a company that has an annual turnover of 100 million and below, plus fixed assets of 250 million or below. So if your fixed assets, you have machineries, you have real estate, like you have a building where you trade from, or you do your business from, that is your own for the business. If the fixed asset is valued at 250 million and below, and your annual turnover is 100 million and below, you are a small company. And the implication under this new tax system or regime is that you will not pay any tax. Zero tax. Even if you are making profits, you don't pay tax. You are exempted. And then we have in the law, there's a proposal to reduce the company income tax. So currently the company income tax, even in this new law, is 30%, but give or take, maybe before the first quarter of this year or middle of this year, there is in the law that it will be reduced to 25%. And I tell you, reduction of even 1% of your company's income tax rate is celebrated. Imagine a company like, of course, we'll get there, a company like InterSwitch now that makes billions or hundreds of millions as their profits in a year. So 1% saving of that money is big. Now, what this new law wants to do is to reduce the company's income tax by 5%. So it's a big thing, right? And then there is one other one in the old law. When a company even makes losses, that we say you still pay tax. If a taxable entity, a business make loss, does not make profit, ordinarily as a business, your tax is from your profit. In the old law, even when you make a loss, you still be made to pay tax. Call it minimum tax, right? So, but this new law has said no. If a company doesn't make profit, don't tax that company, because taxing a company that does not make profit is the best way of killing that business, right? And so let me also quickly rush through this. I have less than minutes now. Value added tax. There is what we call e-invoicing and fiscalization. I was in Kenya some years back, 2 or 3 years ago, and I tell you, for everything that a even a small SME sales, it is linked. There's an electronic invoicing system and fiscalization system wherein the particular amount, everything you spend, there's data, the back end data that even the authorities know about, right? That even the authorities know about, and because it is digitized, so it's not a system where you might be bringing document. This time around, your system is linked to the system of the federal of the Nigerian Revenue Service, right? And so there's no long disputes, so not too much story. This is what I sold. These are the VAT that is applicable and all that. Now, the good thing about this, why I'm spending some time to talk about this, is because we are going to scale. But for SMEs, the new tax system has come in to say, SMEs, you don't need to even charge VAT. Hello, you don't need to charge VAT because, charging VAT from your prospective, for your customers or clients, and then it increases your price. Even though that money is not for you, 7.5% is not for you, but it increases the price. And then you now have to keep up your record to now remit the next month to the tax authority. So what this new law comes to say, SMEs, let's not bother them with charging and remitting VAT. So SMEs, you don't have the obligation again to remit VAT. For these other things, please, because of time, I will just leave it. Now, for for capital gains tax, the one, if you are into investing in the stock exchange, right? What this new tax law has come in to say is that if your investment is not up to 150 million in the Nigerian stock exchange now, or what we call Nigerian exchange now, if it's not up to 150 million and your gain per disposal of your stocks is not up to 10 million, you will not need to pay capital gains tax on that particular disposal. And again, if you have more than 150 million that's worth of shares that you want to dispose, when you dispose them and reinvest them on some other asset class, right? You, as in the stock exchange, you will not need to pay capital gains tax. So if you reinvest, we call it a rollover relief, you don't need to pay tax. Then the last one on this capital gains again is that you only pay tax on the net gain. Your net gain, if you are into investment, maybe for example, you have shares in GT Bank and you have other shares in Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank made profits, and when you are selling that of Zenith Bank, you made a profit. But that of GT Bank, you had a loss. You have to now net it off. You subtract the loss from your gain. Don't just pay for the gain and leave the loss. No, you subtract the loss from the gain before you pay the capital gain tax on the net gain. And if you do not make any gain, if the loss is more than the gain, then you will not pay any tax. In fact, you will now roll over the loss until when you sell your shares and make gain. That's when you can net off and pay the tax. So it's really helpful. Therefore, tax dispute and enforcement, please, the enforcement is now stricter. So you just need to go back to your business and look at it. What is my turnover for the year? If your turnover is less than 100 million or hits 100 million, then you will not be liable to pay tax. But you still need to file your annual returns. And annual returns is within 6 months at the end of your financial year. So you need to file your nil return to say, this is what I did, this is what I did. My turnover for the year is 100 million or less, and so I don't have any tax liability. You file it on the portal. There is this tax promas portal, right, for businesses. Is the NRS portal, tax promas. You go there and you file it. It's very simple, right? But if you are more than, if your annual turnover is above 100 million, then you need to know what your profit is, do the calculations, and then pay your tax. It is self-reporting. So you're the one that will calculate what is your tax and pay the government by yourself at the end of your financial year, right? For small businesses, SMEs that don't meet the threshold, your people you offer services to, they don't need to withhold tax from the payment they want to make to you, because withholding tax is an advance payment of your company's income tax, right? So that of your income tax. So because you are not likely to pay income tax as a company, they don't need to deduct any withholding tax. So these are things you need to know, so that when your interaction with your businesses, please, if you don't get it, just let me know after this so that I can explain better. And then I've talked about the tax ombuds, and I've also talked about the dispute mechanisms, right, which is the tax appeal tribunal. What are the opportunities as I close? Excellent record keeping. Keep records of your sales, of your transaction. Please, you see how I've done this. If you know you have enterprise business name, I would advise that you move to incorporating a company, a limited liability company, LTD. Because if you are an enterprise, a business name, you'll be charged under personal income tax. But if you are a company, you'll be charged under company's income tax. And as we have seen, if you're a company and your turnover is not up to 100 million or is at 100 million or below, you will not pay any tax. So it is good if you are SME here that you you metamorphose from a business name to a company limited by shares, as private limited company. Then tax planning. Look, you can optimize your tax liability. Look for the leverage on incentives to see how you can reduce your tax burden. That is, if you have beat the threshold, right? Because if you are below the threshold, you're not paying any tax. But if you are above 100 million as your turnover, then please, you can leverage on the various tax and the various tax incentives. Then there is the economic development. There's the economic development tax incentive. There are some priority areas: agriculture, manufacturing, waste management, and there are some areas, priority areas, the law calls it. If you are into those areas, you will be given some tax, you benefit from some tax holidays. And then finally, please let us remain tax compliant. You don't need to run away from tax, particularly if you're an SME that is not making up to 100 million in a year from your turnover. So file your tax returns, right? Don't evade tax. Don't avoid tax. Just ensure that if you meet the threshold that you need to pay tax, then optimize your tax liability. Even as an individual, recently I had an occasion where I optimized my tax liability this year. Because there are some incentives I leverage on. What I am being paid is higher than my colleagues that are in the same cadre with me in the office, because they did not see the need to leverage on these tax incentives. So I have more disposable income than them, because I know these things. I have the knowledge. And when I leverage on it, what they will be taking home is lower than what I will take home, because I leverage on the various tax incentives. So please, let us look at gaining knowledge and not just run away from tax. Know it and know how you can leverage on them. Thank you very much. And apologies the conveners for taking more time than allocated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. That's a great one for us to know about tax. Let's virtual round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for that, because I learned a lot. In fact, my book, I just had to keep writing despite having a knowledge on tax, but we are still, this is an eye-opener. Like you said, this is not an opportunity to avoid tax. Even if you have not met that threshold, don't avoid tax. And it's also an opportunity for business to be able to know where they stand. Thank you very much for this. Any other person that wants to give us maybe any feedback? Please, let's celebrate our speaker. Let's celebrate him. Thank you very much. Yes, he was able to dissect this topic, because I think this topic is now like something on everybody's lips. Oh, do you know what? Just write this in the caption. with this, we are more knowledgeable than those that are out there. Thank you very much. So moving on to the next thing we have, and I was in the comment section and I was seeing that there was someone that asked a question, and the person asked, does this also apply to payee taxes? Mr. Emmanuel, if you're still on the call, there's a question.
Okay, so payee is a system of personal income tax, right? So payee is under personal income tax. Payee just says pay as you earn. So payee falls is a tax collection system of paying as you earn. You know, we can have standard tax. So no matter what, a system can be fixed tax. No matter what you earn as a worker, you must pay this particular tax. But the system that most countries, that Nigeria use, the personal income tax system that most countries and Nigeria adopt, is the pay as you earn. So it is still applicable to personal income tax, to salary earners. Pay as you earn means you pay your tax on a progressive level. The lower you earn, the lower tax you pay. The higher you earn, the higher personal income you earn, the higher tax you pay. So payee is just a kind of personal income tax collection system that is progressive, right? So it is not like it's a standalone tax. It falls under your personal income tax. And as I explained, if you earn 100,000 and below in a month, you will not, your payee, which is pay as you earn, means that you will not pay any tax. If you earn above 100,000 and up to 1.8 million in a month, you will pay, your payee will be lower than what you used to pay last year. But if you earn above 1.8 million in a month and above, right, your pay as you earn, which is your personal income tax, will be some slightly higher than what you used to pay. So it is all those odogus in the house. I don't want to call names. I can see them. Even Esther, that our moderator, all the people that earn all this big money, and people that will pay higher. But those that earn from 1.8 million in a month and below, and should I say this? The data shows that 95%, more than 95% of Nigerians earn from 1.8 million and below. So the new tax system is actually coming to reduce the tax burden on majority of Nigerians. It is only those less than 5% Nigerians who earn 2 million and above in a month that are going to pay higher taxes based on this new system. But more than 95% of Nigerians, based on the data, right? Because some people don't report, but based on available data, more than 95% of Nigerian workers will actually not pay any tax, or they will pay lower tax than they used to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you were trying to pull my leg this afternoon, but I dodged it. Thank you very much for that answer. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So for any other person that has questions in the comment section, please just that question, please just drop it in the comment section and our speaker will pick it up from there. Because of our time, we'll be moving on to the next thing we have on our agenda. We'll be inviting our convener to speak to us on yeah.
All right, can you hear me? And can you also see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Great. I have a very brief presentation. I know the time is fast spent and lots of you want to go watch the match this evening. It is around a conversation which I term what if we succeed. But because time is fast spent, I will make it real brief and just remind you that as a business owner, a startup founder, an SME, we are all faced with different situations, right? Economic situation, funding concerns, payment concerns. Regulations sometimes may seem as though they are not in your favor. But one of the things we've learned supporting SMEs over the last couple of years is the fact that businesses should stop thinking small. So you might be an emerging business today, you might be a small business today by categorization, but one of the biggest mistakes that SMEs face is thinking small. planning small. And that is why at JASPA, what we do is we support SMEs, like most of you already know, on the community, to scale, using what we call the 3P pillars. We introduce the right products to you, introduce you to the right partners like industry and some other partners that we've worked with who can help you scale your businesses and also host the right programs for you, like the SMEFest, which is where you are currently. Now, over the years, we've done this excellently, helping businesses move from one level to the other. And one of the things that strikes me is that it takes you as a business owner to be willing to scale, to be willing to grow in order for you to move from point A to point B. I'll give you an example. For the SMEFest this year, most of us know that the economy has changed. A lot of things have happened in 1 year or even in 2 years. Some things that used to be at one point have moved to the next point. Expenses have escalated. Last year, the new tax laws were introduced and there was a lot of apprehension. But one thing we did as an organization was, regardless of what the macroeconomic situation is in the country, we have an objective, we have a promise to the SME ecosystem to deliver the SMEFest, and we went all the way. As a business owner, regardless of the situations that might temporarily face you, right? Of course, many times there's a need for you to re-strategize, to come back to the drawing board, to collaborate, to seek if you should go organic instead of maybe paying for some services, to think of bootstrapping, think of low-hanging fruit, referrals, etc. But if you are to succeed and if you are to, like we've termed it this year, build resilience, regardless of the short-term challenges or situations, you must keep going, be consistent, and be intense. Now, I'll tell you something about intensity and consistency. Intensity and consistency is going when the situation seems opposite. Many people who succeed in life, many people who succeed in business, many people have grown into turning their small enterprises to become unicorns, may not be the smartest people, but they are those who, when others are crawling, right, they look for ways to hit the ground running and move, right? When others are contemplating the best time to act, or is it a perfect situation to introduce this service, or is it a perfect situation to access this opportunity? They're already going for it, right? So while others are planning, how best can I plan, or when is the best time to launch this product, to access this opportunity, to go for this next level? The guys who are, like we spoke earlier around being lean and taking the bull by the horn, you go for it immediately. So my word for you is, and I'm speaking just from my head, not from slides or whatever it is because of time, is that resilient business owners are those who are committed to moving. Consistency, a little and then a little, and you find out that in 5 years, you've made so much progress over a period of time. One thing about growth is that you might seem as though you are not making progress until you look back and say, oh, this is what has happened in the last 2 years or 5 years. For example, when we began what is today the SMEFest by JASPA, just began as a conversation during COVID. We thought to bring small business owners to just have short conversations. First it was on WhatsApp, then on Zoom. And today we are collaborating with even some agencies of the presidencies, helping businesses in Nigeria, out of Nigeria, to succeed. We even set up a business school, a data school in the UK. So my word for you is consistency and intensity. Do not look for the best time. You will learn across the road. Pick up an experience here and an experience there. And perhaps you're not in business, you're in the professional career, right? The principle still applies. Keep adding value to yourself. Keep, getting more knowledge around the domain area where you're seated in, and keep moving on. That is why also, like I mentioned lastly, we are built on 3 pillars: product, programs, and partnerships, right? We thought we've extended the right programs to you through the SMEFest, We're happy you connect to the right partners. Now, we're happy to also introduce to you a product we have built in-house. And like I said, it is absolute genius on our part, I want to think, because we've done this with not having to raise funds, with a lot of volunteers, and now we have what we call a bookkeeping solution for SMEs called Menja, right? You will see this so much in the coming days, how this can help you automate your invoicing, automate some of your products, and want to even integrate the IPG, right, the quick teller business, into this service so that in one product you can access a suite of businesses as a go. So more on this will be coming in the next couple of days or weeks. For those who have been a part of this project, thank you so much. And we look forward to having you use this product Ninja, join our business school to get better equipped and grow your business. And I want to assure you, 2026 has been projected to be a year for immense growth for startups and SMEs. And we are in this journey together. Thank you very much once again. Let's enjoy the last session of this project, of this program, which is supposed to have been our keynote session, but we've saved the best for the last. And it is how to learn to access funds, access great opportunities within and outside of Nigeria to scale your business. Thank you once again. Over to you, Esther.
Thank you very much, our convener. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our convener again. Thank you very much. You've learned from what he has said, and please let's the action board be done. Let's start it up as he has guided us on what to do. Thank you so much. So we have a quick announcement here. And that's to say we have 10 participating Jasper SME vested businesses to get automatic access into the training phase. Okay, can you hear me? All right. So DPR Innovation Lab has granted as lab grants competition. There's a lab grants competition currently going on. It's a grant winner stands a chance to win 5 million naira in cash and business support services. So the link will be posted in the group chat. So I think we could check it from there. This is it means that you will automatically have the opportunity to join the 100 people to be announced in February 2nd. So more details will be shared on the group. The link for you to be able to participate, 10 participating Jasper SME vested businesses to get automatic access into the training phase of DPR Innovation Lab Grant competition. So the link will be sent to the group. Yes, the link will be sent to the group. Our convener, right?
Yes, that's correct. To get the link shortly on the group.
Will be sent to the group so you can read more details about it, get your clarity so that you don't yes. So once you know that your business has been vetted by Jasper itself, Jasper, please don't hesitate to be part of this competition. 5 million naira is on the table. Don't let it slide off your hands, please. Okay, so while we are moving on to the next on our agenda, while that is going on, we said some people should connect. We told people, I saw some people's birthday dates and everything. Some people also dropped their birthday dates. Some people dropped their business names, while some other people dropped their business name, their business link. So any way you want us to connect with you, please try as much as possible to drop it. So moving on to the next we have for the day. You know, we say we save the last we save the best for the last, right? So what we are going to be having our keynote speaker. We'll be having, okay, let me connect. Okay. So he's they call him the angel. He's an angel investor. That's what they call him, angel investor, technology advisor, and he's a mentor. He's known. He's one of the influential figures in the early stage of funding for startups in Africa. And you will not want to miss any of his sections. So please, for those we're having 38 participants. For you to have stayed this long, please don't go, because we know that you're going to benefit from this. So ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Tommy Davis, the angel of investors. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for being here. My name is Tommy Davis. Everybody calls me TD. I'm the collaborator in chief at TVC Labs, an African angel investor and author of the book Investment Worthy Startups. Over the last couple of decades or even more, I've invested in startup founders from Lagos to Nairobi, from Accra to Johannesburg, and even beyond. I've watched brilliant founders with fantastic ideas succeed, and I've seen them fail. What I've learned is something that a lot of us don't seem to talk about, and that is the fact that the difference between startups that succeed and the ones that fail, well, it's got near zero to do with the idea. So I'm going to be talking to you about building resilient startups in emerging markets. Now, I want to start with something that's even I find uncomfortable, to be honest. And that is most startups in emerging markets, especially on the African continent, fail. Not because our founders lack talent, not because the problems they're addressing are unsolvable. They fail because emerging markets, they forgive less. Let's talk about what that means. In developed markets, a startup can raise capital, iterate, fail, and try again. Why? Well, there's infrastructure, there's redundancy, there's patience. Here on the continent, don't try to. The margin for error is razor thin. The emerging markets forgive less. And they do that in three fundamental ways that you are seeing. First, our markets. Customer acquisition is much, much, much harder. Infrastructure is inconsistent. And then competition from established players.
Okay, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Hi, Esther, we can hear you, but we can't hear him.
Okay, I think there's some technical issues while we are waiting for it to come up. Yes, we're waiting for it to come up. Let's just go through what we've done. Yes, let's just go through what we've done.
Ever since I started using storefront and quick teller business, orders have been coming in back to back. I don't need to create a website. I have a free e-commerce store and I can receive payments in multiple ways from my customers. You want to come on board? Visit business.quickteller.com, log in or create an account if you're new, click on storefront, select merchant storefront, click on new product to set up your store with products you love to sell. Share your storefront link with customers and friends. Start selling and accepting payments instantly.
Get your business success with Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up for business@quickteller.com.
Ever since I started using storefront and quick teller business, orders have been coming in back to back. I don't need to create a website. I have a free e-commerce store and I can receive payments in multiple ways from my customers. You want to come on board? Visit business.quickteller.com, log in or create an account if you're new, click on storefront, select merchant storefront, click on new products to set up your store with products you love to sell. Share your storefront link with customers and friends. Start selling and accepting payments instantly.
Get your business business, quickteller.com.
See, let me not lie to you. Running a business will stress for quick seller business helps me stand on business. For example, creating invoices has never been simpler. How? Click on invoice. Click on create new invoice. Fill in the required details. Click on create to complete the process. You'll get a summary of the invoice details, and invoice will be sent automatically to the customer's email. You can also copy the link and share.
Set your business up for success with Quick Seller Business. To get started, sign up on business.
You can have the best vision in the world, but if you can't execute, if you can't hit milestones, if you can't prove progress, then your vision is just that, a story. And here's the hard truth. Vision is cheap. Evidence, now that's expensive. I meet founders who can describe their vision with beauty. Oh, we're going to democratize access to credit. We're going to transform agriculture. We're going to build the African stripe. These are compelling visions, but they're not proof. They're not evidence. They're not even milestones. When I meet a founder who's failed, I ask just one question. What did you learn about your business? And invariably, most of them answer with what they learned about capital. How hard it is to raise, how slow investors are to move, how unfair the system is. These are the real problems. But they're not the reasons the business failed. The real reason is they built for capital, not for customers. They optimized for the story, not the substance. And when capital didn't come, or when it came too slowly or too late, there was nothing underneath. Nothing to hold the company together. So before I tell you what resilience is, let me tell you what it's not. Resilience isn't hustle. Working long hours does not build sustainable systems. Energy without structure burns out. I've watched founders work themselves into the ground, convinced that, yes, this hustle is going to compensate for weak systems. It doesn't. At some point, you're going to hit a wall. And when you do, if there's no structure underneath, the whole thing is going to collapse. Resilience is not endurance. Surviving through tough conditions is different from actually gliding through them. Persistence alone is insufficient. You can't be persistent and still fail. You can endure and still burn out. Resilience is not about how much pain you can take, it's about how much complexity you can manage. It's not about optimism. Positive thinking can't replace rigorous planning. Hope is not a strategy for emerging markets. I meet founders who are incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive, incredibly convinced that, yes, TD, things are going to work out. And guess what? Sometimes they do. More often than not, optimism without discipline, guess what? It leads to disaster. Resilience is designed, not improvised. It requires intentional architecture, not reactive adaptation. So there's a pattern I've seen repeated across our emerging markets. It's so consistent that once you see it, you can't unsee it. Recognize what it So there's a pattern I've seen repeated across our emerging markets. It's so consistent that once you see it, you can't unsee it. Recognize what it is the first step towards preventing it. So what is this pattern? Well, first it starts with launch phase. But enthusiasm is high. Founders move quickly. Initial traction feels promising. You've identified a problem. You've built a solution. You've acquired your first customers. The pitch deck looks good. The story is compelling. Everything feels possible. Been there? Yeah. Then you move to phase 2, growth. Complexity increases. Then the cracks start to appear. Systems are overwhelmed by customer demand. You're hiring faster than you can onboard. Processes that worked for 5 people as a team, they don't work for 30 people. Customer support is breaking down, quality is slipping, but you're still moving fast. But you're starting to feel the friction. By the time you get to phase 3, which is crisis, motion is being mistaken for progress. Stories, well, they all run the systems. Your fundamentals are exposed. You're still shipping features, still closing deals, still raising capital. But underneath, the foundation is cracking. The team is burning out. Customers are increasingly churning. Unit economics are breaking down. And all of a sudden, you're in crisis mode. Now, this pattern repeats itself literally across all emerging markets. I've seen it in fintech. I've seen it in logistics. I've seen it in agri-tech. I've seen it in e-commerce. The details change, but this pattern is exactly the same. So the question is not whether you face this pattern. The question is whether you recognize it early enough and build structure before you need them. Now, when an investor looks at your startup, they're asking themselves one fundamental question. Can this team handle more complexity without breaking? They're not asking about ambition. Investors see ambitious pitches daily. Grand visions are table stakes in African tech ecosystem. Dreams about scaling across 54 countries. It doesn't differentiate your startup. What we're asking about is readiness, systems that demonstrate capacity, teams that show operational maturity, metrics that prove discipline, evidence that you can execute today. Guess what? It predicts success tomorrow. This is why the best founders I know are obsessed with fundamentals, not just story. Fundamentals, well, the teams, the systems, the processes, the metrics, the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to a framework that I've used with founders across Africa, and I've seen work even in the hardest markets. It's a system that investors already use to evaluate startups. It's a system that separates companies that last from companies that burn out. I call it POEM, the POEM framework. And POEM stands for proposition, organization, economics, and milestones. Now, these aren't theoretical concepts. These are the 4 structural pillars that will enable you to build and execute your vision. Vision is the destination. POEM, well, that's the architecture that gets you there. Let me walk you through each of these pillars. Now, the P proposition means what problem are you really solving and for who? Which market? Which customer? What's the solution? Here's the hard truth. If customers would not notice when you stop operating, then you don't have a business worth funding. Your proposition must solve a problem people actively experience. In emerging markets, this is even more critical. Customers aren't going to pay for clever or smart. They're going to pay for something reliable and dependable. They're going to pay for something that solves their problem faster and cheaper than any other alternative. Don't you? I watched a founder in Nairobi. He built a sophisticated inventory management system for small retailers. It had, everything. I'm talking of real-time tracking, predictive analytics, supplier integration. It was beautiful. For small retailers, they didn't want to learn new software. They just wanted to know, what do I order tomorrow? The founder eventually stripped the product down to a simple SMS-based system that told you, here's what to reorder. That's when it took off. So you see, the key principles for proposition is the fact that reliability beats cleverness in emerging markets. Consistency matters more than innovation theater. A product that works reliably will outcompete a product that's more innovative but less dependable. Consistent value delivery. That's what builds trust faster than your innovation theater. And guess what? Trust is a significantly major currency in emerging markets. When you consistently deliver value, customers trust you. When you keep surprising them with new features they didn't ask for, they get confused. And you see, customer retention signals product market fit more than viral growth. Anyone can acquire users if they spend enough money. Question is, can you keep them? That's the real test. And here's my key insight here. The best propositions are simple to explain, but hard to replicate. If you need 10 minutes to explain your value proposition, it's not clear enough. If your proposition can be replicated in a week, it's not defensible enough. Now, let's talk about organization. The all important. Can your team and systems scale? That's where I see most founder resistance. Founders want to talk about their vision, they want to talk about their product, they don't want to talk about processes and governance. But organization is where the magic happens. And guess what? There are two types of organizations. What are they? Well, founder dependent. Every decision routes through you, the founder. The business stops when you stop. You're the one closing all the deals. You're the one closing all the customers. You're the one solving all the problems. You're the one making all the calls. The business works. Why? Because you're extraordinary. But guess what? That business doesn't scale. What happens? You burn out. Second, systems dependent. Clear processes that enable delegation. The business runs with or without you. Decisions are made at the right level. Problems are solved by the right people. You're not a bottleneck. You're a leader. Here's the key principle. Clarity, guess what? It beats charisma. If everything routes through you, the business is fragile, and therefore it's uninvestable. Investors fund systems, not superheroes. We want to see that your organization can scale beyond your personal capacity. We want to see that you build something that doesn't depend only on your genius. I worked with a founder in Accra who was the classic founder, dependent entrepreneur. She was brilliant. She was closing deals, she was solving every problem, but the business couldn't scale. She was the bottleneck. I spent 6 months with her building systems. We documented processes, we hired a team, we moved decisions down, and suddenly the business started to scale. Not because the founder got smarter, but because her organization got stronger. So you see, the key principles for organization is what? Build your processes before you need them. Document your decisions. Have regular meetings with your team. Have regular meetings with your board. Know your numbers. Know what's working and what isn't. I know this is not sexy. It's not the part of entrepreneurship that people talk about, but it's the part that separates companies that last from companies that burn out. Let's talk about the E in poem, which is the economics. Do the numbers actually work? Because I see founders obsessed with growth at any cost. They're raising capital to fuel user acquisition without understanding the underlying economics. They're building businesses where it costs more to acquire a customer than that customer will ever pay that business. They're ignoring gross margin, retention. They're ignoring the fundamental question, does this business work? See, unit economics aren't sexy. They don't make for a compelling pitch deck, but they're the difference between a business and a hobby. I watched a founder in Abuja build a delivery platform. I mean, it was beautiful. The app worked. Customers loved it. But well, the unit economics were broken. What do I mean? Well, it costs 500 naira to acquire a customer. The average order the customer will give you is about 2,000 naira. The platform took 25%. The delivery cost 800 naira. So on a 2,000 naira order, they made 500 naira. But it cost them 500 naira to acquire the customer in the first place. That's zero margin for operations, for team, or anything. They kept raising capital to cover the losses. Eventually, the capital ran out. So in terms of key principles for economics, the first thing is to develop capital discipline early in the game. Get burn rate conscious right from day one when you're spending your money. Use runway calculations that account for our market realities. You can't assume capital will always be available. Build a business that works with less. Make revenue logic clear. Okay, that means pricing that customers can afford and your business can sustain. It means unit economics that improve with scale. Because if your unit economics don't improve with scale, Houston, you got a problem. And you've got to understand impact. It means social impact that enhances, not compromises your financial sustainability. I'm talking of metrics that matter to both communities and investors. You can build a business that makes money and makes a difference. But guess what? You've got to be intentional about both. And here's the key insight here. Scale amplifies discipline. It doesn't create it. If your unit economics don't work at small scale, they definitely aren't going to work at large scale. If anything, they'll get worse. So now let's talk about milestones. The M in POEM. The question is, can you prove progress consistently? This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where vision becomes evidence. I see founders obsessed with vanity metrics. Oh, we've got 100,000 downloads. We have 50,000 signups. Well, how many are paying? How much does it cost to acquire? How much are they paying? How long do they stay? What milestones have you actually hit? These are the questions that matter. These are the milestones that tell you whether you have a business or just a product. Here an example. I'm founder in Lagos. It was a consumer app, solid. Grew to 1 million users in a year. The pitch there looked incredible. But guess what? You look at it, the unit economics were terrible. It cost more to acquire a user than they would ever pay. The founder kept raising capital to fuel growth, thinking the scale would fix the problem. Eventually, the capital ran out. So, what are the key principles of milestones? Well, first and foremost, start with proof, not promises. Don't tell an investor what you're going to do. Instead, show them what you've done. Show them customers who are paying with unit economics at work. Show them a team that can execute and the milestones you've hit with them. Then focus, not fragmentation. At each stage, there are specific milestones that matter. A pre-seed startup, well, you need to prove that the problem is real. If you're a seed, prove to me that customers are paying. Growth stage, well, can you scale? By the time you're Series A, it's about whether your unit economics work or not. Know what stage you're at. Know what milestones matter at your stage. And finally, on this one, I've got to tell you, honesty, not hype, is what works. That means real numbers only, I beg. If your metrics are not where you want them to be, fine, that's okay. Investors want to see that you're honest about where you are. Because you see, honesty builds trust. Hype, on the other hand, well, it builds skepticism. That's what happens. You see, let me be clear about what milestones are not. They're not aspirations. Future goals belong in strategy documents, not evidence portfolios. Aspirations are where you want to be. Milestones, well, they're where you've proven you can get to. They're not deck slides. Beautiful projections do not constitute proof of execution capability. I've seen incredible pitch decks backed by weak execution. The slide looks amazing. The reality is different. They're actual evidence. I'm talking about completed objectives, validated assumptions. That's what milestones are. Metrics that demonstrate progress. Each milestone earns the next level of trust from investors, partners, and customers. In our emerging markets, credibility is built incrementally through consistent delivery. So, what investors actually see when they look at you and evaluate your business? Clear things. First, clean execution. Promises made, backed by promises kept, and timeline met. That's what I'm looking for. Pivots explained with data showing discipline and accountability. I'm talking of consistent signals, monthly updates that show, yes, you're making real progress with metrics that trend in the right direction. This shows you're tracking what matters and moving forward methodically. And I'm talking about story data alignment. What I mean by that is your narrative matches your numbers. You're supporting your claims with evidence. This shows integrity and prevents the gap between what you're saying and what's actually happening. Noise, well, it gets ignored in our competitive investment landscape. Evidence compounds over time, building investor confidence and unlocking capital. So you see, many pitches they miss because what I see constantly, founders come in with compelling stories about market opportunity, passionate founders with deep local knowledge, vision that resonates with the African development goals. But then I dig into the system, and what do I find? Great narrative, no clear path to profitability. Operational processes that can't scale. Teams lacking critical competencies. Financial projections that are disconnected from reality. You really need to know that. Weak systems undermine even the strongest vision. Potential without readiness, well, it creates hesitation. Investors see gaps and they'll pass, even when they believe in your vision. So, in terms of the shift you've really got to make, this is where the real work begins. And I'm asking you to make some fundamental moves. First, you need to move from survival to longevity. Stop optimizing for the next 3 months, Start building for the next 3 years. Design systems that endure market cycles. Think long-term sustainability, not short-term survival. And please move from storytelling to evidence. Reduce pitch time. Increase your execution time. Let your metrics tell your story. Document your progress. I'm talking of rigorously. Your numbers should speak louder than words. And finally, please move from motion to progress. Distinguish activity from achievement. Measure your outcomes, not outputs, and focus on milestones that create enterprise value. Shipping features is not the same as building a business. Look, the real truth is resilience is boring. It's built on 3 unglamorous but solid foundations: process, discipline, and repetition. On process, I'm talking about the fact that documented workflows, repeatable systems, standard operating procedures. Yeah, I know they're not exciting, but that's what allows your business to run without you. For discipline, we're talking about financial rigor. We're talking about quality control. We're talking about consistent execution. Again, none of this is flashy, but it's what separates businesses that last from businesses that burn out. And for repetition, we're talking about daily habits: start a day, end a day; weekly reviews, start a week, end a week, midweek; monthly assessments. This I know isn't inspiring, but it's what builds momentum and compounds progress. That's why it works. Boring systems produce extraordinary results in emerging markets, especially where chaos is our default. While competitors are chasing the next big thing, you're building the infrastructure that outlasts them. So here's how POEM works. It's not a one-time exercise. It's something you return to consistently as your business grows, because your answer to each of these questions is going to change. Your job is to stay ahead of that change and keep asking the questions while being honest about the answers. On your proposition, do you have a clear value proposition? Can you articulate it without jargon? Does your team believe in it? Do your customers believe in it? If you can't answer these questions, you don't have a clear value proposition yet. On organization, can you actually deliver this? Do you have a team? Do you have the processes? Do you have governance in place? Do you have the capability? If you can't answer these questions honestly, you're not ready to scale. And as for the economics, well, does your unit economics work? What's your business model? How much does it cost to acquire a customer? How much are they going to pay? What's your gross margin? Again, if you can't answer these, you don't have a viable business yet. And as for milestones, what are the key milestones you've hit? What are the ones you've planned ahead? How are you tracking progress against them? Are you honest about what they're telling you? Milestones are proof, they're not promises. Since we started, I've seen Poem help founders in specific ways. First, it helps you survive due diligence. When an investor looks at your business, they're asking the same questions. So if you've already answered them honestly, you're not surprised by the questions. You're not defensive. You're clear. Second, it helps you survive shocks. When the market changes, as it often does in our neck of the woods, when capital dries up, we're starting to see it. When a strong competitor emerges, you know what matters. You know what to protect. You know what to let go. And you know how to make decisions quickly. And how does it help you survive? Well, it helps you survive the long capital cycles. In emerging markets, as I said, capital moves slowly. Investors can take months to decide. So if you're waiting for capital to validate your business, you're going to be waiting a long time. But guess what? If you're validating your business with customers, you don't need to wait. You keep building, you keep learning, you keep improving. And then when capital finally shows up, you're going to be much, much, much further ahead. So I want to end with a challenge. You're here at SME Fest because you believe in building something. You believe in solving problems. You believe in creating value. That's admirable and it's necessary. But belief is not enough. Belief without structure is just hope. And hope, as I said, is not a strategy for emerging markets. I'm asking you to commit to something different, not to work harder, not to believe more, but to build differently. Build for durability, not just performance. Build systems, not products. Build evidence, not just stories. Build for the long term, not just for the next funding round. I'm not saying this is easy. It is not easy. It's actually harder than the alternative. It's easier to chase growth. It's even easier to raise capital. It's easier to tell a compelling story. But it's not sustainable. And it's not what emerging markets like ours need right now. What we need are founders who understand that resilience is structural. Those who understand that vision is cheap and evidence is expensive. Those who understand that Poem is not a framework just for investors, but it's a framework for building businesses that last. To be blunt, resilience attracts capital, not the other way around. When you build a business with a clear proposition, strong organization, sound economics, and proven milestones, capital will find you. Investors will find you. Customers will find you because you built something real. So here's my challenge. Don't build for the pitch deck. Build for the customer. Don't build for the investor. Build for the market. Don't build for the story. Build for the substance. Build a resilient startup. Build it with the Poem framework so it's built to last. My name's Tommy Davis. I trust that helps. Have a great one.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Yes, can you all hear me? I just don't want to stop writing. Okay, thank you so much for this section. There are a lot of feedback to take from this section, and I know that everyone here have something to say. So we are just going to take 2 participants to give off their feedback. 2 participants, yes, just 2. You can write it in the comment section because I personally I'm here and I'm like, there are a lot of light bulb moments. In fact, throughout this fest, I've been having a lot of light bulb moments that I'm like, I need to really go back to the drawing board and do a lot of things this afternoon. And I know that is the same thing for a lot of people here. So what's your light bulb moment? What's the feedback you want to give us from this section that we just had? Do you have anything you want to say? You can drop it in the comment section. Let's drop it in the comment. I hope we are not tired. If we are tired, please let's jump up. Let's shake our body. Let's move our body if you're tired. But if you're not tired, please, let's get back to work, and we'll soon be rounding up. We're rounding off now. So please, someone is saying something. Building system, not product. That's huge for me. That's a huge one for you. Thank you so much, Peace. Building systems, not products, because according to what we've been given here, POEM is a framework. And once we work with POEM, we'll be able to achieve greater things and build resilience. Any other person? Don't just build for the story. Okay, I'll say don't just build for the story, but for the substance. Don't just build for the story, but the substance. So ensure that you are doing this, whatever what the framework has been, what we have been told in the framework, we should also put it into practice. Then another, and Tolokpa is saying build structure, and build structure before you need them. Build structure before you need them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we should ensure that we are solving problems. You know, a lot of us will say, oh, I don't know, I need money for this, I need money for that. But we have been told that resilience attracts capital and not the other way around. So resilience attracts capital. Emmanuel is saying, don't be a short-sighted businessman, but envision for the future. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. While we are envisioning for the future, we should also ensure that we build systems for it. So now, okay, let me wait. Bolarin Y is saying, solve customers' problem while building. Very key, very key. Solve customers' problem. While you are building this, what you are building is still solve customers' problem. And another light bulb moment for me was honesty breeds trust. Honesty breeds trust. So you don't have to tell a lot of stories. Your evidence will speak for you. Believe what don't just build to just be impressing, but build to also solve a problem, like Bolarin have said. So be honest with your reviews. Be honest with your product or with your services, and also distinguish activity from achievement. You know, don't just sit down there. We should not just sit down there and be doing a lot of activities without any achievement in it. I think with these few points, we've been able to say we had a lot of take back from what angel investor has given to us. And I know if we go back, we could go back. This is on our YouTube channel. We could go back and listen to this again. And I promise you, you'll be blown away when you sit back and take your notes and you're writing again. You will understand that this is not just a regular fest where people come in to just listen and go. But when you take your time to study it, you gain more from it. So a round of applause for our speaker again. Thank you so much, Angel Investor. Thank you so much, TD, for this opportunity. We are very grateful to learn from you. Moving on to the next, we'll be inviting Sunday Okoro to give us a closing remark. Okay. Firstly, let's wait for our convener. He wants to say something to us. Thank you very much.
Yes, just standing on behalf of Sunday, who is unable to connect, to thank every one of you for joining the SMEFest 2026. Again, this edition of the SMEFest is our definition of building resilience. A lot of factors were against us, right? Sometimes in business, it turns out that it might not go the way you planned. We began planning for this in the first quarter of 2025, right? And we're happy that you are the result of the SMEFest 2026, right? Thank you all for joining. Thank you for, there's so many people who have stayed from the beginning of this conference up to now. Thank you so much to our media partners led by, thank God, eBay. You've done an excellent job. Thank you for this. Thank you for all our speakers, from our keynote speaker, Mr. Tommy Davis. A lot of respect to you, sir. Thank you for all you've done for the ecosystem. To Mr. Daniel Bangbanyo, to Mr. Nostar, to Ms. Ruth. I want to say thank you to Mr. Stoyen, Barrister Emmanuel, another mentor of mine. Thank you, Blessing and Onye from Interstate, and to all our next generation speakers for the amazing job you did, bringing it home. Stephen, Faith, James, Paul, Megwara, who could not join, and then our moderator, Keith. Thank you once again. What I want to say next is this. Beyond just listening to the session from the SMEFest, I want you to go back listen to the different parts of this conference. We curated the different parts to be relevant and aligned to different business needs or different stages. Share this with your friends who are in business, with your WhatsApp group, your community. There's a lot we can do together to grow our organizations, our businesses in the new year. Once again, thank you all for joining. I want to give all glory to God for having made this successful. And for us within the Jasper community, it's a big congrats to us to have launched the Manger app. It is something that has been on for a while, and we are happy to deliver this product to you as business owners to be able to manage your expenses, manage your operations in one simple solution. Thank you once again, and please have a great rest of the day. We'll just close by just saying, Father, I want to say thank you, Father, for what you've done. Thank you, Jesus, because you're concerned about our success, you're concerned about our business growth, and everything starts, it sustains, and ends with you. Thank you for this conference. I want to pray that next year, when we are meeting physically, it's going to be great testimonies of businesses that have moved from one level to the next level of growth. We're going to see those who have raised funds and are getting real traction, empowering, their customers and growing on all sides. Thank you once again, for in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. On this note, it is the end of SMEFest 2026. Copy the link on YouTube and share your WhatsApp status. Let everybody see what has happened and benefit. Thank you. See you on our WhatsApp group for our next project, and have a great day.
Being a businessman sometimes is about dressing the part. That is why I always dress to be professional. It works for me because my customers love me for it.
Hi, Patel.
But you see, you get one thing where they always give me headache inside this business. And that thing be Mama Tony. See Mama Tony, she don't come with her usual again. And this time I don't ready for her. And the next thing she could talk be say,
I no get enough cash. Make I bring your money after I don't withdraw stage, Abi.
no, Mama Tony, we don't upgrade now. In fact, let's see.
See.
So, Interswitch Smart POS, no they ever disappoint.
My card no dey here.
We get merchant code. In fact, QR code said day.
See, anything we start with, it affect my mental health.
You don't forget to tell us say USSD day to take make payment.
That's all.
But I dey try to do this.
Mama Tonero, next time, just use my online storefront on quick seller business. Problem solved.
See, let me not lie to you. Running a business will stress you, but quick teller business helps me stand on business. For example, creating invoices has never been simpler. How? Click on invoice. Click on create new invoice. Fill in the required details. Click on create to complete the process. You'll get a summary of the invoice details, and invoice will be sent automatically to the customer's email. You can also copy the link and share.
Set your business up for success with Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up on business.quickteller.com.
Accountancy today. Statistics manager tomorrow. See, managing business is not for the weak, but Quick Teller Business helps me start a business. I'm able to create payment links, send directly to my customers, and receive payment from them without even having a website. Here's how to click the payment link to send directly to customers. Step 1. Click on payment link. Step 2. Select create new link. Step 3. Go ahead and select desired option between single or recurrent payment link and create. Step 4. Share your payment link to this page.
Set your business up for success with Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up on business.quickteller.
Ever since I started using storefront on Quick Teller Business, orders have been coming in back to back. I don't need to create a website. I have a free e-commerce store, and I can receive payment in multiple ways from my customers. You want to come on board? Visit business.quickteller.com, log in or create an account if you're new, click on storefront, select merchant storefront, click on new products to set up your store with products you love to sell. Share your storefront links with customers and friends, start sending and accepting payments instantly.
Set your business up for success with Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up for business with Quick
Being a
Teller.
businessman sometimes is about dressing the part. That is why I always dress to be professional. It works for me because my customers love me for it.
Hi, Pastor.
But you see, you get one thing where they always give me headache inside this business. And that's the Mama Tony. See Mama Tony, you don't usual again. And this time I'm not ready for her. And the next thing she could talk be say,
I don't get enough cash. Make I bring your money after I don't withdraw stage, Abi.
no, Mama Tony, we don't upgrade now. In fact, let's see. So, Interswitch Smart POS, no they ever disappoint.
My card no dey here.
We get return code. In fact, QR code said, hey,
See, anything this time, it dey affect my mental health.
You don't forget to tell us USSD to take make payment.
Not true, but I dey try to do this.
Mama Tony, don't do your online storefront on Quick Teller Business. Problem solved.